we should be getting live on YouTube in a second. Also, thank you for everyone who was lurking. I didn't forget you all. Lurkers do make the thing go around. Alright, so today we're going to be checking out Coral Island. We're beginning a new playthrough for the 1.1 update, which is a major, massive update. I did already show this on the stream. But, like, you look at this and you might go, oh, that's only about 4 or 5 pages. Except, as I mentioned on stream, you look at stuff like the Hangout system here, where it's just like 3 lines of text. In most games' patch notes, this by itself would be a page. This attractions would be a page. The Recreation Center might not be. They might outline more of this. But the point is, we've got new biomes, we've got new people, we've got underwater farming, underwater ranching, a whole bunch of new scenes, a whole bunch of cosmetic stuff I really don't care about. You know, new decor. That's cool for the people who like to decorate more. Whatever the heck a flower teleporter is, there's those now. The library actually has books. Who would have thunk it? Which doesn't sound like much, but it has, like, I'm aware of what they've got. They've got mechanics behind this. You have more people you can marry. You get the idea. There's a heck of a lot of stuff here. They also have what they call bark dialogues, which are a thing that already existed in the game and something. That's like, if you ever seen like Coral Island where like 2 people walk past, and this wasn't a feature in Stardew Valley. This wasn't a feature in Stardew Valley to begin with, but they added eventually, where you'll have like 2 people walk by and you'll just have Sam go, "Hi, Abigail," like in a little text box over their head. That's a bark dialogue. It's not like a big conversation. It's just like little whatevers and all that. And also, you can actually kiss your spouse. Who would have thunk that's such an important feature? That said, I did look at the settings real fast. I didn't see much, you know, changed really. That said, they already have from an accessibility front, like, they've got a lot here. I did turn the font back to its normal font, just because I've been using the dyslexia font the whole time, so I was figuring, let's show what the normal font looks like. But yeah, so they've got like colorblind mode, they've got where you can change the mouse size, you can change the HUD size, you can change the font size, you can change the font to being a dyslexia mode or not, which is it's the same dyslexia font I use. You can make it so the keyboard shows on screen. You got options. That's the whole point. So with that said, as you can see, when I say I played a few rounds, all of these are different save files. I mean, this is where I left off on the stream the last time versus... If anyone wonders if I enjoy this game, look at the time on that save file. That's where I left off on stream. Look at the time in that save file. It's 3 more years. And this isn't even including. I deleted my early access save files. I've played through this game multiple times in the last couple years. And we're going to do it again. So, with that said, make sure my volumes are good. Yeah, volume's probably alright. If I have to adjust the volume, let me know. I turned the volume up a tweak because I had it tuned way down. But yeah, so you have like... For your character filters, you can do a bunch of stuff like this. They don't sit there and have, like, presenting. You can do, like, am I vaguely feminine? Am I vaguely masculine? Am I slab of meat? I usually go with this one because, like, the super ox of a human being, I've had plenty of games that have that, and it's just not a relatable thing to me. And if you want, like, really exotic things, sure, you want to be a Smurf? You can be a Smurf. I'm not gonna do that, though. It's fine. We already... Oh, man. Who remembers Best Friend Binky from, what was it? My Time at Sandrock. Where I made this, like, joke of a character because it's like, okay, I'll probably do 1 or 2 streams of this game and that'll be all the farther I'll get. And then I was really enjoying it. And stuck with it. What was it? Did Best Friend Binky... Wasn't it like they had lime hair? They had these giant eyes with the tiniest little purple dots. Absolute nightmare fuel. But you get the idea. Not a whole lot to add for the body shape. You can just basically say, like, are you lean? Are you a bit more sturdy? Somewhere in between. I'm just plunking it right kind of in the middle. Actually, I'll go, like, a little on the lean side. And then just whether you present as feminine, masculine, or slab of muscle. Inhuman slab of muscle. They've got a bunch of hairstyles. I don't know if they added more. It doesn't look... I know that's supposed to be like a feminine hairstyle, but I see this hairstyle, and the only things... Oh yeah, the green blush, so they look sickly. The only thing I can think of is Weird Al Yankovic, and then, what is it, from Game Grumps, Danny. That makes me think of that hairstyle. Just the wavy and out there. But yeah, so you got like a whole range stuff. Here's Vanner still on the discard, and it's still Mart. Oh yeah. No, it's absolutely wonderful. Yeah, no, best friend Binky was cursed and wonderful. You can get like the most exaggerated Pomodoro you've ever wanted. My god. But you got a whole mess of stuff. I don't even remember what hairstyles I've done in the past. But yeah, you get the idea, and you can choose different colors. You can go more exotic colors, you can go green. If you want pink, you can do pink. I want to say the last one. I want to say the last hairstyle I did, was it this one? I think it was this one. But for people who knew from the charity, I had dyed my hair purple as a reward for hitting a charity goal. And so we had something like that. I don't think I'm going to do that this time. So let's just try and find this. And it doesn't matter which body you choose. You could choose any hairstyle because you know what? There are dudes with long hair. There are women with long hair. It's fine. We can go completely bald. We can have a cool braid. My god, that hair goes on for days. I couldn't do that hair. I live in a hot place. That would be awful. We can have, like, what's trendy these days, which is, you know, all sorts of stuff happening on top. I'm at a loss. So I don't want to spend too long on it. We could always do the massive Pomodoro. I honestly don't like it. We could just do a vaguely frazzled whatever. Like my haircut is, I just took my hair, I pulled it up and lobbed it off and said, there we go. You know, haircut. Because not a whole lot of these haircuts are screaming to me. Because most of the guys' cuts are stuff that's more trendy nowadays. And just makes me feel like, hello, fellow children. Do you want to skateboards? Alright. Meanwhile, hair color. Do I just want to do like a natural hair color, like a realistic hair color? There's not actually that dark of a brown. There we go. Not super convinced by that haircut. Trying to have a haircut that at least feels like something I'd actually do. I've had a haircut like that, don't ask. Alright, we're just going with what we did last time. It's fine. Alright, so we get to change our face a little bit more, so you got like different style of eyebrows. So character customization isn't huge in this game to begin with. Now granted, they've added a ridiculous number of clothes and all that. So I'll give like somewhat bushy eyebrows. You've got your different style of eyes you can do. Those eyes look like they've seen things. If you could change the pupils on those eyes, you could make a true nightmare face. Just disinterested. Okay. Yeah, sure, why not? And then we have the eye texture. Oh, you can change the pupil size. Oh no. Don't do this. Don't give me this power, game. Certainly something. Alright. And we'll choose a nose real fast. I've seen things. Oh yeah, we need to change those eye colors. It's not nearly as cursed as I was hoping that would be. Hello, fellow human. That's certainly a look. Now, the game doesn't let you get nearly as cursed as some other games we've done. Like, they don't give you like the sliders where you can just like stretch the mouth out to be like 4 times wider than it would naturally possibly be. Those are some nightmare eyes. Now all we need is just the obviously fake mustache. Those are some penetrating eyes, absolutely. Just the little mustache, nothing else. Clearly glued on. But yeah, you could get yourself a flowery beard, just a majestic beard. Another flowery beard. A beard with a braid in it. You get some ideas. You can do some fancy stuff. I actually don't remember what we did in our other character. Why am I feeling like I'm gonna choose its style and I'm gonna regret it? At least I can change it later if I do truly regret it. Hug your eyes. Yep. We need to make the mustache look like obviously fake, so we're just gonna make it like a different hair color. Like not a plausible different hair color, like just straight up like blonde mustache. I can't actually seem to hit a blonde, it's too shiny. Just like a straight up blonde mustache. That'll do. Nah, it's still not, what is that, like? Okay. A vaguely blonde mustache. With her clearly dark brown hair and dark brown eyebrows, and then what look like unnatural eyes. Certainly, a plausible character. Can we get him bow tie if we do a small handlebar stash? Sure. We won't have access to that at the beginning. At the beginning, when you start, you just get to choose between a handful of farmer outfits. But there is a ridiculous number of outfits the game does have. You just don't start with them. Alright. So, the things we need to come up with now is we need to come up with our character name, we need to come up with our farm name, and then our honorific. So in the past, I've done... Oh man, I'm trying to remember what we've done for honorifics. All of our honorifics were like really cringe. And it's funny because almost no one uses it. Like, the only ones who seem to use your honorific is a couple of the children will once in a while use your honorific. So it'll be like, the glorious Rual Storge, and you'd be like, wait, why'd they say glorious? Like, oh right, that's that honorific I said at the beginning of the game, and then no one has used it since. And you can actually, one of the things they did make it is you can change your character name and your farm name. So if you make a name and then you come to regret it later, you can go back and say, okay, hang on. Let me undo this damage real fast. I try to think of like a fun name that'd be like, you know, something humanity or whatever. You know, something that'd clearly be someone who doesn't understand. Just human. I'm a human. The only downside is that's human. There we go. Human. Human's better than what I was doing. Human. Alright. So it's human and the honorific illustrious. Illustrious is good. I was gonna lean something into the human, like legitimate. Like legitimate human. Conqueror. Authentic human. Conqueror. Well, that could be fun for a lot of stuff. I don't really get much. Delicious human. Oh god. That's... I love it and I hate it. Because there's gonna be so many connotations that could take depending on who it's saying. Like, if your spouse says delicious human, you'd be like, not in front of the children. Behave. That works. It's cursed. I love it. Alright, now we need a farm name. Kids, hello, delicious. And you're just like, excuse me, children. I'm uncomfortable with the way this conversation is going. Where are your parents? Please. I would like to get a restraining order against this child, please. So we have our farm name, which I like. My brain, because of legitimate, is just being like legitimate business, but that's not good enough. We could do better. We could definitely go with something along the lines of normal people job. Is business. It's always Gorslop's Growery. I mean, that's good. Gary. Just Gary. No second part. You give money, yes? Big Pharma. No, we're leaning into the clearly we're an imposter. We could do something like this where it's like people farm. So, like, to anyone else, that would sound incredibly messed up. You're like, people farm? What do you mean by people farm? But you could also understand if the person wasn't a human being or whatever. They'd be like, yeah, it's a people farm. Or a people growery. To lean into using improper ethnological expositions. Flashbacks to WoW and Hillsbrad Foothills. Which translates to people. just farm. Honestly authentic. Oh, we could lean into this. Just honestly. We can add more. Authentically legitimate farms. Excellent. Honestly, authentically legitimate farms. Incorporated. Because of course you gotta incorporate it. You don't want to be sued. Cool. Good enough. Wouldn't that make it people farm? Yeah. Farm name can't be more than 15 characters. Boo. Boo. I mean, it makes sense. Honestly authentic. It's still too long. Your character limit makes me sad. Yeah, no, that's a thing. That would be something I'd agree with. Clara starts saying, why let it type so long? I would say, you get to like your 50 character, and then it starts doing the thing where it's like, can't do it. Farm Inc. LLC GBA Corp. Farm Inc. LLC Corp. This is from earlier today. Oh, come on. Man, that is a really short character limit. GmbH. That's it. Well, that character limit threw a monkey wrench into a lot of my ideas. I mean, there's always the classic content farm and all that, but I'm sure a billion people be doing that. And plus, it's like others have had that idea that is excellent. GmbH is the German version for LLC. So Farm Inc. GmbH. Cool. We're in. I don't want to stay on that naming screen anymore. We'll be there for half an hour. And we haven't been there for everyone who's like, but you've already been streaming for 40 minutes. Right, but I didn't start stream until like 15 minutes in, like actually getting into the game. So we have been on that screen for half hour. To be fair, character creation can be a multi-hour thing. You leave Pokio to start your new life on Coral Island. Loading screen. Alright. Hello, human. Welcome back to Coral Island, your new home. It's been a long time, human. Good to see you again. I can't remember the last time we had a visitor. Our economy is collapsing. I trust you had a wonderful journey with Mr. Wataru. So, do we want to lean into our personality being one way or the other? Like, generally the last time we played, we were mostly a positive, reasonable person. Also, where's my, actually, I changed my mind, I want to go back. Because we even did the, like, I've done all these dialogue options before, because we even did the, I'm not sure what it'll do here. It's like, oh, well, there's lots of things. Start your new life, your new human life. Can we be a very literal as a personality? Anytime we have the opportunity. So we can be like very, yeah, we could try it. We can see what we can do along that side. So I think the fairest one of this would be, I'm not sure what I'd do here in that case, because that'd be the closest to like a literal thing we could do. I'm not sure what I'll do here. You can start by farming. You must be quite tired from the journey. Let's head over to your new place. I just like, it's like, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do here. It's like, well, kid, you're moving on to a farm. Let's put 2 and 2 together. It's pretty straightforward what your first move probably should be. All right, the floors are done. Oh my, what a coincidence. We've just finished patching things up here. Is this the new farmer? I have not yet agreed to be a farmer. That's right. Human, this is Dinda and Joko. They're local carpenters. Nice to meet you, human. Hello, human. It's always exciting to welcome someone to our little island. But yeah, so one of the criticisms that Coral Island gets, and I think it's almost entirely because of the scene, when you're entering the slice of life genre, you're gonna be compared to Stardew Valley, Animal Crossing, you get the idea. They're like the big names, you're gonna be compared to them. And while Coral Island, I would argue, actually does a lot to break from that mold, this intro does not help their cause. Because this intro is very beat for beat on Stardew Valley's intro. The only big difference is instead of there being a carpenter, there's a couple who are carpenters. but otherwise, it beat for beat is the thing. Now that said, very quickly once you get away from the intro, as you go, it just deviates more and more and more. It's kind of exactly the same thing that happened with Stardew Valley when it first came out, and it's like, this is just Harvest Moon, but then, you know, you got, like, right past that intro, and you're like, wait, I'm wrong. There's more here. I feel like it does that same thing, where it starts from the same base and then branches out much farther in different directions. But this scene being as close of a match as it is to Stardew Valley certainly doesn't help its argument. Indeed, human. This'll be your new house. It's a bit run down, but... excuse me, Mayor Connor? Did you just say we did a poor job here? No, I mean... Don't worry, I'm just joking. Unfortunately, we can only patch up the roof so it doesn't leak and replace some of the rotten wood. If you want more renovations, you can visit the shop at the house of the hillside, northeast of here. We won't charge you for it, but you'll need to gather materials yourself. Once we restore the foundation, you can decorate the house the way you like. We've placed complete instructions in your mailbox. Well then, it's about time we head home. See you both around. Take care, human, and good luck. As you can see, people are very excited that you're here. Doubly so for Sam. You should pay him a visit when you're more settled in. He's the owner of the general store in town. And that is the field where I'm guessing you're going to be spending most of your time. Yep. It's a bit messy now, but I'm sure you can take care of it in no time. Meanwhile, your character's like, nope, I'm out. Get me on my boat. I've changed my mind. Selling the property. Don't want it. Once you harvest your crops, you can put anything else you have to sell in the shipping bin. I'll ship the content overnight to the appropriate stores in town, and you'll receive the funds the following day. I'll be going now so you can get some rest. Oh, since you just got here, you probably haven't brought anything with you that you need for farming yet. Here's a little something from the town to get you started. You received a watering can, an axe, a scythe, some random seeds. If you need anything else, I'm at your disposal. Come to me with problems, questions, some mean sake. Welcome home, human. Alright. So yeah, that intro scene, about the only things that deviate from that scene and the Stardew Valley version is in the Stardew Valley version, like, the mayor kind of accuses the carpenter, like, the carpenter's one who's like, yeah, the house is kind of run down, and the mayor accuses Robin the carpenter of, like, trying to fish for sales to upgrade, versus this one, you know, they make it into a joke, but otherwise it's basically the same thing. But once I get past this, like, very beginning, we'll be in better shape. So yeah, so you see, like, the house is a dump. And it starts the same way they all do. They want you to go and do seeds and all that. You man, to repair your house, you'll need to gather some materials. Please collect 50 wood, 20 stone, and once you have everything, head to the carpenter and place an order at the counter. Your house will be repaired on the same day. Again, suck it, Robin. Being so slow at your job. Needing 2 or 3 days. Oh, tutorials. Yeah, so I'm gonna skip past the tutorial stuff thing. Because they're just like, if this happened to be your first slice of life, they're just going, hey, just so you know, here is how you know, you have to hoe the spots and put the seeds in and then water the seeds and all those kind of things. This game does have a leveling mechanic to it, that as you do things, you do level them up. That's pretty standard in the genre these days. At which point you get, like, skills every couple levels. You get a skill point or whatever. And then there's, like, skills you unlock permanently. We discovered a geode. A new discovery, a geode. Take it back to the blacksmith to crack it open. There may be valuables inside. Or literal dirt. You're probably going to find literal dirt. Yes, literal dirt is a possible outcome. I think it's technically clay or whatever, but you get the idea. You can get junk. Alright, so the first thing I want to do is just get literally any crops down whatsoever. And the game does have stuff like sprinklers and all that. The typical standard. So they gave us seeds for flowers. Alright. But yeah, so the gist of the game, and we'll get it later, the main story arc of the game is that you are in what is effectively a tropical paradise. You're in a non-specific, tropical island. Think of like, Hawaii, the Polynesians, someplace like that, Bahamas, choose your poison. But a non-specific, like, tropical island. It's even hard to, like, pin what culture it's related to or anything like that as well. Just by the fact that they do, on the holidays, have a bunch of different cultures represented. So, like, when you have the Halloween festival, instead of just strictly being, like, the European or US version of Halloween, they do have that. But, like, they also have, for a lot of Spanish cultures, I forget, it's, Los Muertes? Which is, remembering the past. Yeah, Day of the Dead. But, it's, if you ever seen the movie Coco, it's that. That's what the movie Coco is. But it's, remembering those who came before, because the belief being that as long as you remember them, they're not truly gone. Kind of thing. So they do have that interpretation of the holiday there as well. Alright, we'll stop there before we completely depleted energy. I'm going to rearrange these. Oh, I didn't water the crops. Well, we're going to be eating some of that, Yep, so it's warning me that, like, I'll get low on stamina. And it does have a thing that as you get low on stamina, your character will start walking slower and all that. That is a thing that is kind of mostly meant to warn you that you're pushing your limits. But it is a thing in the game that, you can turn that off, because for some people, the, like, where the screen kind of fades a little bit and it loses a little bit of color to let you know, like, hey, you're really pushing your limits, can mess with people. And that is one of the things I really appreciate about the game, is just the fact that they have all of those accessibility features that, if you don't like something, turn it off. Oh, right, and before we forget. So, because we're low on energy, I'm not going to be able to work as much on the farm. That's going to be a problem early game for us a lot. Is just like a lot of these games, you run out of stamina constantly and it's a pain. But we'll get there. We should have the materials to get them to fix our house. So we could shop here. I would definitely like to get the calendar, but that's not going to happen right now. We can go to the carpenter, we can get all our new buildings. But yeah, you got your classics, you got a coop, you got a barn, you got a stable, a well, a mill, a silo. Yeah, the fish pond and the insect house. So nothing particularly new or exciting. The insect house, this game does have catching bugs as well as the fish. Which is a thing that they got from, like, Animal Crossing. Alright, and from here, we can house upgrade. I'm 1 stone short. Alright, hold please. I'll be right back, Dinda. I apparently forgot 1 stone. How goes the island? Is Raj still hot? Raj is always hot. Raj is the embodiment of hot. That's a meme on the channel just because that's not what I can break. My wife popped in midstream while we were doing stuff, and there's a character, Raj, who, like, runs the coffee shop, and Raj is a very attractive man. He is dapper AF. But it was just those things where she just pops out of nowhere. It's like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. And so it became kind of a joke. Which, to be fair, Raj is a dapper man. But you do have a whole lot of different styles of like people in the game. A whole bunch of different things. Because it's a tourist town, you would have a fairly large range of people. Okay, so we can get our house fixed up. Now, I do get the choice of what style I want my house. So I've done the, like, Polynesian, tropics, whatever style house. This is just your, like, straight up, like, wood cottage. Kind of a Japanese style you have as well. You can go for, like, a more medieval style. You can go for a modern style. Which, interestingly enough, this would actually align with Coral Island more than the other ones. You don't have that many going for, like, the touristy type thing, but there's some. I do still really like the Japanese style, though. So what are we thinking, chat? I'm debating between the Japanese style, the Polynesian style, and the modern style just to do something different. Because I know I've done this style before. No nails. I'm not sure which one you're thinking is... Oh, I mean, this one would be probably no nails. Modern would fit the alien? I mean, you're not wrong. The modern one would be a more... Whichever. Yeah. All straight lines. Yeah, we'll do it. So like I said, the last time on mine I did this style, and I think the previous time we did that style. So let's do the modern one just to see where it goes. You can actually change the style later if you don't like it. It just costs you a little bit. Awesome, thank you. I'll work on it right away. And again, eat your heart out, Robin. They get it done today. Joko, honey, a slight change of plans. Humans here with the building materials. Let's head over to the farm and repair a human's cabin. Wow, that's awesome, human. Let's do it. Yeah, just casually build a house. Because certainly, with a handful of wooden rocks, they did not patch up my house to make it look like that. How are those upgrades? Or how are those house upgrades? More comfortable, right? Now move it and help me get this stuff inside, kiddo. Just the silly little high five over the box. Very genuinely from moving stuff. It's like easy to make fun of it, but at the same time you're like, you know what? I can absolutely see that. I have been through more moves than I care to admit. Ugh, that old thing was really heavy. We're finished. What do you think, human? I love the fact that there's no more holes. So we're trying to be, you know, pragmatic. Yeah, so we decided we're just gonna be like, just straight, like, not pragmatism, but like very literal. So no more holes, thanks. Sure, kind of. Looks brand new, too feely. We're gonna say, how long is the warranty? Ha, for you, lifetime. Look, no more moldy wood. We replaced all of it. We also built a new foundation for the house. That means it's strong enough for more furniture now. You can start decorating to make things comfier. Speaking of decoration, we have a furniture store in town, but since there are fewer tourists, we don't stock as many options anymore. No one's buying, you know? Check it out though, you might see something you like. If you want, we can go there right... Alright, that's enough. You'll scare the kid. Oh, sorry, human. I got excited there. We love that store. Even got some of my cousins helping out there. It's a family business for us. Feel free to visit. Let's feel free to visit when you have the time, human. It's in the middle of town. Shouldn't be hard to find. Alright, that's all for... Honey, aren't you forgetting something? Oh yeah, the TV. We threw in a TV for a human, free of charge. It's old and bulky, but still works perfectly. It gets a good amount of channels too, like this weather. Well, sometimes you gotta smack it at a good 60-degree angle like this. As an ad, oh, the ad is not, so Coral Island has not sponsored the stream. The ad is for Surfshark. They're sponsoring us for the month. But still Pog Times too. Yeah, that's been a couple days now we've been sponsored them, but they are sponsoring us for a full month. Surfshark is a VPN for those who don't know. The channels are very useful. Like the weather report on the Weather Channel, so you can skip watering crops on rainy day to go fishing or something. I don't know what you like to do, but you get the idea. Good old percussive maintenance. Tried and true. May not solve it long term, but will solve it today. There are variety shows too. Love them. Some of the shows have useful tips if you pay close attention. I guess that's all for now. See you around, Hugh-Man. Rubber mallets don't leave incriminating marks. Not typically. See you, Hugh-Man. Don't forget about the furniture store, alright? But yeah, so if you go to the television, your house just got bigger. I would argue it did not get bigger. It got not a dumpster fire. But yeah, so you have like the Weather Channel. It's straightforward. It'll tell you the weather. Welcome to WBC, the main weather-related news source. The forecast covers Coral Island and the surrounding area. The weather forecast for tomorrow is sunny. A hat may be advisable for those near the beach. You have like shows about just various stuff like how to be a farmer. How to be a farmer with Jeff Smith. My name is Jeff Smith and I know a thing or two about farming. I was raised in a farm, so I got some tips for you, Sprouts. Let me tell you about them. I'm going to tell you the first thing my pop told me when I planted my first corn in 19 LXI. That's because I have one of them edumacations and I randomly go and mix my numbers and my Roman numerals to make myself all sophisticated sounding. Does it work? I have no idea. Water your crop every day. That's it. You get that down, chances are you'll be okay, Sprouts. But you don't need to water when it's raining, you hear? And then we have the Animal Channel. What's that? Mukbang with Mook. Moo. Hello, fellow Mooks. Once again, to Mukbang. Here, Mook eat everything. Like high-grade grass from Pokio and Tosaka. Moo. Moo, it's heavy. I need moo assistance. Today, Mook will eat grass from the island south of Pokio. Mooks say it was the last stock in the world. Farmer cultivating it gone. Mook will judge if it was shameful or not disappear. Munch, munch, munch. Moo. Mook tastes soil and freshness. Mook approves. Time to eat more. Moo. Munch, munch. Moo, something is weird. Moo did not taste any green in this. What could it be, Mooks? Out of season grass. Farmers. No growing something out of season. You destroy it. Okay? Moo. Mook do not want to eat again. Away, Moo. That was my favorite bowl. What a waste. Or, sorry. I'm not sure who that was. Moo. This is the end for today. Next time, Mook will review Pokiohe with Bako Chicken. See you next time, Mooks. Okay, but yeah, so you'll get like pop shows, like, you know, equivalent of, you know, I Want to Be a Millionaire shows or whatever, like all these different kind of things. But as you probably gathered, they do actually teach you game mechanics. Like the first one was like water your crops every day, don't water them when it rains. Fair enough. Oh, my inventory's already full. That's right. I have zero inventory to speak of. But yeah. So that's just kind of one of those things. But even the reality shows will like they'll slip in hints like, "Oh man, it's like trying to catch a mackerel on a winter morning." And you'd be like, "Wait a second. They just told me that mackerel are fished on a winter morning." Now, some of the accessibility or some of the nice quality of life stuff. So you got your typical stuff here of the people we've met, and I can organize them by like who we have the most relationship with, who are eligible for dating, which none of them are. You know, who has the next upcoming birthday, your favorites. And you can go in here and anything you know that they love or dislike will be listed here once you figured it out. You can see their different outfits as you see them. We haven't seen any there. But you can also even click the button. It'll be like, Connor is right there. That is where Connor is right now. You'll also notice all the question marks for all the people I have yet to meet, which is everyone but 3 people. All that. Upgrading inventory space, the staple of the game. Yep. Oh, yeah. And we do have to actually accept the quest to get the rewards. So we did get a little bit for that. And it did tell me it gave me hearts. They didn't actually used to tell you that, so that's something's changed. It had 2 heart marks. I don't know who for. In the meantime, so I don't. Do we have the ability to make a box yet? I need trash. Let's see if I have enough energy to get the trash I need. Nope, my inventory's still full. Well, here, we can make this work. We can eat this for the energy. Because early on, this game has, like, the museum, it has the, there's, like, a whole bunch of different mechanics to this game. And so, very genuinely, I am going to want a lot of things. It's one of the mistakes I've made trying to complete the game in the past, like, to do all the things kind of stuff, is I will sell everything out of greed early on, and then later on, it's like, oh, wait, I really could have used those. Alright, so I can make a box if I have the inventory. I'm going to throw away the singular stone. We'll make the crappiest box you can make. It's literally made out of garbage. And with that, we can start chucking stuff in here. I need to adjust the volume on some of this stuff. Because it sounds like the sound effects are a wee bit loud. That'll probably do. Okay, should have read that, but it's like, you found a coffer. It's the same idea as a geode, it's just what you find in them are different. Or is different. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, Jess popping in here with the raid. I really do appreciate that. How was the rest of your stream? I caught you. You're playing. Oh, what is that game? It was Cataclysmo, I think was the name of the game. I was lurking there for a little bit before my stream. Didn't have, like, as well as things where I hopped in, I didn't have enough time to hang out and like have a conversation and not just jump back out again. So I was like, all right, I'm just gonna chill. But for those who don't know, Wojess, absolutely fantastic content creator, was playing some Cataclysmo, I believe is the name of the game. Let me double check that. It's a game I've had on my radar. Yeah, Cataclysmo. But plays a variety game and all that stuff. You love Coral Island? I hope you're enjoying it. Yes. The new update came out yesterday, and so we're checking it out. But definitely check out Wojess, absolutely fantastic content creator. For those popping in here, I am Rual Storge. We play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known from exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record has been beaten, but I am a variety streamer. I do apologize for everyone who jumped in, who were stuck in the middle of ads. The raid came in during ads, so I don't have pre-rolls, but, you know, that happens. But with that said, I do play a variety of games. Like, I play lots of RimWorld, I play lots of other things. But today, one of my favorite games that has come out in the last couple years is Coral Island. Like, probably even my favorite game that's come out in that time. It is a slice of life game. Hey, Chunky Funky, thank you so much for the raid. How's the update been treating you? It's been good. The update, I can't actually show the list. It is a huge update. But thank you for the raid, Chunky Funky, I appreciate it. But it is a huge, huge, huge update. Like, enormous update. I'm trying to think of what I could say without spoiling stuff. They have a new biome. They have added entire new mechanics. Oh, right, I need to introduce myself to everyone because we just started the game. How lovely to see a new face around here. You can call me Betty, dear. You're the first visitor we've had in a while. After the oil spill last year, tourists hardly come anymore. But, they've added a huge amount of stuff. There was a bunch of the stories that kind of didn't quite get concluded before. And most of those are now wrapped up, that you can actually finish them out. Some of the other things they did add to the game as well is, Oh, and also, before I forget, Chunky Funky, what were you playing and how was your stream and all that? Didn't mean to leave you hanging. But like they've got like a new biome. There's the giants, you can finish their quest line now. I already know when I walk in that building, it's gonna continue. Actually, I can go this way. When I walk in that building, it's going to pull up a dialogue and I'll get interrupted. But if you're not familiar with Coral Island, it's in the same vein as stuff like Stardew Valley, Harvest Moon, Animal Crossing, those kind of things. But I will definitely say it takes the quality of life stuff and the accessibility functionality way, way, way farther than a lot of them. Like, if you want an example, not only can we see, like, the people who live in the town, we can go and say, who do I have the highest relationship with? Who are, you know, people I can date, which I don't know any yet. Whose birthday is upcoming? So if you look at Joko, I see that Joko's birthday is in a couple of days. Whereas you go to the next one, it's, you know, not till summer. You get the idea. So you have a whole bunch. You can mark them as favorite. So if, like, there's an NPC I'm romancing, you're like, I want to remember this NPC. Where the heck was favorite? It was out here, wasn't it? Oh, yeah. I can mark her as favorite. So that in the future here, we'll mark Joko. So that they always show up first. And I can go, where is Betty right now? I need to give Betty a gift. There is Betty. Betty's right here. I can also see the people I haven't met yet, that there are people I don't know if they're in places. You can go to the buildings. It'll actually tell you what the hours are, so you don't have to sit there and guess. So I can, you know, go over there and say, the blacksmith's open at 9 till 6. You get the idea. It has got quality of life in spades. So it really is a solid game. It also has, like, the cleaning the ocean mechanic and a whole bunch of other stuff that doesn't exist in our games. Hey, human! I knew you'd eventually make your way here. I wanted to personally introduce you to the owner of this store. This is Sam. He's been running this establishment for a while now. Oh, human. It's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to the general store. You'll find most of your farming needs here. Most of the seeds I sell are seasonal, though. It would do you good to keep this in mind. If you need help, just holler. I'll be by the cash register. Well, isn't that nice, Sam? You might finally put a dent in that seed stock of yours. Anyway, before you get going, human, your moving in is quite unexpected now. There are seasons now? No, there's always been seasons in Coral Island. That's always been the case. I'm sure a lot of people are anxious. Well, more like curious to see who the new farmer is. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to the folks in town? Alright, so now's where we run around trying to introduce ourselves to everyone. So I need to meet 30 other townies. And upgrading our bag is going to cost us 500. Look, can I make this work? These aren't going to be worth enough to make that happen. Alright. So, despite my better judgment, Let's focus on trying to get our money set up first. But yeah, there's always been seasons in the game. That said, the seasons in this game aren't as pronounced as some other games. Like, if I recall correctly, there's no season that you get snow on the ground, even the winter. They do winter theme things and all that, but I could be wrong. I'm trying to remember if winter... I think winter might actually be snowy. I can't remember. But, the point is you're in some, like, tropical area or whatever. But yeah, there's always been, that... Oh yeah, and they have global crafting as well. So for those who don't know what that is referring to, why am I brain farting and all this? Oh, it's over here. Yeah, so it's Z to stack storage. I was like, there's a way you can stack storage. I just couldn't remember what it was. Alright, so throw one of the flowers in here just to have that in there. But I'm gonna try and get the stuff set up early on for getting our farm up and running. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons, don't mind me. I'm gonna try and get this up and running early on. Because this is literally the first day in the game we've had. So we are... I didn't want that seed anyway. And I don't have anything spare to eat. So run around, grab some stuff, we'll eat some things and move on. I probably won't be able to go that way. But yeah, global crafting means I can run all the way up here and say, you know what? I have need for a box. And I could go right up here, and I can literally make the stone paths or whatever up here. I don't have to, like, pull the items out of my box, look for them and all. And I really appreciate that. Just because it becomes obnoxious to be like, okay, I've got 30 boxes strewn about my farm. Somewhere in here, I know I have what I'm looking for, but I have no idea where. So what I'm trying to do right now is do a little run around, see if we can't snag ourselves some forageables, so I can get myself a little bit of energy to keep the farm going. Later on, I'll be able to catch these bugs. Right now, I don't have my bug net yet, but we'll do all that in a little bit. All right. But yeah, no, it is really a tropical paradise island. And when you're looking at it as well, you'll go to this place and they make it out like, oh man, everything's so bad, the money's so harsh. You look at the island, it's like, this place is money. I don't care what anyone's telling me. This place is just straight up money. Big capital M. They've got money here. Now granted, don't get me wrong, I understand, like, it's a tourist economy and their tourism is imploding because there was an oil spill. That's when you play these games, there's usually always an overarching problem thing or whatever you gotta deal with. So, you know, Coral Island, it's Joe Jamart, the big box store shown up in town, and things aren't that great since they showed up. This one, there is Pufferfish, who's an oil company, and while it's never really confirmed, I don't believe, about whether or not they, like, messed up that caused an oil spill, but there is an oil spill that occurs. And Coral Island has suffered severely because of it. Alright, so we're just gonna eat straight canola. I'm sure that wouldn't be awful at all. Because I need a little bit more energy to keep planting these. But so, your goal is to try and save the town because, you know, as a tourist town that has suffered a horrible oil spill, it's not doing so good. Money-wise, town not the happiest. Pop down here and do the last one there. We need a little bit more energy than that. We can eat the tulip. It's terrible for energy, but we're gonna do it anyways. And I'll eat a shiitake mushroom. Now, early on in the game, stamina's a pain, which is pretty par for the course for the genre. There's only been a few exceptions. Was it Roots of Pacha that they decided, like, no stamina is just not a mechanic in our game, which felt amazing. Alright, so we're going to push the last little bit of energy because we're basically done for the day. Alright. And you can disable this effect where it grays out the screen slowly as you get more and more tired. And all that. Okay. So meanwhile, let's fix our order on our tools. Just to be something more in line with what I usually expect. It's part of the reason I accidentally killed one of my plants immediately by hitting it with the pickaxe, as I automatically went for where I wanted a different tool, and you get where that went. Okay, so we gained a level in foraging, so now we can make candied tree seeds. We also permanently got a slight increase in our stamina and health, so every time we gain a level in anything, we do get a teeny tiny boost into our stats. Those do add up over time, and we got 10 of the in-game currency. I forget what they call it, it's like coral tokens or whatever. We got 10 of the in-game currency for, you know, the one, I think it was a tulip or something we sold. And that's fine. Now, they do have the television. We're not going to go in, but they have, like, the shopping channel. We can see the weather. Honestly, for me at this point, until I have, like, the bug net and the fishing pole and all that, I don't care about the weather. If I hear it raining, I just don't water stuff that day. New item alert. Introducing the basic bag. It has a total of 20 compartments. That's 5 more compartments than your basic tool belt. Carry more, do more, worry less. Available now at Sam's General Store for 500 coins. Cool. Thanks for your unsolicited advertising, Sam. It's appreciated. Also, I do actually want the bag. If I had the 500 yesterday, I would have absolutely bought it. But in the absence of it, we just immediately went to this. So what we're going to do is we're going to water these crops, and then we're going to start working our way around town. We're going to introduce ourselves to everyone that we can to do that quest, which is to introduce yourself. Again, pretty typical for the genre. But at the same time, we are going to go out of our way, and anytime we see something we can forage, we will grab it. And you will notice I am going to absolutely hoard any items that I can. I'm not worried so much about getting early game money, so much as there's a bunch of achievements tied to selling one of every produce, selling one of every forageable, catching all the bugs, yada yada. You get the idea. Alright, so we got someone we haven't met right over here, so let's beeline to intercept. Okay, we got Yuri. Oh, human? As in, human? She's on to us, chat. She is the doctor. If anyone's gonna see through her disguise, it's gonna be Yuri. It's nice to finally meet you. Farmer? Cool. I'm one of the doctors here. I feel like you're talking down to me. Can we show our face? Honestly, that doesn't look nearly as nightmarish as it did on the character creation screen. We deliberately gave ourselves like the largest irises we could with the tiniest pupils we could, and something that's just barely off of white, and then a mustache that's clearly fake, being it's not our natural hair color at all. And then we named ourselves Human. Alright, so we got another person we haven't met yet. My name? My name's Oliver. Why? Yeah, this is a normal day on the island, I guess. Except now you're here. You're new You're new here, huh? Don't bother me and I won't bother you. Yeah, psych. I'm gonna bother you anyway. You're in my way. No, seriously, you're in my way. Well, I'm sorry. Oh, for those who have played this game before, be careful checking the trash cans now. If people are nearby and they see you do it, they'll get upset with you. And it does hurt your friendship. Is that you, Human? Wow, I almost didn't recognize you in that getup. So, you're the one moving into the lot, huh? That would explain the outfit. Right. It's not just the town, you know. The inn isn't as busy as it used to be. Hopefully with you moving in, that's the sign of something good. Alright, so next up we got a stranger down here. Hey you, is this our new neighbor? Making your way around town, huh? Have you been to the tavern yet? Frank is there all the time. Have you two met? We have not met the bartender. Honestly, none of these. Oh, wait, never mind. No, who's Frank? Oh, he's my husband. You know what? You should stop by the house sometime. Frank will cook us some dinner. That sounds wonderful, yes? You can tell us your story. Cool. All right. And then we've got another one over here to meet. Are you really the new person? Dad said you were a farmer. Is that right? What kind of farming tools do you have? Okay, I believe you. Why don't you look like a farmer, though? Yo, Archie. Dude. That cuts. My uncle Suyura is new too. Just like you. Just like, you don't look like a real farmer. Archie. Uncalled for, bud. You're the new farmer who owns that lot? I used to play there with my friends. Can me and my friends still go on your farm and play in the mud? No. Private property. Stay off. I'm doing human things. Oh, I forgot we gave the honorific delicious. I hate it. I love it and I hate it. Valentina, we need to talk to your parents. Hello, delicious human. Nice to meet you too. I'm Valentina. Yeah, it's really fun here. You get to fly kites and build snowmen in the winter. Okay, so it does snow in the winter. I couldn't remember. I felt like it did, and then I kept going backwards. My name is Randy. I'm the school elementary... Those are words in the wrong order. I'm an elementary school teacher. I'm the elementary school teacher. Literally the only one. I have a robot arm. That is pretty cool and definitely gives me the in with the kids, especially the boys. The boys are super into the giant robot arm. What'd you say your name was? Ah, yeah, human. It's nice to meet you. Alright, so it's convenient that class is meeting there, so like all the students are just coming to me and I don't have to go seek out to children everywhere. Yes, human? I've been meaning to meet you. My name is Millie. It's so exciting to have people moving in. Have you met everyone? No. And Taco. You say hello to Taco. He seems to like it, and that's all that matters. Your day is now significantly better after seeing Taco. Facts are facts. Sniff, sniff. Okay. Facts are simply facts. Our day was going pretty alright, and then we saw Taco, and now our day has definitely gone up at least one level. Alright. Yeah? May I help you? My name's Luke. Pleasure's mine. Interesting. Moving to a small island from Pokio is an odd choice. And why now? But I suppose everyone has their reasons. Good luck with everything. Alright. Oh, hi there. My name is Raphael. I'm one of the blacksmiths here in Scarlet Town. Cool story, man. Alright, who else we got? So let's probably go to meet your brother up there, because he's inside the blacksmith. We're working on limited hours here. Got construction in downtown. Raid the trash can while no one's looking. But yeah. Do all the things? Absolutely. Alright. Yeah, so this is a new thing here. The fact that they'll just have like little text box appear when you get near them kind of thing. It's not a big thing, but it is an addition. Okay. So one of the other game mechanics, you'll probably notice there's these locked icons down here. So we haven't gotten to the point that's introduced, but the town is in a bad way right now. We'll get like all the background story for it. But the TLDR is they had an oil spill. It was real bad. It was real bad. And so their town is absolutely struggling. But what ends up happening is as you fix things in the town, they'll have like your separate things like how is the ocean doing? How is the heritage sites doing? How is the museum doing? And they'll give you a grade on it, where it'll start from F and it slowly climbs up till you get to A, which one of the new things with this update is you can now hit S. But as you gain ranks, you'll get like more stuff will become available in town, some of the vendors will have more items, and you'll basically, that's what your core progression mechanics. So I need to talk to yourself. You must be human, right? Damn. I wasn't expecting you to look like this. You're surprisingly cute. Well, it's nice to finally meet you. My name is Pablo. I don't know jack about farming, but hey, if you need help with tools, you come by my shop just north of town, and I'll see what I can do. Ciao. I appreciate the fact that you complimented me on my get-go. You're much better, much better than Haley from Stardew, who's immediately like, you'd be cute if you didn't dress so badly. And you're like, I am not past being mean to you. Bonbon seems to be enjoying his day. You wonder how come Bonbon can be so cute and so fluffy. Oh hey, it's nice to see you again. It'll be nice to have more farmers here. Being able to get local produce will be a game changer. Cool. Alright. The new farmer! Welcome, welcome. Okay, you apparently have nothing else to say to me. Wait, do you actually work? Oh my god, her store is actually open. Before this update, we just got to be teased by the fact that there was a taco truck that had someone working at it who did not sell you tacos. So, the rumors were true after all. Welcome to town. We got a new scientist in town last month too. Can't remember his name though. Anyway, hope you like it here. Sriracha sauce? Interesting. Yeah, no, I think actual sriracha is trademarked is probably the reason why it is. It is very clearly, it's like, you know what this is. We can't call it that because trademark, but you know what it is. Like, sriracha is a pepper. So I don't, because they don't have much that they do that with, so I'm not sure why that's the outlier. Huh? Human? I'm Deepa. Oh, a corporate employee? And now you're a farmer? What a twist, huh? And I've actually mentioned this before. It's actually a very common transition for people, like, especially like software dev and engineering jobs. It's not unusual for people to put 10, 15, 20 years into software dev and then become like a farmer or a lumberjack or a carpenter or something very hands-on, that they're just kind of spent on wanting to deal with tech, that they're like, look man, I just want to do like, or they'll become like a painter or something. It's actually a pretty normal transition that people go through. Yeah, they burn out in technology and they're like, you know what I want to do? Something as low tech as possible. Give me a shovel. You said you're a farmer, right? Huh, that explains the outfit. How cute. Out of all the places you could go, why on the earth would you move here? Not to be around someone like you. That's for sure. That one isn't as bad as Haley, because Haley flat out says, you could be cute if you didn't dress so like bad or whatever. Hers has the same vibe to it, but at least she's not quite insulting you. All right. Okay. Good day, stranger. Oh, you just moved into the farm? Welcome to the community. My name's Anne. A quick word of advice from your neighbor? Be patient. Since last year, those darn crops aren't growing like they used to. I cannot decide on what my accent is. You're just gonna have to deal. You're gonna be a farmer, huh? What brings you out here, then? By the way, you can call me Paul. What's the word that? Oh, docu-series. Okay. I was trying to, like, make that a different word. My brain was, like, not wanting to pronounce it. Yeah. The docu-series Friends with the Wild? Yeah. My wife and I made that. I can't believe you know about it. Cool, cool. Very cool. By the way, stay away from my house. I am trying to lay low profile. I know I am famous. Paul's hip with it? Absolutely. Okay. So, we've got someone else we haven't met down here. This is one of those things that is not my favorite thing in the genre, is just the meet everyone quest. They all do it. They all do it. They either walk you person to person, or they make you just go out and introduce yourself. You're the new farmer? I see. No offense, but you don't look like you've held a tool in your life. Keep talking like that, I could certainly hold a tool right now, before I dunk you into the water. I don't know why Connor lets anyone move in. Our community is great just as it is. Just give me a kicking animation right now. I just want a kicking animation right now. Just thunk. Hi, neighbor. Don't mind me. I will immediately root in your trash and get myself some fresh wasabi. Mmm, trash wasabi. All right, and we got someone here. Yeah, so where I mentioned before that this town is hecking money, excuse me, do you know what this house is? This house is hecking money. Yes? I haven't seen you around here before. Are you new? Yep, and I am just randomly invading your house. By the way, I understand you work in, like, security and IT and all that. You're absolutely going to regret working on your counter like that on a laptop, on the edge of your stool, leaning forward to your laptop. Look, Lily, I'm not trying to tell you how to do ergonomics, but if someone were to make a guide on how not to do it, they would draw this picture. Meanwhile, your desk looks like it's excellent. Yeah, your neck hurts already. It's like, yeah, your neck and your lower back are gonna hurt. You're gonna start getting pinching shooting pains in your elbow over time because you're reaching forward again and again just to type. You need to get with Yuri. She's a doctor. She'd probably look at you and, like, slap your hand away and be like, stop it. What you're doing, it's wrong. Okay, so we've already met them. We haven't met the lab. Okay, so let's go and see if we can't go into the lab yet. I wasn't sure if we were allowed in the lab yet. Again, this whole town, hecking money. It's the only way to describe it. Hecking money. Oh, you're human. I've heard about you from my uncle Joko, the carpenter. Tall? Mustache? No? Actually, I also just moved here last winter, for work. Yeah, Lily is hard shrimping. Now, to be fair, they actually give Lily a lot of dialogue around that stuff, where you go and you walk up, like, this big mountain path, and Lily has to, like, stop for a breather. She's like, I really need to work out more, or whatever. Or you go to, like, the beach thing, and she, like, wants to sit in the shade, because she's like, you know, hey, like, the sun's absolutely brutal. Which you get, you know, if you're not used to that, that's not a good time. All right, so the salon has people there, and so it's not that one. You see Butter happy. Seeing Butter happy makes you smile. You want to hug Butter, but you're afraid you'll get scratched. Maybe next time. All right. I eagerly await not having to do all the dialogue right now. And so this is one of those games that if you aren't happy with your cosmetics, you can change them at, like, any time. Like, and it's just totally fine. They just cost you, like, the tiniest little bit of the in-game currency to figure it out. Beware the butter belly. It's a trap, yeah. Oh, hello there, new neighbor. So, someone really was moving into town, huh? I didn't believe it until I saw you myself. I don't often go to the part of the island where your farm is. It's overgrown the last time I visited. Just a mess. How is it so far? It's overgrown and awful, and you could potentially describe it as such a mess. Those are all accurate statements. Sure. Don't be closed. You've already met Yuri. All right. Picking up some vitamins? Maybe. Well, hello to... Spring. Not the best time to move here. By the way, I'm okay. So now it's teaching us how to craft flowers. And we can buy... It's just stuff that gives you energy, but like it's really effective. So yeah, vitamin drink basically is gonna max out your health and energy. Like, you know, recharge it, not like permanent buff. But 2,000's heckin' expensive. Jamu and all that, these can actually be worth buying. Not at this phase of the game, I am not getting there. Dude literally vends Benadryl and is sneezing. Yup. I don't believe in medicine. I'm just the local pharmacist. And you just kind of stare at them being like, what? Taco is busy and can't talk right now. I mean, that's fair. Alright. You want a potato. There is like 0 chance I'll be growing a potato in time. But there's also no consequences for failing to grow a potato, so... you know. Alright, and then we've got Eva in here. And for the record, the last time I played, this is who we married. The baker. We had chat vote on it. Oh, nice to meet you too. My name's Everest. Eva for short. We don't see many new faces, so your arrival is great for the town. You'll buy my baked good. Those baked goods look delicious. Like no joking. I mean, this whole town looks like it's money. I can't get past like you look at this place like, man, this is when you go to like you're traveling, you go to that like super ritzy place that again is just straight up money. That's what this town looks like. Which it's meant to. It's a tourist place that, you know, their tourism has suddenly dried up. Alright. I still love that you can buy, like, the failed experiments, and it literally hurts you. So you've got, like, all the good stuff, and you can buy stuff, and it actively harms you to eat it. This is my favorite place in Scarlet Town. I just dropped off a delivery for Frankie there. Why not have a couple of drinks and a warm meal? It wasn't Scarlet Town, it was Starlet Town, wasn't it? It's Starlet Town. What am I talking about? It's fine. Oh, hey. I have to say, you're not what I expected. No, I didn't mean that in a bad way. I heard from the twins from the inn that the new farmer moved in. I just thought, you know, never mind. I'm just gonna retreat into my shelf. Duckhorn sake, 16% alcohol by volume. I want to talk to you, Frank. There we go. Whoa! Look who's finally here. The new farmer, right? I'm Frank. And I'll be frank with you. That joke never gets old. Even though I have literally gotten into fights over it. It's okay. Folks at the tavern have been talking about you. You should stop by sometime, like you're doing right now. Congratulations, that's good practice. I expect you to put a lot of practice showing up at the tavern. Don't forget, part of that is buying a drink, though. Where are you going? Yeah, I met this cat. Playing with Peanut makes you want to rescue a million cats. You want to be a cat and follow Peanut all day. It's a trap. Don't fall for it. It's all part of Big Cat. Okay. And these vendors are still not people. They are uninteractable. Oh, hello. I didn't think we've met. I'm sorry to have forcefully evicted you from your chair. I'm Aaliyah. I had to think about the pronunciation. You don't have to stand to talk to me. It is okay. Okay, so we haven't met. We've got someone down there on the beach, so we got 2 more down there. Have we already done the quest part of this? Making friends. Oh, actually, okay, we've met enough people. I don't feel like chasing down every single person right now. We'll meet them as we go. But you get the idea. So if we look at this, they've got the ones labeled as single that you can romance. And there is a lot of them. There is more than is even remotely reasonable. Okay, so how many flowers do I need to make the bouquet? I keep pushing all of the wrong buttons, don't mind me. So the bouquet is 5 flowers. All right, actually I have 5 flowers on me, so that's fine. Okay, so bouquet, do that. And that just basically is like, you can walk up to a person and give him a flower. Hey, the first person I see, how would you like flowers? Give flowers to Erica. Aw, you're so sweet, thanks. By the way, I am married, just as a reminder. Nothing personal, just making sure you are aware. Don't want to send mixed signals or anything. Alright, so we need to harvest our first crop, and then Sam wants a potato, and there's 0 chance of delivering that potato. Let's see. We could talk to you, and I think you're closed for the day? Oh, right, I should be picking up all of these things. Got ourselves some nice beach glass. Hello! I don't think I've seen you before. Are you new in town? See you around. I'm Raj. People say Raj is hot. And, you know, just saying. Just, if there's any questions, you can take notes. Alright, so we met Sunny, we met all of them, we've got someone over here to meet. Yeah, so they've actually, that was actually one of their smaller updates a while back, because they're like, yeah, so when the people go to the beach, they'll, like, wear beach attire. You know, which kind of makes sense. Hello to you too, I'm Macy. Where are you visiting from? It's nice to finally have a tourist in town. Oh, you just moved to Coral Island. That's amazing, welcome, and confusing. Why on earth would you move here? Well, I hope you're getting around all right. Coral Island is kind of big, so getting your bearings can be pretty hard at first. You'll get used to it in no time, I have no doubt. As far as why I moved here, I got a farm that's a fairly large piece of property in a tropical paradise for the wonderful price of free 50. And I don't know about you, but this dude right here, if someone's like, yo, how would you like a couple of acres in a tropical paradise for absolutely free? You don't have to pay a single penny for it, but you gotta live there. I'm probably saying yes. Mayhaps say yes to that. Oh, you're the new farmer? I was worried there'd be a bit of a potential competitor. Nothing to worry about, it seems. Are you talking smack to my face? Walter and I own the vineyard. You see, our clients are mostly abroad. Shall I send over a bottle? Don't talk to me that way, and yes, I will absolutely take the bottle. No hesitation whatsoever. We can't reach them. We've got 2 more down by the lighthouse. Yeah, where people fix your house, and all you had to do to get them to do it was hand them a couple pieces of wood and some rocks that you knocked out in an afternoon. And they're like, yep, seems fair. And they did it the same day. It's not only that they fixed it, they literally did it the same day. And they threw in a TV on top of that. Oh, hey, I heard about you. You're that new farmer from San Francisco, right? Oh, that's right, Pokio. I'm Theo. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Me, I'm from here. I fish for a living. I also belt out some sick beats. All right, we got you. Aye. Are you looking for some farming advice? Never worked the land myself. I'm more at home at the sea. Except for me plants. Here, they're me lovelies. Nods. Yeah, he's got his little garden over here. Wataru was the last one I managed to get friendship with on the other time I played, because he's just a very inconvenient person to access a lot of the time. Alright, so we have introduced ourselves to a proverbial heck ton of people. I'm gonna try to get up there in time to meet whoever's to the north, but they're probably gonna beat me to wherever they're going. So we've met all of them. Go faster. Which route are you taking? Yeah, so you're taking the road and you're going towards the sauna. Because the sooner I meet everyone, the sooner I don't have to worry about it. And there is one person I know of that I cannot meet right now. Okay. So you two are still up there. I've missed you. So I'll go for the one up to the north, and we'll try and double back to the other one. More than likely I missed whoever was going down. Alright. Human? Did I say it right? I'm Waku. It's a pleasure to meet you. Dad told me about you. He's the one who brought you here on the chicken boat. Yep, the one with the hat. Did I hear a Pokio accent? Oh, you are? Where from Pokio are you from? I love how none of these are actually descriptive, where you can choose up the hill, next to the thingy, or the busy part. So we were going to be like a very literal person. We'll say up the hill. Up the hill? Which hill? Yeah, exactly. Can I actually get into the bathhouse right now to introduce myself? It's probably too late, right? Nope, it's not. We ain't talking about our past. Alright. So, they're already asleep. Can't go in there. Yep, okay, so I don't think we're gonna meet anyone else, because, like, they're going into that place. We're too late to meet, Jack and Kira. And as far as the others... Oh, wait, there's a bunch in the tavern. If we go to the tavern, we might be able to catch people. It closes soon, though. Alright. Yeah, so one of the good news things about this is because I'm taking the time to, like, rush through and meet everyone right now. Oh, that's not the way through. Because I'm rushing through to try and meet everyone now, what ultimately that means is when you come by the game tomorrow, like, I'll go around, there'll be, like, 3 or 4 people I haven't talked to. And I am not going to be going through and talking to everyone every day or anything like that. Alright, we've already talked to you. I have not met you yet. Oh, a new face. Feeling really good vibes from you, mate. May our paths cross again. Alright, did the other one already get out of here? No, we can't go on Zara's boat, which has listed hours now. Okay. So there's one more person I haven't met in here. And then we'll probably head back to the farm. Ah, it's Walter. Well, 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 if it isn't a new farmer on the lot. Or should I say, the farm. Sure, the farm. Apologies, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Walter. I have nothing more to say to you, as you are a competitor, and therefore, I expect you to go die in a fire. I will not be held accountable for said fire, regardless of what evidence you may or may not believe you have. Alright. So we can go and we'll drop stuff off. And very genuinely, you're going to see me pile more and more stuff into chests. It will be a major problem. I also didn't spend all my endurance or stamina today. We're gonna try and correct that real fast. Because having leftover stamina at the end of the day is just wasteful. So we're just gonna go up to trees. We're gonna... Excuse me? Why did wood burst out of the ground to my right? Sure. And the reason I'm focusing... That's not the right tool. The reason I'm focusing on the trees is they're the fastest to burn through stamina on. Because you just stand there in one spot and whack them a bunch of times. Alright. Because we are ultimately going to want to clear the farm up to make room for our crops. And we will do the thing where they've got, like, crows will attack your plants. I do miss one of the things that Sun Haven had I appreciate. For a lot of stuff like that, you could just straight up turn it off. They might even have that in this game at this point. I haven't looked for it. But, it was just one of those things. Now, I'm trying to remember, I think it's 2 a.m. that your character passes out. It's either 1 or 2. But then if you push a little bit over the time, like, yeah, it's getting late. And like I said, I do not remember where the actual cutoff is. So we're gonna plan for it to be 1. All right, so we'll stack it. And we go to bed. Because we're pushing our limits. We don't want to pass out one of our first days in the game and immediately have the doctor be like, "You passed out." And we made no money today because we didn't try to sell anything at all. We're doing good, chat. Okay, so it is raining today. Unfortunately, we haven't reached the point that we can catch bugs or fish or anything. So it doesn't do us a whole lot of good. Hello, human. Looking for a way to pass the time? Maybe you want to earn some extra coins while you're waiting for your crops to grow. When you have a moment, come visit us at the beach shack. We have gifts for you. Sunny and Eleanor. Well, that's going to take care of that. We don't have the means of fishing right now. So the first thing I'm going to do is make ourselves another chest, because the current one we have is full. So we'll stack all that in there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let's grab out our forageables for right now. Put the glass in there, grabbing our forageable out. Got the pine cone in there. And start moving all the forageables into this box. We'll try and keep ahead of this, because usually I don't. It ends up being a disaster. Alright. So I've got that for the moment. I don't need to water my crops. So let's... We're not going to be able to head over to Sunny and them right this second. Actually, what time do you open? 9. We can't visit them. We've already met all of them. We've met you. We've met you. Who am I missing still? We haven't met Scott. We'll meet him soon enough. We haven't met the guy who works the... Yeah, so the only people we're missing is we're missing the people who work the the ranch, and the people who work the cavern. We are missing... Actually, I don't know who we're missing from Sunny's. One moment. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we're not missing many people. We've met most of them. Alright, so we're going to kill a little bit of time here while we wait for the place to open. And then we're going to run over. And then we're going to have a little bit of a pivot. And instead of worrying about trying to clear up our farm more, we are going to run around and try and catch some bugs and a couple of fish and all that. Because this is one of those games that very genuinely, you've got fish that always show up at certain times. You're really not expected to get all the fish in your first year. There are lots of things they do to help you figure out where fish come from and all that. To help out with that cause. But, you know, that's the thing you figure out later. Pretty early, I'm probably going to make the fish pond and the bugs thing. Because I came to realize in the last one, weirdly, with the way this game works, I can get a singular bug and put in the bug terrarium thing and get more. So, for making sure I could do, like, all the achievements, like, sell one of everything I catch, you know, drop one of everything off of the museum, drop whatever off of that, what I can ultimately do is get, like, the insect place, put the bug in there, let it multiply, and then, you know, you get the idea. Bugs multiply by parthenogenesis. They multiply by their will to exist. Alright. But plus, with the bugs, if I start getting duplicates of bugs where I have like 2 or 3 of a bug, then I feel no issue with selling the bugs for some cash. Life finds a way. Yep, always. Alright, well I'm still a little bit early. I was trying to time that right. It's fine. Alright. Got another one up here. Okay, and this will be another person. What? Sonny? We can't do that to the new farmer. Poor thing will get overwhelmed if we get both things at once. Okay, then we start with the fishing. Who doesn't like fishing? Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to... Welcome, a new face at last. Human, isn't it? Jim, Human is here. Nice to meet you. Nice to finally meet you, Human. Come in, have a seat. We were just discussing your welcome gifts. It's fine if you prefer to stand. Gotta keep those leg muscles strong. Speaking of leg muscles, it would be a perfect workout for you, catching bugs. Sit, Human. So how's the farm life so far? Sonny talks in caps locks. Yeah, Sonny's hard of hearing. So he's borderline yelling. They have a few people who talk about it. I can't say for sure yet would be the most, because we were trying to be literal about that. So we're saying like I can't say, well actually no. It's a bit tiring sometimes. It's probably the most literal. Don't forget to take breaks. Even fishing can be tiring if you do it non-stop. Settle a debate for us, Human. Which would be a better activity? Fishing or the fun and ever so exciting bug catching? My wife is a competitive ladybug. I hate to bring it to you, but I prefer tilling. Or tiling. Yep, we're being mean. Really? That's explained why you moved to a farm, actually. The time is coming, so have I. That's no. Gross.
What's the worst that could happen?
Well, in any case, here's our welcome gifts for you. A fishing rod and a bug net. Your character doesn't even take him, just walks out. They're like, bye. That did not go as planned. You can sell your cash or donate it to the museum. Looks like they're gonna need it. Good luck. All right. So who haven't we met who's in this building right now? No one. I'm confused. It's fine. All right, do we have anyone else we could obviously see? Okay, so we haven't met Scott. Yeah, so the bathhouse has someone. We've got someone down there. Yeah, we won't be able to meet them yet. That's fine. I'm not going to fret over it too much. Alright, so. With this, I now have the ability to catch bugs as well as fish. I also have a woefully inadequate inventory. So, both of those are going to be a mild exercise in frustration, because I'm going to catch like 2 things, and then my inventory is going to be gone. Nah. We're on the lowest level nets, so something's going to be really hard for us to catch. There's some that basically need you to have practically the fully upgraded net. I caught a fly. Oh. Cool. Where's... Oh, there's still other ones, because we met a bunch of the animals. Yeah, so you'll see here, we've got, like, the different stuff we catch. So to give you an idea of all the stuff, we have crops, animal crops, we have underwater crops, we have, like, your overall stats. You've got fish you can catch, there's a bunch of them. You got insects you can catch, there's a bunch of them. You got sea critters you can catch, there's a bunch of them. You can find artifacts, gems, fossils, forageables. We have a bunch of other animals you can meet. There's a bunch of monsters to fight. The Savannah Cave is new. You've got notes that you get that... We've got the treasure map and torn pages. Those didn't used to do anything. And then you've got badges you earn, which all you need to know is these are the achievements. And all that. You've got mastery levels, so as you gain skills and all that. Do I have a point here? I don't, right? Increase sprinting speed. Yeah. Yeah, so every so often you get a point in this to level up. And you can get them all. But you get the idea. You got farming, ranching, foraging, mining, diving, catching, fishing, and combat. But there's a whole lot to unpack there. And I still haven't met... I still haven't met a lot of people. Wait, isn't that... No, that's Antonio. Yeah, so I still haven't met quite a few people. Not all of them are in the city yet to meet, to be clear. That sounds like a skill issue. Yeah, early on, the fishing... Or sorry, not the fishing. The fishing can also be rough. Early on, the bug catching can be tough. Alright, so I'm going to make another trash box. It's a bug trash box. Alright. Have you found Raj? Yeah, we already said hello to Raj. That's interesting. I don't think I've seen the gopher before. Alright. Just call me Jack. I run the local ranch. Your lot has plenty of space to raise livestock once you've settled. Maybe we could discuss raising animals. Having another rancher could be good for the local economy. We might be able to get local cheese again. Where is your romancing of Raj? Oh, and Lex ran their 180 stream streak. So congratulations on catching the last 180 streams without missing a single one. So thank you so much for that. Alright, so Kira and the other one will be in there. I don't think that's available to us at all. We can pop up here and check the bathhouse. It'll just go this way up here to catch a couple of bugs, maybe forage some stuff, dig things up. Yeah, so some of these ones, I can't really sneak up on them. The net's range is just too small, so I just gotta kind of go for it. And it'll either work or it won't. But yeah, so right now if I try and go in here, it'll just tell me no. That's okay. Everything we catch makes us a little bit better at catching things. We should try and fish as well today. Because there'll be a bunch of fish that only show up during the rain. I won't be able to see what they all are until it's too late. I mean, realistically, almost all these games, the way the progression goes, they almost all require you to go through 2 years before you do everything. Outside of, like, just already having prior knowledge of the game. Is that you, Taro? Oh. Haven't seen you around before. Are you new here? Yep. Okay. So who is left that we could still meet? Is Scott left his house yet? Okay, so we've got one person in there. And we've got 2 at the museum. And we've got someone down there. Okay. So let's head down towards the museum. And I'm going to avoid the temptation to immediately drop stuff off. Like I said, I do kind of want to make it a point to hold on to a bunch of the stuff till I get a couple of them. Just so that when it comes to dealing with stuff like the, what's the words I'm looking for? Is the museum even open yet? Oh, the museum is open. Cool. That's important. But, just so when it comes to, like, the donating of stuff to the museum, the donating the stuff to the heritage sites, and the selling of the stuff, because those are all required for achievements, that I get all that. And I've already done the achievements for the donating to the museum, but that does lock progress, so I will need to do that. The one I don't have is the selling everything. Nope, they still haven't magically returned. Oh, hello there. You're human, right? I'm sorry, you caught me at a bad time, but... just look at this. It's so empty. My life's work. Displaying nothing is so high concept. It's great. What are you talking about? This, the empty museum. We used to have so many artifacts. Well, not many, but we at least had some. Not gonna lie, when Millie told me the town was gonna sell me all of our collection, I was furious. It's not a feeling I'm used to. The one thing I was good at that made me feel good and useful is gonna be taken away from me. I couldn't stand it. But deep down, I knew the town really needed the extra funds to clean up the oil spill. There wasn't much I could do about it. So I went back to my folks to cool down and think about it. What I'm gonna do next? When I realized I had 2 options. Am I gonna continue the pity party, or am I gonna rebuild the museum's collection now that the town isn't in immediate crisis? That's right, I'm gonna rebuild the collection. And by me, I mean you. Exclusively, by the way. By the way, human, I've heard some things about you. People tell me you're good at finding things. Now, I'm not too bad myself, but I could certainly use your skills. It's like, who's been talking about me? Who said that? I've literally not found anything for anybody at all yet. If you find anything interesting, why don't you bring it over? Can I bring anything? Not anything. We have a list of items we want to display. Things like historical artifacts, fossils, critters, sea creatures, and so on. Just drop by whenever, and we'll see if anything in your bag can be displayed in the museum. Oh. Wait, is your name Human? Yes. So what do you say, Human? Want to help me fill the museum with treasures of the island? Yeah, and we've been trying to approach everything literally. Now, granted, the dialogue doesn't give me much things. So, like, when someone says, you know, someone says, like, are you stupid? We'd be like, well, of course I'm not stupid. Or, like, I don't know. That's not a good example. Like, if someone was, like, you know, like, we had played dumb with a lot of, like, a lot of analogies and stuff. But so far, the game has given us, like, only 1 or 2 opportunities to really do that. That's what I like to hear. And we're gonna immediately look at that donation bin and turn around and go the other way. Because until we have a bit more stuff, like I said, I am trying to approach this with me pursuing the sell everything achievement in mind. Why? I was gonna say, why is your question mark icon so big? Okay, so we're gonna go socket and pan, and then we're gonna go to the stranger over there, and I believe that should be everyone. Let's check this place real fast. Yeah, except for you, who I cannot reach yet. Just double check in. You can't reach those two either yet. Because that over there is the Band of Smiles. That is Zara. I don't actually know who the other person is in that one off the top of my head. And then that's the person who runs the lab. I can't remember her name. Yep, another bug to catch. Yeah, I wasn't even close to being in range. So, yes, you're right over here, up left. You need a bigger house to buy cooking stuff. Ah, it's you. You're a human? I heard about you. I heard that you looking for some fresh air away from the city. Well, you came to the right place. I hope you find it here. Fresh air, peace of mind, whatever it might be. And not those blinking televisions pulsing wildly against the wall. Those are definitely not the peace of mind you're looking for. Alright, so that just leaves Zara, and then I believe I've met everyone I can meet right now. Alright. Yay! And then we're just gonna go and start tossing down a fishing line, and I don't know how we're gonna manage the inventory. Oh, wrong spot. I don't know how we're gonna manage the inventory, but, you know, that'll just be what it is. Eat a clock? Time consuming? Oh my god. Zara, I did not realize you were doing wordplay. A new farmer in town? You might have moved here. You moved here after the oil spill? I'm Zara. See you around. Do I have any inventory space at all? I have one spot. So let's catch a singular fish. And by that, I might hook a shark, and it wrecks my day. Alright. And it's the pretty stereotypical fishing game. The fish fights you. When it's fighting, you want to not hold down the button. And when it's not fighting, you want to reel it in. We caught a flameback. Yay! So I'm going to drop these off, and then we're going to fish at the river by the farm. Because right now, I don't have any money to do much else. Oh, so this can actually still work. If I wasn't... That's going to be a pain point. But pretty soon the mine will open up. And once we get the mine, one of the things we do want to beeline to dealing with as early as possible is attempting to upgrade our fishing pole as early as we possibly can. Well, our fishing pole and our net. And our pickaxe. Basically, invest in our tools as early as we can make happen. And go from there. Alright, so drop off all of you. And all of you. And for right now, the fish and that will share a box. And do this. Alright, we can probably sell this moral. And the reason I figured we could sell the slightly higher grade moral was just because we already had 4. Alright, so my plan is to go right here and catch a couple more fish and all that. We don't have much stamina to work with, so we're just dealing. But anytime I catch a couple of something, then we're good to just chuck it in the box. Or chuck it into selling. But I want to make sure I have at least like 3 or 4 or 5 of most things. Alright, so we got a crayfish. And the reason I'm prioritizing is it's a rain day and we don't get many of those. And I don't remember what all fish are where. We actually get way late game. You get a thing that will literally tell you where stuff is. But it's like an end game item. That I won't have access to that till we do a bunch with the stuff in the ocean biome. And as you gain levels, you get, the amount it fights goes down as well. I didn't think I had that. I think I held the button too long. I didn't mean to water the ocean or the river, but that's fine. Alright. And all this will give us more levels, which will give us more XP for various skills, which will give us more stamina and more max health. But yeah, so early on our priorities are, once we can get into the mine and the ocean things, it is going to be progressing those as fast as we can. We want to get through all 4 sections of the mine as early as we can. We want to get through all the sections of the ocean as early as we can. Because most of the biggest upgrades you get are locked behind those mechanics. The other ones are locked behind is your town rating, which is the museum and the heritage sites and all that, which we'll certainly work on as well. Oh, in hindsight, we definitely... So I need to make money happen because I do need to make sure I grow a couple of every crop. Because there's certain crops that are seasonal, because we'll get the heritage site soon as well. Alright, so I got 3 different fish so far. They're going to run out of energy pretty soon. And this is one of those games that you can sit there and go, I want my days to be a little bit longer. And you can slow down your days quite a bit. And that can help a great deal in being able to get stuff done. I'd definitely say the default day length is good for most of the time. But there are days where you're like, okay, you know, during the summer on a windy day, I've got this one fish to catch that's kind of hard to hook. You know, make your day longer just to guarantee you get it. Because that's an RNG thing. I got another brown trout. Yep, and that is the end of our energy for right now. And that's all we've got. Okay, and so what we should do is the next in-game day is I'll probably take a moment to, Oh, I don't have money. I was gonna say I was gonna take a moment to grab those geodes and all that. And same deal. Is once I get myself a couple duplicates of the artifacts or whatever, we'll start dropping them off at, like, the museum and all that. But we're not quite ready for that yet. Okay. So we did get a little bit of money. Now, what's going to happen real fast here, chat, is first, I'm going to step outside just long enough to get the music playing so it's not dead silence. Screw you, crows. Okay, what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to step away because it's right around the time that my wife gets home, so I'm going to take a quick, like, 5-minute break to welcome my wife home. Grab some food, which we're just doing a charcuterie today, so I'm just going to throw some food on a plate, and that'll be good. But just doing that real fast. I haven't taken a break yet, so I'm going to take a quick, like, little 5-minute break, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I do hope you have enjoyed the stream so far, and I will be back. Obsidians without retaining walls? Yeah, that's, I deliberately try and make stuff... Oh, this is... Yeah, this is fine. Who wants to step out that door? This door right here. Because, that is a pretty... Well, I mean, they just did it. Alright, I guess it's fine. I'm not sure if you saw that. They walked out the door, and then they teleport up in the sky and then drop back down, so, you know... it also feels like it caters to that specifically. Yes, that's... You okay there, boat? I'll just give you a moment to sort yourself out. You nothing's breaking, right? No. All right. I mean, you take your time. When you're ready, you can settle down. It's making terrible noises. I'm not sure how well you can hear it, but it's going crunch, crunch, crunch. That's bad. That's really bad. That's really bad. Get up. And we're safe. Whew. Nah, it's fine. We weren't moments away from death. Yeah, when I yelled. That's not what I want. Oh, sure, I'll take it. Yeah, I totally meant to do that. None of that was an absolute accident. 100% calculated. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. So we got 33,000 users on our malware. You heard me. We're looking for the restroom door. I want to find the restroom door, and I'll make those go to the kitchen. Get more involved. I don't want to be here. I missed. What the color is? A khaki lightsaber? A crew? For invasive thoughts, chat, I'm gonna go grab a soda. It's got the autopilot. It's fine, right? That's right. Like, it's got the autopilot. I'm actually surprised something didn't go wrong there, to be honest. Oh, seafoam lightsaber. Excellent. Oh! I can't do it. That was terrible. That's definitely getting clipped out of context. This is the life I live. Get into content creation, they said. They didn't. They actually said not to. But, you know. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. Hey. That's just mean. So I'm about to go. Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frames. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. We've done it, chat. We successfully murdered a whole lot of trees. Ho. Please step forward when you get up. Please step forward when you get up. Buddy, you and me, let's do the worm over on this side. All right, and we are back. Give me 2 seconds to turn off the other music we had going so we can enjoy the existing music of the game, because they've done some new tracks to the game and all that, and they've apparently cleaned some stuff up. But yeah, so we're gonna pick up where we left off. So it looks like these aren't quite ready yet, and unfortunately the crows did do a number. And when it comes to all that, like, there's not a whole lot we can do about this. 1 second, just I don't know, my window's got a focus that need to be in focused. Not a whole lot we can do about that crow until we gain a level or 2 in farming to get our scarecrow recipe. So we did lose 2 crops to that. And that's fine. We'll get there. So I can't remember exactly how the events play out where you gain access to the mine or whatever. I think, oh no, I remember, like, literally there'll just be like a day or 2 now. We'll just have, you know, we'll wake up and it'll be like, yep, so the mine's clear, you can now go to the first couple floors and it's safe, just be careful, like that kind of thing. And I think we get a letter telling us that we, you know, basically saying, hey, if you have any interest in diving, like, reach out, say hi, whatever. So in the meantime, we're foraging, we're bug catching, we're doing what we can to make money. Yeah, because as you can see, it's closed and I can't talk to her quite yet. All right. So they want us to donate items to museum. Oh, that's right. I mean, I don't have enough money yet. I was going to say I could quickly run over and try to donate some stuff to the museum, or sorry, to break some geodes and coffers, but I have no cash. So we're just quickly trying to grab what we can from the forageables, fishables, bugs. Now I don't need to track down every other person. Get ourselves some skill points in some of these things. Alright, so I got 2 more inventory spots. One more inventory spot. You're not welcome here. Hello, all. Passionate residents of Starlit Town. All of this commotion is unnecessary. Pufferfish isn't here to do anything destructive. Quite the opposite, actually. We're here to bail this town out. Enough with the lies, Miss Pufferfish. We can all see what you're here for. You can call me Karen. And please do elaborate, Miss Betty. The oil spill that reached our town last year was your doing. These old bones have seen enough of your atrocities. We don't want your oil drilling company around, Miss Pufferfish. Please stop now and take your drilling away from here. I'm afraid it isn't up to you, but yes, we hear you. We're an oil drilling corporation, but things are not always as one-sided as Miss Betty suggests. We don't need your dirty. If I may, Redshirt, we can make Coral Island lively again by bringing in tons and tons of our workers here. Once we turn the museum into a storage facility for oil, expand drilling sites to the lake and across to the beach. See where I'm going here? I could see the plazas with vending machines around town, parks. Many of our workers will want to relocate to this dying town. Pufferfish can help Coral Island become a magnificent oil town. You see, creating jobs and attracting our internal talents. In no time, you all will see this town alive again. Picture this. Pufferfish workers everywhere, chilling by the piers, inside fish and sips, enjoying life. Redshirt? Look at the big picture here. Let's face it, nobody cares anymore about this, charming little island. Let us bail you out, expand our operations here on Coral Island's coast. That will make this island a world-famous oil town. We're putting you on the map. All you need to do is say yes. And by bail out, you mean drilling around the island. Pufferfish's investors will make a hefty profit. Do the math. It'll trickle down to you people. Folks, let's cool our heads. Nothing is to be solved if we act out of emotion. Miss Karen, thank you for your time. Our door is always open, Mr. Mayor. She has a way with words. Yeah, it is a bit heavy-handed in the way the game presents her as just like this completely unlikable corporate person, especially when you're talking about like literal oil spills, which are pretty close to peak environmental disasters. And that like, and even the fact that they gave her the name Karen, which I do genuinely feel bad for people who have the name Karen because they don't deserve the flack they get from the meme. So it is very heavy-handed, but yeah, this makes Joja Mart seem pretty insignificant so far as, you know, the nefariousness that Joja Mart does in Stardew Valley. Like, Joja Mart is mostly just big box store. Versus she's like, yes, we're a giant oil drilling conglomeration that ruins tropical paradises by causing accidental oil spills on a regular basis. And we're ready to completely hostilely take over your town in your most desperate hour. That's cool, right? We're cool? We're on the same level? We're all cool here, right? Human, right? Oh, I know you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. No need to be confused. You don't know me. I just creep on you in the night. I'm Karen. I'm with the Pufferfish Corporation. Human, this island is dying, mostly because of the horrific oil spill. We both know it. These people, they're just in denial. We should just make the best of it by making gobs of money. All right. Can you side with them like Joja? I believe... So currently, I mean, unless they've done something in this update, currently we've been unable to do so. That said, there has been stuff alluded to from people who have like deep dived the code and all that. That does allude to the fact that they might be working on that. That said, I don't think they've announced anything or in any way confirmed that. It wouldn't surprise me, but at the time that this is going on, like, they have not, like, there's still stuff that they want to do in the game before they get into any, like, alternate storylines and all that they haven't gotten done yet. Like, unlike, for example, when you play Stardew Valley and you have kids, your kids vaguely hit the borderline child-toddler age range, and they just weirdly stop aging up at all, and it's really not long. Versus this one, the intention is that your kids will grow all the way up to teenagers. And then that's kind of where they'll pause from there. Which is not in the game yet, but that is on the docket for things they want to add. That's not this version. This version, the major additions is that all of the underwater stuff is now implemented. Oh, that's a forageable. All right. So we can definitely part with some of the daffodils. Okay. So we've got that, and like I said, what'll happen is over the next couple of days, I think it's almost like for the first, like, weekend game, every day they're like, here's another thing that's available, here's another thing that's available, here's another thing that's available. Let's see, it'd be fun to see them add something where, like, Hero Leaves Valley, Alice's Route. I have no idea what that is, actually. So, oh. Yeah, and so the thing is, once this... Actually, that one let me catch it. When they panic like that, a lot of times it won't let you catch them. How's the energy management, Carwide? Stardew Valley always felt you're limited a lot per day on what you could accomplish. So towards the beginning, it is very much that same feeling where you just don't feel like you have that much energy. That said, there are ways to mitigate it. You know, you can forage for stuff and then eat the stuff you're foraging for and stuff like that. I will say, as you get to like the mid game and all that, you do have a lot of ways you get energy, so far as like more maximum energy and all that. And then every time you level up a skill, you also get like a little bit of energy max and all that. So it does end up getting a lot better, a little bit faster than Stardew Valley so far as your ability to manage it. And I will say the hot springs in this game is much nicer about being kind of center. Like it's on the north side of town, but it is in town. Versus like Coral Island, to use the hot springs, always felt like you had to run half across the map just to get there. So outside like the very beginning of the game when you're desperate for anything, it was really hard to make meaningful use of that. Okay, so this isn't available quite yet, I don't think. You wonder what these swirling flowers are. Okay, that's not available yet. And our inventory is full, and fast travel is not yet enabled. So I will say it does have that early game pressure where you're like, man, I really wish I had more energy. But it's not nearly, like, it's not as bad as Stardew Valley is for that. Let's see, Hero of Belief is a remake of Harvest Moon Back to Nature for the PSP. Gotcha. The game looks pretty good. You've been waiting to try it for a while. Waiting on dev time. Yeah, so this is like the big update that is delivering most of what they promised. Because like when it first released, there was definitely some significant promises missing from it. But they had never been like, hey, we're done or whatever. It was like, okay, like the main story, the main part of the main story is done. And like the main mechanics are done. But that said, there was still a lot missing. But 1.1 does cover most of that. The only thing, like the stuff that's kind of missing still from the initial promise is mostly the stuff like where after you get married that the characters will have continuing storylines and that kind of stuff. That's what's still missing from the game. But honestly, it's not really in that bad of a place or anything like that. And we can grab those 2 seeds. Okay, so let's sort this out. Okay, so we'll take one of these. I won't keep more than 5 of anything. That'll be our limit for right now. If we get more than 5 of something, then we can just start chucking it for sale or whatever. Okay, so let's go to a different place to fish now. And I'm realizing I probably can't reach this area, so let's clear the path down this way as best we can. Just this way in the future, you know, I can go out my farm to the south. Let's see, like I said, probably just you, but you always felt stressed by the lack of better word in Stardew Valley to min-max a lot per day. That is one of the things that is honestly, it's not just you for the record. Even as someone who's played Stardew Valley a lot and has beaten the game and done all the things in it many times, it's really easy to get in this pressure being like, I need to get all these things. And genuinely you don't. Like that's the thing. It's like kind of like mentally prepare yourself, be like, hey, if I am not efficient, that's fine. Like it's literally just fine. It's really easy to kind of ruin the game for yourself by just being too focused on trying to make the most of each day. Versus going, you know what? I'm just going to work on the farming. I'm going to ignore all my neighbors for a little while. Alright. We probably have enough to make some food for ourselves. Because it's still too early to be done for the day. But yeah, so it is definitely one of those things that's just like, nah, it's fine, no big deal. Let's see, the MMO brain in Stardew Valley sometimes doesn't get a match. Oh yeah, no, but it's a very common problem. Like, you are, when I say you're not alone on it, I would argue, like, when the game first came out, and a lot of people were still trying to, like, kind of figure out what it was, what it offered, that kind of thing, I don't think it was as bad for that kind of thing. But I do feel like, as people, you know, as people started streaming it and making wikis about it and all that kind of stuff, like gave us all that extra information about all the things that are in the game, it just kind of put more and more pressure on you. And then on top of that, a lot of people are just convinced that it's like, oh no, man, you got to get this done your first year. If you don't get this done your first year, you're just way behind. And all that. Yeah, for those who don't know, I think was it a 20 or 40% sale? I can't remember. But Coral Island is on sale right now to celebrate the 1.1 release. But it did create a lot of pressure. And that's what I'm saying, like, when I first played Stardew Valley, we didn't have a good wiki. We didn't have a lot of that stuff. That didn't come till later. So a lot of the stuff you had to just kind of figure out. There weren't good resources at first. They showed up eventually, but at the beginning we just didn't have them. Yay, we found trash in the water. Excellent. This game looks great, though. It's on sale at the most. Well, yeah. But it is one of those things is like trying to mentally make yourself realize there is no time limit on the game. Like, if you want to spend the first 4 years just doing nothing but working on your farm and completely ignoring the entire rest of the game, congratulations. You've not lost anything. Like, you're probably swimming in boatloads of money, but Grandpa will judge you. That's the best part. That's Stardew Valley, Grandpa will judge you. And even though Grandpa, even if you do like the worst possible scenario, Grandpa's still like, oh, well, as long as you had fun, I'm still proud of you. Or whatever it is. In this one, there's no Grandpa to disappoint. Like, You're just on the island. You'll fix the island when you are dang ready to do so. Like, and don't get me wrong, it can be a feels bad, man, when you're sitting there playing the game and you're like, okay, I only need one more thing from the museum, and it'll be like summer first, and you realized it was something you had to get in the spring, and you have to like go a whole year to get there. But honestly, okay, so you got a red snapper, but honestly, it's still not even that bad, because it is one thing that's just like, okay, so you play the game a little bit longer, you just make it a point to get the one thing the next spring. Got a tough question for you? Alright. Is it what's better, this or Stardew Valley? Because that's actually a tough question. Because what definitely sets the baseline, but like, for nowadays standards, which would I prefer? And I don't even think I could give you a good answer for that one, because there's definitely strong benefits to both games. We got a salmon. Alright, if I catch another one, I will be out of energy. Let's see, what are the updates overhauled Grandpa's evaluation to be more understanding? Did he used to be more critical? I mean, I've never like disappointed him in the first place. But I was always the impression that even his worst one is like, oh well, you know, like you didn't get any of this stuff done, but you know, but still proud of you, like whatever. Okay, let's see. You saw No Man's Sky VOD. I wasn't sure how much you played it. Oh, I've played a ridiculous amount of No Man's Sky. Should I play this or No Man's Sky Expedition when it comes out? So the beauty of the Expedition kind of stuff and all that is, between the two, the Expedition thing is a timed thing. You can only do it for so long. And then it goes away. Versus this is always there. Now, I would definitely say between the two of them, I like this more than the No Man's Sky Expeditions. Not that there's anything wrong with the No Man's Sky Expeditions, but the point being is there is that, hey, there's not enough time pressure. That's actually what things has me concerned, is I'm pretty sure the No Man's Sky Expedition comes out soon, if it isn't already out. It wasn't available when I started playing No Man's Sky the other day, and all that. So you're told not to start the game until I do an expedition? You get a lot of items, or something like that? I wouldn't necessarily agree, like, that's just it. You can play No Man's Sky from the beginning without any concerns about expeditions or whatever on that end. The catch is, most, not all expeditions will force you to start a brand new save, and then you can bring stuff from that save over, and that's probably where you're getting that advice. But then at the same time, the moment another expedition comes out, you're right back to that. But they do give you carryover stuff that you bring back to your main save. And I don't know, you might be able to bring your ships to main save. I haven't messed with any of that stuff. Okay, so we did gain another level in foraging. So we got a skill point, we got a little bit extra max stamina, we got a little bit extra max health. Keith says it. You haven't seen it, but the patch notes change are... Let's see, but the patch notes for the change are build 1.50 or 1.05. Forgot the change version. Changes to Grandpa's evaluation to be a lot less harsh. The great honors are not mentioned, and he can be resummoned for him after any time. After his first return by placing a diamond on the shrine. This way there's no time limit to try to get all 4 spirit torches. Yeah, I thought it was, and this is going back into my memory, which could be wrong. I believe at the beginning of Stardew Valley, you would have your 2 years, Grandpa would evaluate you, and he might have said something negative like, oh, I see the farm didn't do as well as I'd hoped or whatever, but, you know, he would still give you the proud one at the end of, like, I'm still proud of you or whatever, you know, as long as you're happy kind of thing. But I could see where as well as things like, oh, I see you didn't make very many friends or something, I'd be like, ow, Grandpa, ow. And I believe the way it worked at the beginning was on, like, the New Year's every year, I believe you would have it reevaluate. Which is annoying if there's, like, 1 or 2 things you need to shore up to get your last torch and you had to wait it out. But yeah, so I do remember they did add the thing where you could just feed it a diamond to just trigger it to reevaluate you. But yeah, I can see where there could have been something in the verbiage that you know, could have felt bad. We also got access to the kiln, and I don't remember exactly what the kiln gives us. So we got some things and all that. You think I'm gonna pick up Coral Island? It looks great. Oh yeah, no, for the last couple years, very genuinely, Coral Island has been my favorite release. And again, not sponsored. The ad thing you see in the below is not for Coral Island. That is for Surfshark, which is a VPN. Yes, good morning. I'm Mark. You're the new farmer. I know. I'm here to give you some info. The cavern northwest of here is now open, right through the forest. When you see Jack's ranch, go left, follow the path. No problem. I hope you enjoy your cookies.
I'm sure. Only you're sweet. I love you.
I love you too. Yeah. She was like, did you buy anything good at the store? I was like, no. And there were cookies. I'm a liar. Let's see. It's also on Game Pass? I never pay attention to Game Pass. I should. It isn't Game Pass, but you like to build up your Steam library? Yeah. I would much rather. Oh yeah, no, from what I understand, so there's like all the characters in the game. Mark is the one you hear about like the most female presenting people be like, Mark. Just Mark. And hey, he's an adventurer, he fights monsters, and Mark is a big ol' sweetheart as well. You totally get, but in case you're trying to yeah. She came to rub in the fact that she found the cookies. Well, I mean, I sat them on her desk. For the record, they're like Oreos. They have like Sour Patch Kid Oreos and Star Wars Oreos right now, so I grabbed those. All right, so when you see Jack's rant, he follows it. I'll say it was closed. Yes, it was closed, and now it's open. Catch any of that? A band of smiles cleared the top levels of the cavern. It's safe to roam, no monsters anymore. Just don't go too deep. Your garden rig won't help you there. Monsters. It is dangerous. That's all. If you want to know more, ask Kira. I'm done here. Waste of time. He is a bit of a grouch early on, but I suppose that appeals to a certain type. Well, he is a bit of a grouch, but they do a lot to make you realize he is like, when I say he's like a big sweetheart, it is like you get tooth decay level sweetheart. So there's definitely an appeal for that type of person where it's like, you know, they've got a bit of a gruff exterior, and then you actually get around them and you're like, oh, you're just such a cutie. You know, so nice and so helpful. So you don't typically follow the story in these games. Is the game heavy on that? To overall enjoy it? You don't need to follow the story, even if you just follow, like, the very, very minimal beats of just, hey, this, like, oil company caused an oil spill, and it kind of wrecked things in town, and, you know, people big mad. Like, even if you get just that much out of it, that's plenty. So we're going to keep 3 of each of those, and the rest of these we're going to take to Sam in town and sell. Yep. Yeah, it's clearly coming from a place because... Yeah, to be fair, you know, your character isn't exact... I mean, in reality, if we're actually being fair, if we look at this character, sure, he is not the buffest of a buff, but he is fit. That is lean muscle there. There is none of the character... I mean, I imagine if you took your slider and you said, all right, like, full on weight and all that, sure, you could argue it's like, okay, your character's not doing so good in the fitness department. But outside of that, all of the base models or even making them more in the fit, you know, there's that. But yeah, at the same time, you are a farmer, you're not a combatant person. He is being like, yo, this place is dangerous, could you not? Alright, so I need to wait for that to open. Oh, we already have our journal. Did that count as meaning mark, by the way? Yes. Okay, so Antonio doesn't show up till later. There's Kira, there's the scientist, and there's Nina. So Kira's the only one of those ones I can meet right now. You're also applying to steal Joko from Dean to somehow. I appreciate how many of these games that people have got mods, just for like, there'll be people's like, I hate the relationship that these two people have, we're stealing it. So like, for Stardew Valley, the big one is making Robin romanceable because people just don't like Demetrius. To be fair, Demetrius is very obtuse for no reason whatsoever. Alright. I'm gonna go for the double. That's probably more important for completing things. Even though I really want the sprint speed more. Okay. So we can get her stuff for harvesting her first crop. I don't even have potato planted, hence we're not gonna get that done. So we don't have much money at the moment. I'm gonna go in and sell all these spare veggies directly to Sam. Because I kept a couple of them for all that. So that gave me a decent amount of money. I'm going to buy that backpack upgrade first. I said I'm going to buy that backpack upgrade first. Yay, we now have 20 storage. And then the next backpack upgrade is 3,500. And that's not going to happen right now. Alright, so I need to make sure I get a couple of all of the crops that are available right now. So we're going to go here and say 1, 2, 3. At least. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And honestly, with that, we'll go ahead and round it out. And then I'll probably just lean in and grab a bunch of stuff. Because we're going to end up needing a lot more of these than we currently can get. Alright, so we're spent. We're out of money. So the good news is we upgraded our backpack. That's the whole thing. You always just assumed Demetrius was always a little ways off of neurotypical. I would definitely say Demetrius would definitely present. You couldn't diagnose him as like any type of neurodivergent or whatever. But there's definitely times that it's hard because there are people who are deliberately obtuse just because. And whatnot. But then there's also, okay, maybe he just doesn't catch social conventions as much. Because there's definitely like the argument where he goes into these like, you know, but you shouldn't waste the wood on these posts for your sleep receptacle. I'm like, look, man, I can't think of a type of neurodivergent where that would make sense either. It's like I advocate for it, but that's still just like you could have people be like, that's inefficient, sure, but like they wouldn't talk like that. So it does feel like Demetrius does deliberately try and use big words to make big smart feel. So like Rual said, it's hard to flip that switch that you don't have to rush everything to get done. Once you do that, you think these games are way more enjoyable. Oh, absolutely. Like, realizing that, hey, if I miss this thing, it's not a big deal. I just play another season. Like, that's not a big thing. Sleep to save, sadly. Yes, it is a sleep to save game. That's pretty standard for most of these games. Sprout, I'm glad to hear the rumors of a new farmer in Starlet Town are true. You've been doing excellent work in the fields. How would you even know? I literally sold my first crop today. Who told you? Give this for... Because also you mailed this, so that assumes you got through the mail service and all that, because you're not even on this island. Give this fertilizer a try. Apply it to the tilled soil, and it will increase your chance of harvesting higher quality crops, which will fetch more coins when it's time to sell. Cool. So we deliberately did not worry about watering anything right away, because I wanted to pop in here and go... Alright, so I still can't make the scarecrow, right? Nope. I probably will be at the end of the today. when we finish the day, I'll probably have gained a level in farming. So what I want to quickly do is plant all these crops. They won't be in time for the quest I picked up, but that's fine. When I picked it up, I was like, there's no chance we do this. It's just there's no consequence. At least there hasn't been a consequence for failing it either, so I don't really care. And later in the game, you do get all sorts of fancy tech, like auto planters, auto watering stuff, auto fertilizing stuff. And we're just going to go ahead and fertilize all of this right now. And I think my next move is going to be to beeline directly to the mines and just start trying to collect ore and all that stuff to try and work on getting our stuff upgraded. Let's see, I have 4,000 hours in Stardew Valley, and you struggled with that. You cannot flip that switch. Once you did, you could not put it down. Relaxing, enjoying. Oh, yeah. It's kind of, there's certain games that once you hit the game cycle that you actually, like, get into its game cycle, can be super enjoyable really easily. But if you're there trying to just finish the things, you'll end up giving yourself an absolutely miserable time. Alright, so let's see here. So Kira's over there. Let's introduce herself to Kira. Oh, I did get it. Cool. Yay, Puss Moth. Everyone's least favorite named creature. A farmer? Okay. I'm Kira. See you around, kid. Cool. I'm gonna see you in like 30 seconds when I go into the cave and we have the cinematic where you're like, yo, maybe don't go in here unarmed. I'm really hoping they buffed the XP for combat. That was one of my only major complaints with the game when it came to that, which didn't matter other than like achievement hunting or whatever. But with the game so far, the amount of XP you get for fighting was horrendously bad. So you'd finish everything else up and you're still like level 3 combat and you're just like, come on, man. Get back! Get back! You, the weak-looking farmer, get back! Why would you insult me? Get back from the Wait a minute. Where are the monsters? You're like the weak-looking farmer, you're like, ow, it wounds! Well, Mark and I did clear out the top levels. But that quake, The shaking happened right after you entered, right? As crazy as it sounds, you're afraid to buy Coral Island. You're afraid you'll get sucked in and drop a crazy amount of hours in it. You need to embrace the sun and the grass. Why embrace the real sun and grass? The real sun and grass can burn your skin and give you No, I'm teasing. Definitely you need to get a certain amount of outside time. Yeah, no, that's a danger a lot of games that can get addictive. There is an old myth about certain curses reacting to the presence, but that can wait. My name is Kira. I assume you're the new farmer? Yeah, we introduced each other like 5 minutes ago, and you're like, ah, farmer, okay. Like, we've done this about 30 seconds ago. Being a farmer and all, you're probably here to do some mining. In that case, only the earth shaft is currently accessible. The elevator over there works, but only down to the first floor. From there, you'll have to descend by foot. If you go down deep enough, you can restore access to the other floors. You'll definitely come to the right place to mine for ores and gems. These caves have them aplenty. Just don't forget, they have monsters too. Yeah, we have virtual grass and sun. It's the same thing with less vitamin D. Take this sword. You'll need something to defend yourself with. It's a long descent, so make sure you're well supplied. And be careful down there. Good luck. Okay, Kira. Go away now. You called me weak. Because, like, why would you yell at someone, get back, weak-looking farmer, get back? It's like, why would you call me out like that? Why wouldn't you just say, get back, or get back farmer? That's weird. Automod jumped on that because, like, you're a farmer. It's like, wait a second. Is that suddenly some type of, like, horrible insult? I'm confused. I know that's how these games are, but the idea is, like, you're a farmer, so obviously you're here to mine. Still catches you off guard. Clearly everyone knows that farmers on their free time go to the mines and then, you know, process their own minerals at their own refinery that they have on their farm to then, you know, do metallurgy on to blacksmith into other, you know, other things, like advanced machinery. All by hand, mind you. Alright, so the first couple of days we're down here, our efficiency is going to be horrendously bad. We are level 0 at mining. You're wondering what got it mad at you? Yeah, no, for whatever reason it jumped on, I'm a farmer. And it's just one of those things like, but why? And the combat in this game's okay. Like, for the style of game it is, it's not bad. But, I mean, it's still... It's the classic slice of life. They add combat. And it's fine. It's nothing to be excited about. It's serviceable. It's in the same ballpark as, like, Stardew Valley, where... Is Stardew Valley's combat great? No. Is it bad? No, I wouldn't say it's bad either. It's fine. It works. It's not the main focus of the game. I do miss, from the early access version, one of the levels you get for, or one of the skills you get for doing this, because it used to be every single level you got in a skill would give you a skill point, and just some things had like 5 points you could put into them. And so I've got one, it's something like Rock Dynamo, that the gist of it is there's a random chance when you break a block that it will break the neighboring blocks. Thing of the follow, welcome to the stream. And it is just one of those things that it used to stack, so you get to like 20 or 30% chance. So you get lucky to hit a rock and just watch a chain react through a whole area. And that was extremely satisfying. Sadly, they did nerf it to a much lower chance now, but it's fine. Like, it's still a useful skill. Versus that one, it was like, this is the skill you choose. What about the other skills? No, this is the skill you choose. It is the greatest. All other skills are secondary to the skill. Which is why they nerfed it. So I would like, if at all possible, to reach floor 5 on this go. Unfortunately, it's not looking promising. It is looking like I'm gonna run out of energy. But it is... Oh, actually, I've got one moral. We can eat that for a little boosty boost. That's what we got. Nothing more. But I am deliberately going on the attack of stuff, just in the off chance that they've boosted XP for combat, or to try and gauge where it's at. 1, 2, and it would need one more hit to break that, and one more hit will do us in. Do I have enough seeds? Yes, I do. Did I mention I like being able to craft anywhere in the world? So technically, we just grabbed seeds from our box back home to make that to eat here. I don't think it's gonna get us that extra floor, but I'm gonna try for it anyways. We only need one more. Or no, we don't need one more. We're here. Cool. And I just wanted that because then we can continue on and not have to backpedal. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and we are spent. Gonna alert. Thanks for the info. Going to persevere. Preserve. Let's see. Preserve seeing as much of the game as you can. Gotcha. Say, one of your rabbit holes is watching about modern prospecting for gold in BC. Yeah, no, there's definitely an interest in that. All right, so we did get a moth. I can't try and catch, I think. We did take the movement speed penalty because I'm too tired. If I catch that, we pass out from lack of stamina. It's fine. So, let's just double check. And remember how this works. We should not have any combat XP yet. We will get the combat XP we have earned for the fighting today when we sleep. And so I want to see how much XP we actually end up getting from that. Oh, I can grab that flower. That doesn't cost any. That doesn't cost me any energy to pick stuff up. All right. But yeah, so it is one of those things that you very much run into the there's too many things to do and not enough time to do them in kind of scenario. But that's okay. So we will drop you off, drop you off, drop you off. Alright, it'll be time for yet another box. And very soon we'll get better boxes than these really crappy trash boxes. Literal trash boxes. So put all our mine materials in there. That's fine. We are tapped on energy. I'm not going to run around with the movement speed penalty from all that. Let's check real fast to see if I had enough of those daffodils to throw some in the box, actually. Start trying to get little itty bitty amounts of money here and there to continue to keep things moving. Okay, so we got the scarecrow. So we got our first level in farming, so we got a little bit more stamina. So you get the idea. Every one of these is giving me a tiny bit more stamina. We also find stamina fruit, which gives us a lot more stamina. We probably won't see any of those for a little while. So you can make our scarecrow, you can make the fertilizer. And we didn't get a whole lot of any of that. But let's take a quick peek here to see how much XP we got for combat. My hope is we'll actually see a decent amount. So we got our new recipes. That's interesting. Those look like, I gained a level in, did I gain a level in mining and I didn't get credit? That's weird. So we look at combat. So I actually did get a decent amount. Considering how little time in there, I think they did buff our XP. Because we got almost a full level from killing just like 5 or 6 monsters. Where literally, give you an idea where the XP was at in the past, is the strategy is you would find these things that people called mother slimes, or advanced slimes, I can't remember what the name was. And so what people would do is they would go out of their way to find a floor that had 2 of them, and then they would kind of just do laps around that floor to get it to spawn more slimes and just kill them with the game speed slowed down. And you put an entire day into that, and you'd get 400 or 500 XP tops for like a full day going hard at just killing. Oh, hello. What could be a better visitor than I'm sorry, I am ruining Pablo's dialogue, and people be upset because people like Pablo a lot. What could be better than a visit from your local blacksmith? A visit from my local baker, my visit from my local tavern keep, my visit from my local pizza delivery service, a visit from the local grocer, I'm sorry, I'm off topic. Word around town is you started to mine the earth shaft. That's actually why I'm here. Get off my turf. This is my business. As you mine, you'll come across ores. What good does that do me, you might be thinking? Well, you can turn ores into bars. With enough bars, our shop can upgrade your tools. Work smarter, not harder, as I like to say. For a fee, of course. This is a business. To make bars, you'll need a furnace, which you can now craft, courtesy of this blueprint. Pablo's a sweetheart, but his smile is just a bit too wide for your comfort. Pablo, like, that's one of the things I appreciate. There is a lot of people into a lot of the different characters. That's a sign of having a good cast of characters, is when you have a lot of people in every one. There's a lot of people who like Pablo. There's a lot of people who like Raj. There's a lot of people who like Pablo's brother, Raphael, who is like, he's very introverted. He's very socially, he has like social anxiety and all that, but they like him because he's just kind of a quiet sweetheart. People like Mark because, he's the gruff exterior with, a heart of gold or whatever. So there's definitely a lot of that. The funny thing is all the fairly neutral, normal people, no love. Just none. Nope. Whereas when you look at like the female characters and the ones that people tend to romance more, it's like Yuri, because Yuri's a whole vibe with the tattoos and everyone. Eva's like a sweetheart or whatever. You get the idea. They go for the more, what's the word I want to use? Like having a stronger characteristic to them versus a more, I'm just like a fairly neutral general purpose. I'm willing to bet there are even people who go for Leah, even though Leah is exactly in my mind is the same as Stardew Valley's Haley, where I'm like, I wouldn't talk to this person. After the second or third time, market is self-defensive rudeness. Yeah. You remembered to set aside the salmon for later? Yeah, no, I always try, like, I've learned in these games to always hoard items, like, don't worry about the early game money, because every time I've tried to go for the quick money early, it always bites me later, where I'll be like, oh, we need a catfish for this, like, no, it's not the season. I can't get another one of those for, like, 3 months. But yeah, so it's kind of interesting that people go for the more out there characters, and I'm sure there's people who are like, yeah, I just want like the most neutral and normal person, whatever. You need to have 5 of the same ores to make a bar. You'll also need 1 charcoal to fire up the furnace. Yep, I think we're all set now. And to be fair, none of these games have the characters like, who's this character? What's their deal? Oh, this character? They're just a jerk. And you're like, oh, what else are they? No, that's it. They're just a jerk. Like, through and through, they're a jerk. You marry them, still a jerk. They always want to make them, the goal is to have a character that you'd actually find interesting, endearing, whatever. Like, insert positive verb here. So you feel like they strengthened Suki's personality towards a protective mother with the update? Made her a little more endearing? Gotcha. I haven't seen any of that. They, for those who didn't catch, they also have added a lot of cinematics and all that. Okay, so what do I need for the Scarecrow? Cool. So this is the worst Scarecrow in the game. This is another one of those things I mentioned that, like, just the quality of life. I don't have to guess what the range of the Scarecrow is. It's got a box. If it's not in the box, it's not protected. There's no question about it. Like, it's such a minor thing that it's surprising that isn't just standard for these games. And a lot of them have mods that turn it on and whatnot. My stance is still with all that. When I grade a game about, hey, what does it do well, what does it do poorly, mods don't count. Like, it is worth noting when a game does have a good mod scene, being like, hey, RimWorld, it's got a good mod scene. But then when you're talking like quality of life and all that, you go, right, but the quality of life is gated behind the mods. And that's a whole thing to be separate. Hey, Cozy, how's it going? Alright, so we got ourselves a little bit more trash. Let's make another one of these scarecrows. So you can plop that there, and that covers that. So we'll need 2 more to cover that area. So let's go pick up more trash off our farm. Because, like, with that, Stardew Valley, for the longest time, you've been able to get all the, quality of life stuff we have in this game, but it's all been mods. They did add some of it later on, but it's one of the reasons why I do take the stance that, like, Stardew Valley is the game to beat in the genre. It's kind of your baseline, saying here's the baseline for the genre. If you're not at least, you know, if you're not paying attention to this game when it comes to Stardew Valley, then you're ignoring your market. It doesn't mean you have to, like, copy what they do or anything like that. It's just, you know, you should learn from your competitors. And certainly there's one that's relevant. Okay, cool. So we've got that. I'm going to immediately beeline right over here. And we're going to grab more seeds. And have a cinematic, apparently. Oh, right, yeah. Hey there, human. It's good to see you. I'm just heading into Raj's coffee. Are you here to socialize? Let's see. So we're trying to be very literal. So what are we gonna do? Yes, by the way, what's the scene with pufferfish? No. Can you tell me about Karen? Yes and no. Who is pufferfish? So none of these would really come across as literal. Are you here to socialize? Yes and no. I don't even know what that means in this context. So for the most literal, it'd be one of these two. Probably this one. Because this one would show, like, a bit more there. So yes and no. The oil drilling company. It's easier if I show you. Let's head to the community center, chat there. My coffee can wait. Yeah, so now we're gonna get the backstory of what's actually gone on with this island versus people just saying stuff. See that letter F on the town rank board? Yep, that's us. It didn't happen suddenly though. This room used to be the pride and joy of our town, proudly displaying Starlit Town's A rank. An A human. Sometimes we got a B, but it was never an F until... I need to sit down to tell you what happened. Some time ago... That's correct, Mayor. As usual, every season we start by looking at why people visit Starlit Town. Visitors come here to see the museum, the heritage sites, and the ocean. The town rank we award is based on the condition of these attractions at the time of review. Today, we're awarding Starlit Town with a rank of F. Say what? Hello? Listen, prepare all the necessary documents and equipment. I found the perfect location. I mean, that seems kind of sudden to me. You didn't build up to it. Last year, an oil spill from a neighboring island made its way here and wreaked havoc. Everything went downhill from there. Karen was there at the town rank hearing. They've been watching us this whole time. Those conniving pufferfish people. You heard what you said the other day, new pufferfish's building. They plan to rescue us out of the... is to rebrand Starlit Town as an oil town. Just the thought of abandoning our legacy, the museum, the ocean, the heritage sites, it's hard to accept. On the other hand, thinking about this town going under is harder. Our town used to be good, human, great even. Business is booming, it was lively. I'm afraid that unless we can increase our town rank back to an A and regain the trust of visitors, we'll have no choice but to work with pufferfish. Refilling the museum seems straightforward and achievable. it would just take time. But healing the sick heritage sites and getting rid of those stubborn roots in the ocean? Where do you even start? How do we even start? Our town is in a difficult position. It's a lot to take in, I know. How about you join me for coffee? A walk in fresh air will do some good. As someone who travels a lot, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Being an oil town is the worst kind of devil's market. Well, that's the anticipation. The way it's presented is this was a very heavy tourist town, the oil spill happened and just murdered the tourism. Which makes sense. If you go to a place and their whole thing is, hey, you can scuba dive and, go to the beach and all this, and it's just full of oil, not gonna do you any favors. But, even then, it's like, a big tropical paradise kind of thing. I'm like, okay, right, you've got an oil spill. It's bad. You're on this tropical paradise. Your land is still going to have value. You are, don't get me wrong, the damage the oil spill will do is long-term. Not saying it's not going to kill the coral reef and yada yada. That's all true. But even then, it being a noticeable problem for the people who are going to buy the land, probably not as long-term. Not unless they're particularly into scuba diving and all that and having to witness the worst of what it's done firsthand. Not making it okay. Oil spills suck and all that. They're one of the worst ecological disasters you can have. But it's yeah, but to be fair, your town isn't going to probably die overnight. The idea that this town is completely imploded in 1 year, it's And then even then it's but who's going to take the town? But yeah, so the entire idea is the alternative is if they don't get this really high rank, that literally they have no choice but to sell. It's weird. It's fine though for game logic, because it does have a certain basis in reality. If you're a tour, one of the dangers of being a tourism-based town is it's very easy for tourism to fall out of favor, and then suddenly you go, but what's our economy? And then your town goes under. Where when a town goes under, it's not like they shut all the windows and just everyone's kicked out. It basically means, houses start falling into disrepair, the economics get worse, people find themselves without a job. That's when a town goes under. But that doesn't, even in situations like that, this doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen in a year. It takes time for things to slowly go downhill. You'll have one or two people who their finances fall apart before everyone else. And then, it gets worse and worse. But still, here's the thing. Let's see, certain areas of Greece are a good example. What happens when your economy is too tourism-based? Oh yeah, there's plenty of examples of that. But it is one of those things that even those ones that go under, it's you can see it's on a bad path for a decade. And don't get me wrong, there are people getting hurt the whole way down. But where their time is oh god, things are going to be desperate and everything's going to be awful. There's going to be no coming back from it. It's a very present tense. Nah man, that's going to take a while. It's going to take a long while before that takes effect. But that said, you can have truth that if you're a tourist place that your main attraction is just gone, it's just gone, then you've got to find a new economy to support you, whatever it is. That's ironically, oil towns do have their entire economies collapse. Oh yeah, no, it's the same thing as coal towns. You sit there and the coal town is booming and they go, yep, mine's tapped. We're not fine. There's still coal down there, but it's just, it's not enough to support all the operation to, support that. And so they close the mine and it's literally just one day, everyone goes to go to work. There's a padlock on the door and you're yep, job's done. All of you are unemployed now. But yeah, so it is one of those things. But that said, you could imagine being a leader in this position where you're okay, I see our current trajectory is just straight downhill. Barring some new science saving the day, our town is screwed. We have to pivot. And, you're changing the way of life and all that. But you don't want to, and you're just doing that juggle. You don't envy the position that Connor's in, because this isn't like Stardew Valley where you can go, I know what made this town go to crap. It's Mayor Lewis and his gold statues. Versus Connor here, for everything, they show Connor to be a really good guy trying to watch out for the town and just is put in a tough position. Alright. Is everything alright? Alright, so now they're introducing, this is the core mechanic for your game progression, the town rank. And we're going to just close that sheet, and I'll show you what it is actually here. If you look at our town rank, you see there'll be 4 categories. We don't have them all available yet, but you'll see we have our overall town rank, it's an F, and then we've got our museum rank, it's an F. And basically, each one of these things will have things you can do to increase your rank. So as you complete the museum, so you get like your various bugs and fish and all that found in there, and you get more of this filled, you will slowly go up in rank. And each time you go up in rank, the stores will start carrying more items, certain services that aren't available will come back, and yada yada yada. So this is the main mechanic around Stardew Valley's progression. Now you still have the thing where you collect ore and you make better equipment and yada yada. That still exists. But like getting more variety of seeds and all that, that's how that happens. I forgot what I was doing before all of that happened. Journal-wise, we got rid of the crows. I needed to get more ore. I can't do anything with that. Alright. Let's buy more seeds. And then we're going to go back to the mine. Grab a handful of those. Because right now, early in the game, I have no money. And there's things you could do to get money fast, like at any of these games. Like, people who played Stardew Valley have learned the whole thing where if you just go hard on fishing at the beginning and you delay selling any of it for a while, until you get enough ranks in the fishing to where you get the boosted price, that can be some serious early game cash. There are also people who learn the whole thing to abuse the seeds, where you can get the forageable, turn them into the seeds, and then take those seeds and sell the seeds. You get the idea. There's always metas in these games that are ways of doing that. And this is probably no different. I would not be surprised if just going hard on catching the bugs or the fish in the early game, probably the fish, honestly, was just a really effective strategy to getting a whole bunch of, stuff. Now, one of the downsides of what I'm doing right now, and does the same thing and make this mistake in every single one of these games I play, is I always go really hard on the farm at the beginning, because it's just a direct way to make money. That's, you don't have to worry about any level of RNG. It's just going to work. But the consequence of it being, it murders your energy before the day starts. I'm going to try to avoid falling into that trap too far like I usually do, where I'm now eating some of my produce to get through the day to grow my produce, because I do that a lot. Instead, I would like to have enough energy to push the mines a little bit. I'm not going to be close to that. I'm just trying to see if I can't snag... Yeah. Let's see if I can't snag, like, a couple of mushrooms or whatever before we go into the mine, so at least can get some of my energy back. And we are finding absolutely nothing. Alright. It's also unintentionally taking me by different animals we haven't caught yet. Which is fine, we do need all these things as well. I didn't know we could find a common starfish in there, but we did. Yeah, that one I can't get quite yet. Not reasonably. I did see there's another mushroom up around this corner. I mean, that worked. It came into my range, so that's nothing to be upset about. A lot of times they won't get close enough for you to work with that. Yeah, not even close. Alright. So we're not finding quite enough forageables to do what we need to do. But that's okay. We are catching some new stuff, bugs-wise. I'll need to look into what I'm going to end up needing. Gotta water everything. Yeah, that's how that works, Lily. Good job. Yeah. I look forward to having a couple levels in catching and then getting ourselves a better net. That'll go a long ways to helping all that. Alright. Oh, we haven't met you yet. Yet? Ah, the new resident. My ex told me about the grandchild of some farmer moving back in. That must be you. See you round. Cool. I believe literally, I think that only leaves what? Nina and yeah, so just Nina and then the lady who runs the lab. No, I didn't see it. That's fine. All right, so let's drop off this set of bugs. What are the major things in the update that you found so far? I haven't experienced most of the update stuff yet, but we will get there. All right, we can sell you. Like, we'll get to that stuff, but we just haven't run into any of it yet, for the most part. Common starfish, that's an ocean critter. We'll put it under the caught stuff. And we already had a shiitake and everything, so we're gonna go to the mine. But yeah, no, it's they've got like a whole new biome. There's once we get enough heart ratings, there's a hangout mechanic, so you can actually go out on dates with people. Versus, like, weirdly, you just talk to people occasionally and give them items, and then suddenly you're getting married. You can actually do, like, a hangout kind of thing, so that's kind of cool. They have gone, and we did notice it looks like they may have buffed the XP you get for combat, which has been way overdue. So I'm good to see that. But you get the idea. It's, a lot of the stuff we're going to run into is going to be a little bit later in the run that we're going to see, like, the major stuff. But we are seeing little bits of stuff here and there that are improvements. Is Ms. Duff excited about the update? Yeah, I mean, like, it is one of those things I've had a lot of feedback with the, with when the game launched at 1.0, it's like, it's 1.0, but it's still early access, and honestly, fair. Like, if we're being honest, the 1.0 was not really a good example of a 1.0. They had major planned features and major storyline stuff that wasn't quite there. You saw something about underwater farming, is that new? Yep, underwater farming and underwater ranching are new mechanics to the game. Okay, really? I'm not gonna find the whole or a single unit of copper? Do I want to burn the... Yeah, we'll burn this stuff. Yeah, so they've definitely had a bunch of stuff. But obviously, to get that, I need to reach the point that we are getting close to that point. Because we are still in the first week of the game. We haven't even been introduced to diving as a mechanic at all. Well, my luck on this floor is garbage. All right. So I'm not going to be able to get any ore at all, but I can at least kill these things. Get a little bit of combat XP at least. So at least we got some mining and combat XP. We did catch some more bugs and all that that'll ultimately probably donate to the museum. Alright. Yep, and that's us spent. And break one more block. One more block. And that's everything. We got nothing left to give. It's all gone. Okay. Let's actually see. So I can't remember. I think we actually have to rank up the town once before we're going to have access to the hot spring. And you have to fight the temptation to try and catch the bugs and all that. I've got 1 stamina left out of my 462. So all these bugs are now mocking me. That's it, I'll grab the wasabi. And while I haven't done it much in this game, I definitely remember when I was first getting introduced to this genre, I had a real problem with being like, I just need the one more thing, and then forgetting I was down to no stamina. So like Stardew Valley, you've got 1 or 2 stamina left, you're like, okay, I need to go home. And you'd see it's like, oh, it's the worms, and you'd immediately switch to your hoe and like dig it up, and then your character would pass out, and you're like, ah, crap. We could probably sell that wasabi. Okay, so we're definitely hoarding a lot of stuff, because we're going to use a lot of those in cooking recipes as well. And I do know there's been a bunch of bugs reported from this one. Cool, so we did get a level in catching, so we got our stamina or health. We also got insect scent. I actually don't care about this as much. One of the things this does help, though, is it reduces your rate of being detected. I don't remember the exact mechanics behind it, whether it's like a distance thing or the speed or how it works. But it is those things that as you level that up, it helps. You hear a voice, but you can't make out what it said. Human. Try to focus on my voice. Good. Now listen closely. You are tripping balls. The sacred trees. Please visit any one of them. Find them around the island. Human, you have been exposed to a hallucinogenic. This was not intentional. My bad. Alright. Touch the tablet to summon them. They will open your eye. You are my hope to heal the island. Now wake up and go, human. How'd you know my name? Disembodied voice in my head. You had a strange dream last night. You choose to ignore it. This game should end with a cut of your character being an institute, speaking of fairies and healing the island. That's, there always have been games that do, like, kind of the mock ending. So I think one of my favorite games for just doing all sorts of interesting, wacky things with endings is for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Way back in the day, you had Chrono Trigger. And there were endings that you could... Because the whole premise of Chrono Trigger is you time travel. So it's an RPG, but you time travel. And the neat mechanic is you could fight the final boss of the game at almost any time if you knew what to do to get there. And so it could be a thing that you'd have, like, the princess would go back in time and be trapped among with, like, frog people and all that. And you could sit there and go and just end the game right there. And so, like, the kingdom becomes, like, a frog kingdom because, you know, the princess is back there. You only managed to get like 8 of the endings. I got a bunch. I couldn't tell you how much. Looks like State of Decay 2 got a patch. So the patch I saw State of Decay 2, unless I missed something, I thought that was a quality of life patch. Again, I could have missed something with that one. Alright, so let's poke the tree, like the disembodied voice said. Oh yeah, ancient tablet thing. Let's just grope it all over. At least we're wearing gloves. Yeah. Where you can beat the end boss in the first 5 minutes with a bit of cheesiness. Oh yeah. And you would get the ending made just for a player like you, where the credits would blast past the screen in like all of 5 seconds. And then it would take you to a room where you'd meet all the developers. Or like you'd have a bunch of NPCs representing the developers. It was the speedrun ending before speedrunning was like nearly as big of a thing. Most important change, disengage from locked doors is now really easy to walk away from the locked door without using the force open. Gotcha. Yeah, no, like, I wasn't trying to make the update sound like it was like, no, it's just a quality of life up. It's nothing like that. It was like, oh yeah, it's a quality of life update, which is still very important. Okay, so we can drop that off. For right now, I'll keep the moral on us. I think it was 2 worlds where it starts with the BBEG attacking town in front of you, and somehow you manage to kill him. The game just ends. You should read the other people replies. It looks like there are a few traits and a few new curveballs. Gotcha. I mean, that's good. Because, like, that was one of the things with the curveballs. Oh, wait, no, you're open. Oh, no, it's Sunday. You don't open till noon. That's right. Sunday, you have different hours. Okay, so we did see the giant or whatever. Alright, well, we got a catfish. That's good. Alright. So I'm going to quickly run over here. Because I still don't remember what the thing... I think it's literally what's going to happen. Is I can't remember if, like, the next in-game day we'll have the giant will introduce itself to us. And, you know, explain things there. About the heritage sites. And I think the day after that we'll potentially get where, No, I didn't see the praying mantis, that's fine. It'll be like the day after that that we get the next thing. So I actually know one of the rare fish that show up on windy days during the spring. I'm just going, there's no way I catch it successfully. The fish in question, I remember being pretty rough to catch in general. And we'll keep that for the energy. So that's all watered. By the time we get back, I should be able to get a couple more seeds. Because we'll keep, you know, basically as long as I got the scarecrows, I'm going to keep scaling that up. Yeah, no, expanding on the existing content is always good. And we should keep catching stuff. And then pretty soon we'll start dropping these things off in the museum. Alright, so you're getting ready to open. Alright. Hey, Lilo! Happy update, how's it going? It's going good! We've been enjoying the start over. We've only seen a couple of the new things so far. But, you know, it's good to be back playing some Coral Island. I absolutely adore the game. Alright. So, shop. Okay. I remember there are an obnoxious number of recipes that use potatoes. So I'm going to grab more potatoes. And then we're going to plant those, we're going to water those, and then what I'm going to do is... Part of me feels like I should fish while it's windy, but I also realize I want to push the tools. I think I'm going to push the tools, so we're going to go to the mines. I'm going to accept... Wait, I'm trying to remember with the calendar... I can't check here. If I remember correctly with the calendar, it was either like 20 or 27 days or something like that was how long a season lasts. We can focus on that. Drop off. Actually, I've got enough flies. Let's make our first donation to the museum. So you go here, and I'm going to drop off a regular old boring fly as our very first donation to the museum. And we're going to beeline to the mine and try and get our smelter online. Because you've probably noticed there's those little... I'll show you in a moment. Yeah, so this is the museum. We donate stuff. And you get the idea. I plunk it in. I get credit. And every time we pass these little present icons, I get something. And then sometimes it'll tell me what I'm going to get. There's like 300 something items to get. So we can go ahead and go to the journal. So track that one. The potato we're going to fail anyway, so I'm just going to get rid of it. Okay, well they added a really awful sounding sound to when you fail it. That's new. But yeah, this thing here, if you walk up to these, it'll say you don't... Oh, we don't understand yet. But they'll say stuff like, you know... It'll say when the collection is complete, or, you know... when you wake the sleeping tree, or like whatever dialogue. And they're all hints to be like, this is how you make that work. But like here's one here. But like this will be another one. Those are all fast travel. Coral Island is extremely generous with the amount of fast travel they give you. They've got fast travel all over the place in the game. But you gotta earn it. It's like a running around with a slight fever at 99.8 fever. You gonna head to bed? Yeah, you get that sleep. Yeah, especially if you're not feeling well, you definitely don't want to be pushing yourself. It's a good way to drag out how long you're sick. I'm not gonna fight with that one. We're just gonna go for the mines. But yeah, I know there's a fish up here you can catch when it's a windy day. But it's a pretty decent fight for a fish. And we have the starting fishing pole and no levels in fishing. You gotta take care of your mom, so it's the only night you can rest? Yeah. And again, for those who haven't seen Lilo, if we didn't already get a shout out, you may have already done that. But if we didn't get a shout out, if I can get a shout out for Lilo, another fantastic creator, plays a lot of life sim slice of life games. So, you know, and also is Genshin Impact among other things. But, so yeah, so like if looking for like The Sims 4, Stardew Valley, these kind of games, that all happens there. So definitely worth checking out, that if you're enjoying this content, you know, that is another place you can find this kind of content. But yeah, no, I've been having a good one. It does look like they boosted the XP. Actually, I didn't check with yesterday's combat. It does look like they boosted the combat XP a lot, which thank you, because it was like borderline non-existence before. Like that was one of those ones that was kind of like universal feedback that everyone was like, this combat XP is not reasonable. You would finish the entire mines like all the way through and you'd be like level 3 combat, even if you stopped and fought everything. So it was brutal. It's the only reason I didn't already have the achievement for like doing all of the skill masteries, was I had combat as the only outlier I had not finished, because I had grounded for a couple of hours and went, all right, like, I cannot sit here and grind this out. And later on, you'll be able to make money fast enough that it can be worth it for you to just go, okay, I'm just going to buy a bunch of food to go down here. Or there's certain food things where the crop you use isn't particularly valuable. Like, it's fine, but as a food source, it's actually pretty good. So it's worth your interest to, instead of using that item for purposes of selling, to use as an ingredient for cooking, and then use that food to boost your stamina and all that. Okay. I mean, one of the big things is just to take the time to level up, because I'm not sure if you noticed, every single time we level something like mining, it does make us more efficient at mining. So the idea is, like, when you start, I think it's like every single hit is like 3 or 4 stamina to use a tool. But then as you gain like a level or 2, most of the time it's 3 with the occasional 4, and then it becomes just 3, and then it becomes like 2. And I think it gets down to 1. You never get it to where it fully eliminates stamina use. But once it's down to 1, it takes quite a bit to burn through your stamina. Not that you can't do it, but you kind of have to like go as aggressively as possible to get there. I'm also deliberately targeting the enemies because there's items you need for a couple different things that the enemies drop. And the number of times I've had to backtrack to find them has been a pain. Alright, let's eat the shiitake. And I got a moral and a canola. Now, those aren't particularly good for stamina, but it's something. All right, and we can grab the canola. So here is hoping that... we're not gonna get lucky. Okay. Well, I got 2 or 3 more swings. Sometimes you get lucky and it'll just be the hole in the floor right where you go. I'm probably not gonna be that lucky. There's a very good chance here. Okay, that doesn't work nearly as well when you're reduced movement speed from being exhausted. So, I've got left in me 3 swings, maybe. Probably 2. Before my character will pass out. So I'm gonna break 3 of... well... 1... Nope, that was it. They're still taking 3 stamina, so that was my one guess of where it was in this floor. I have nothing else I can eat. Can I craft myself another candy? No, I can't. So we leave. That's fine. There's probably strategies that people have come up with pretty early on to be like, oh, hey, what you do is, you know, you go out of your way to farm, like, this thing. Each instance of it gives you, like, 30 or 40 stamina, and then you just go here and, you know, use that to push your way through. And that's fine. We're gaining XP. We're getting copper. With the copper, we'll upgrade our tools. And with our tool upgrades, we'll be able to go through those faster. And honestly, with the levels, we'll be able to go through it faster. But all that's good stuff. We're early game. We're pathetic. It's what we do. Eventually, we'll be not pathetic. And with this, we make our first piece of equipment, which is a furnace. And now I'll need to go into my boxes, grab the copper, and grab you. And we've got our very first copper bar going. Okay, so we officially fully exhausted. I believe we won't pass out unless I use more energy. Obviously, I don't want to pass out at my house. This game does not always fully replenish your stamina at night either, just so you know. If you push yourself to the limit, it will recover a lot, but not all of it. Just to be aware. Normally, you will get it all back because you won't exhaust yourself that far. Okay, so we got a skill point in mining, which is good. We got some more stamina, some more health. We can make a stone sign and rope. All in all, good stuff. And we got 12 bucks for selling a fly. So we caught a regular old like housefly and went, "You're gonna give me money for this, right?" And they're like, "Fine." So we got good news. It's a raining day, so I don't need to deal with that. PSA: the lab is seeking a capable diver to assist in our work. All candidates must complete the compatibility check on site. Visit the diving pier at pier to apply. Ling, head of Starlit Laboratory. Human, afraid I was when you summoned me, but open the path she has to my home. This mean Human must come visit me. Understand you will after meet. How to heal island. Left of your farm, my home. If confused, look at drawing I share. Alright, we got a single unit of lettuce. I'm going to keep said lettuce. And we shall sell... We'll bring that with us to sell. Alright, we have made a bronze bar. Cool. Alright, so first up, we're going to go meet over here. And I really need to clean up this area. One of the things you can do with these games is... you have all this debris. It respawns over time. There's things you can do to make it stay away. But generally speaking, it does respawn. One of the things you can get around that is if you take the time to build paths and all that, usually the paths will make it so that it doesn't keep respawning anymore. Like, the path kind of overrides it. Now, granted, the paths can be destroyed over a long period of time, but it's usually not that big a deal. Chief Yoda over here? Exactly. Oh, and let's wait for just a moment. I didn't realize an ad had started. So we'll wait here for just a minute. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is, while we're doing that, I'm going to put up the wait screen for just a minute, going to eat a little bit of my dinner, and we'll get back to it. I just don't want the people to miss this cinematic. Like, me walking around on the farm, I don't mind that the ads and people miss, like, pick up a grasshopper. But main story beats, let's not skip those. Alright, I'll be right back.
Just take a left. Straight through. Oh, left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting.
nothing.
We're by ourselves, or it's hunting.
Oh. I was not expecting that. You are correct. It does do a thing. You just gotta hold it long enough. We've done it, chat. We successfully murdered a whole lot of trees. That said, that is what you don't want. That is the exact way that trees betray you. Luckily, I always keep my finger ready on shift. Your jacket, ma'am, it's green, just like your jacket. You should buy some. Don't make me go back to my warehouse. You, sir, the zap. No, 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 come on. Come on, buy the zap. All right, fine. All right, and we did a quick pause because a lot of people got pulled into the ads. I didn't want you to miss major story beats. All we did is we walked left. Literally, this is the first line. So you just missed me picking up, was it a grasshopper? I can't remember. It was a bug. We picked a bug and we head over here. All right, so here we go. Human. I, chieftain, thank you, Human, to come here. All right, so we did, like, our character looks much worse than the character creator. It's definitely not best friend Binky bad. We did what we could. But we do have these, like, ridiculously large eyes with almost no pupils who have definitely seen things. And all of our stuff is, like, our name is Human and a bunch of that other stuff. So we are trying to approach everything of taking everything as literally as possible, as if you get the idea. We're basically pretending we are not actually human or whatever, and just trying to play the part. So let's see. So we're being thanked to be here. So the most literal one is we could say you're a giant. That would certainly work. You're a ghost. No, that wouldn't be literal. You're a what are you? Would also be fair. I think I'm gonna go with a you're a what are you? Goom? I, chieftain, is giant. For long waited I have for you. Come this way. Look here. Seeing you have these writings, but understand you do not. See you not power of shrines. You see, but see you must. Key, they are to help goddess. Help goddess, then sickness gone. Time now for ceremony. We sacrifice you for goddess. Fast, we must do. Hurt only a little bit, but open your eyes will. Starting in 5, 4, 3, now. I like the idea that it's like now, and meanwhile it's this whole thing that takes like 10 seconds, or I was like, really does not keep sentiment of surprise if wind up in preparation is long. See, done so fast. Awakened, you have to power of nature. Goom goom? You just zapped me. Goom goom, zap you I did, goom. Did for lols I did. Ready you are to meet goddess. In Lake Temple, there her home. Speak no more. Rest now I must after ceremony. Again will I speak to you, human. Not now, later. Goombye. Alright. Third eye. You've unlocked the third eye. You are now able to read and understand the language of old. Cool. That would be a twist. A Stardew Valley style game where you're suddenly marked as a sacrifice and you have to go on a journey to resolve the problem. All while you're trying to make a living in farming and stuff. Yeah. Certainly not that, but I might be working on a thing. We'll see. But yeah, so now that I have this, I can walk over to these, and if I click on them, to reach the forest with haste, make 2 offerings to the forest tree. Basically, you don't necessarily understand what those are, but that is a hint. Jokesome then, I had language of old from the start. Yep. How's it going, Allison? Hope you're having a good day. The language of old, now you can say, okay, boomer, with complete understanding. Yeek. Alright, and I actually switched past my net. Alright, so I want to make it all the way over to the temple, and then I want to make it all the way over to the diving pier. You get the idea. That is one of the things that also happens early in these games, is they're trying to introduce you to all of the mechanics of the game. You know, that way you can pick and choose what you want to do, but that does also mean they're basically hammering one mechanic after another mechanic after another mechanic at you. Because a big thing about these games, well, I mean games in general, not even this style of game, is they do need to get you hooked at the beginning if they are going to get you hooked. Because it's just one of those things. It does feel a bit inundating. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh man. At last. But my time is short. Seriously, have you looked at the state of this? It's literally fuming with chemicals. I am a plant. What is this? The altars. They hold the key to rejuvenate my strength and heal the land. Every time I see the word the land, I just, from being around like the Disney stuff, my brain just goes, the land. Begin with an offering at this altar. In return, receive my blessing to traverse shrines. It will aid your journey. Too late. She's dead. Everything's screwed. There's no coming back. Temple offering. Okay. So, but yeah, there's a ride called The Land at Disney, and it's just every time they say the land, they're like, the land. Okay, I mean, I happen to just have them on my person, but sure. So you can grab the carrot and the daisy, and that'll finish that one. But you get the idea, is you've got, like, different stuff. This is a pretty standard mechanic in a lot of these games. So we've got our spring, summer, fall, winter, and ocean stuff, as well as just essential resources. So let's go ahead and do that, because that'll activate our fast travel. And I believe I needed a carrot, and I think it was a daisy? Oh, the cherry. A cherry is one of the forageables that is really not around much. It's just the spring, only for a short range during the spring. It's one of the few fruit you can get early game. Oh, wait, I have a level in something. Okay, so for mining, we can increase the rate we find geodes. We can get the thing where we break a random extra rock, and we can get double ore. I'm going to go for the double ore early, because that'll let me upgrade my tools faster. But yeah, so the games do have a habit of being like, here's a new mechanic. Here's a new mechanic. Here's a new mechanic. By the way, have you wanted a new mechanic? There's a new mechanic. Okay, we've introduced you to all... I remember that being there. Is it supposed to look like that? It looks incomplete. Okay. I don't know. But yeah, so I do introduce you to everything, and then, like, the idea is, like, later on, once you've been introduced to it, you can, like, start making your decision, be like, I like fishing, or I like this. I'm gonna do this thing because I like it more. You get the idea. Versus, there is the approach of, like, slowly introducing you to mechanics, which is fine. The cherries are forgeable, so we'll drop that in there. Okay, so drop you off here. All right. Oh, do I have not? Okay, so the carrots haven't grown yet? Did I accidentally sell all the carrots? I probably sold them. It's okay. I've already got more planted. That's fine. Okay. So with that, we got stuff for redoing our energy. We got crafting stuff we don't care about. I should also be setting that to birthdays and all that, because you have birthday on the 9th. It's fine. Alright, so with that, because I don't have any carrots handy, which means I cannot finish that first temple area just yet, I am going to rush down here. So what I'm debating right now is, do I want to buy the seeds first? Let's buy the seeds first. We can buy the seeds first and get that going. We'll rush down to the diving area because in this game they have a whole extra mechanic, which is... Sorry, that came out of nowhere. Sorry. They've got this whole diving mechanic that you do a lot of stuff similar to the mine in the way you explore and you collect materials and all that for doing all sorts of upgrades or whatever. Alright, so just as a precaution, let's grab more of those, and I'll grab those. Because it is raining, I can chuck those in the ground real fast. But it's a whole extra area that has its own forageables, its own catchable things. You clean up the ocean floor from the trash and the oil and all that. And it's a whole extra layer for upgrades. But where you use the ore for stuff like, I want to make my pickaxe better, I want to make, you know, my scythe better. What ends up happening is that whole extra layer gets into, I want to make, you know, a thing that I could automatically, like you can set up automation, I can add sprinklers in, I can add auto harvesters in, all that kind of stuff. And there's other stuff it does as well. There are, I think it's like the fishing and the bug net require the kelp you get from that. But the point is, it's another form of progression that the game has. Alright. But it's also nice for, you know, you'll turn in your pickaxe to get it upgrade, and you'll go, okay, what am I working on now? And trying to find something that's a time sink, and go, okay, well, I can do this. Because you can always fish, or catch the bugs. But yeah. Hello there. I was just looking out at the sea. Or, I was just looking out to sea. Ever since the oil spill, people have forgotten about the ocean. Actually, that's not true. They still remember. It's just someone else's problem now. Someone else will fix it. Their concern is enough. It's a shame because we could still do something about it. There's still time. Plus, all the valuable kelp down there is going to waste. Sorry to unload on you like that. Are you here because of the letter I sent? What am I gonna do if this person doesn't work out either? By the way, my name is Ling. I run the lab in town. Thanks for showing up. Here's the deal. You need a diving suit to get into the water, and I need the right person to activate my science down there. For now, let's do an exchange. If you can activate the first 5 solar orbs in the ocean, you can keep the diving suit. Here's what a solar orb looks like. You want to bring your scythe to clear the trash, because the orbs are most likely buried underneath it. If you're able to activate one, and let's assume something happens, because something will, you'll have questions, I'm sure, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Whatever happens, just know that the solar orbs are the key to restoring our ocean and healing the sick coral. Since I can't go in the ocean myself, you'll be accompanied by Kibble, the robot. You'll learn about how it works when you're down there. Let me know how it goes, and I need to head back to my lab. Good luck, you man. Yeah, this is one of the things I keep talking about. Maybe with the update they'll reveal about it. So, okay, you've acquired the diving suit. You're now able to dive in the ocean. So, to be clear, the game is like, there was an oil spill, and we've got these weird black tentacle vine root things everywhere. And it's like, it's an oil spill, and you kind of go, right. That's not how oil spills work. Like, don't get me wrong, oil spills are terrible and all that, but they don't make Cthulhu roots go all over the bottom of the ocean. But yeah, so as you can see, while Coral Island residents might absolutely accuse pufferfish of all the bad doing of the oil spill, which is legitimate, they're hardly innocent, because the ocean floor is literally solid with trash. Certainly, that did not come up from an oil spill. All of the tires and the pieces of debris and all of these kind of things, that is a whole heck of a lot of dumping stuff illegally in the ocean and neglect, compounding over a very long time. And water jugs and all sorts of nonsense. Now, the challenge here, and one of the difficult things I always find, is prioritizing where I want to focus. In the locals' defense, the orange currents could be dragging it from literally anywhere. This is true, and this is fair. Some of these I would disagree. Like, don't get me wrong, water bottle being drug around? Sure. Random piece of rubbish? Strider, it's been like 3 messages, man. I didn't respond immediately. It's okay. You don't gotta repeat yourself. Like, it's fine like if it's been a little while to repeat yourself, but yeah. Also, Kibble's a robot. But yeah, it's like, by all means, plastic, bits of paper, all that, sure. Even stuff like sheet metal I could see getting pushed around. But then you look at stuff like tires, and you're like, you know what's not going far? A tire. A tire is not going far. Also, what is my luck at getting that first one? We almost full cleared this whole area before I got it. Yep, so the way this works is you find that thing, it goes to the altar, it shoots a little laser thing across the ground, and as long as it doesn't hit any trash, it'll start clearing away walls. That gives me access to more of the area, and as you can see, it's a pretty big area. Considering that area we just cleared out is this big. Alright. Are there even vehicles on the island? Not that we've seen. Look, man. They just like to dump tires. I like how it's also being like, here's how you dive. It's like, yeah, I just finished the first phase. It's fine. Yeah, so a lot of times, I usually try to start near this. Excuse me. I'll start near like the altar thing, and I'll try to go towards where I think the area needs to be cleaned. Because I have found there is a certain amount of logic behind how this works. Not that it's at all foolproof. Alright, so I got the 5 candies. And as you can see, there are underwater critters as well, and I don't have the inventory space to deal with it. So I'm just going to ignore it for now, because I know that one's not hard to get. Got more scrap to pick up. I still do think, because I think the last time I focused a bit more on the ocean side of it. I always have a habit because this is like a mechanic that's different from all the other games. So, you know, yeah, there we go. So it always kind of grabs my attention being like, it's the new thing. It's different. I want to do more of the new different thing. Whereas I do think early game, it's worth it to try and go after, especially the pickaxe and the scythe to make this part go faster. Okay, we can grab you. And just the same, gonna go over here, start cleaning here. I'm also gonna pop over here. You can drop your anchor. That's just so when I leave, I can leave from that anchor. And then when I go to come back the next time, I will come in at that anchor if I use the boat. Though the jellyfish, they're pretty like lava lights. Yeah. Yeah, so like right now I'm using the worst possible pickaxe, or worst possible scythe. Alright, well I do want to grab that trove thing, so we'll take our last candy. The trash does come back very slowly. Like over the course of days, I have a couple pieces of trash show up here and there. There are things you can do to prevent it from coming back late game. Alright, Night Driller, you have a good one. Thank you again for tuning in. Do I have something I can drop for you? Yeah, let's drop the stone and grab this thing. Because a lot of that I'll also want to turn in, sell, all sorts of stuff later. You have recipes to cook some of those things. That's a piece of wood. Alright, so we are spent. And we can go ahead and race out of here. Yeah, so you see here, we've got the thing for continuing the challenge there. In about an hour and a half, you'll also log off. Yeah, so you can see here that we'll get the quick travel. Your path is clear when the shallow sea blooms and heal. Yeah, so what it's saying is that quick travel will become available once I'm able to... There's like the different depths of the ocean. And so the shallowest depth, once that is healed, which is just where I've gone through and I've activated all those things, I will then be able to quick travel to the ocean in the future. And you'll fast find yourself quick traveling everywhere in the island to do stuff. Alright, drop you off. We can grab one of these and sell that. Let's actually check. So when you look at these and you mouse over them, you'll notice that like this one on the bottom, right there, it says offered. That basically means it goes to the shrine. And the other ones will say like donate or whatever, they can be donated. So it is a thing to be aware of, that the game does actually tell you what goes what. We can drop you off. And we can auto sort. Nothing more to sell here right now. I missed the trap stuff. So we didn't catch any of the trappable stuff. But if we look at the foraging box, these are all forageables. And on top of that, the bronze kelp. Put that in there with that for now. Okay, we are fully spent. Hey, Snoot, how's it going? For those who don't know Snoot TV, another fantastic content creator on the platform, Been playing a lot of stuff like RimWorld, No Man's Sky, Project Zomboid, a bunch of that good stuff, so if you enjoy that, you'll find it there. Okay, so we gained our first level in diving, again, more max stamina. We learned how to make a scuba snack, which is seaweed, and we made the Vortexinator, which is basically a bomb for underwater. But thank you so much for hanging out and all that good stuff. It's good to see you, Snoot. But yeah, definitely check out Snoot as well, if you're into a bunch of that stuff. Alright, so we got that, and we got 10 bucks for selling a daffodil. Ooh, 10 whole freaking dollars. Big muns. You love watching people play this? You never play it yourself? You know, it's excellent. Good morning to you, human. You have a great spot here. Waking up to this every day must feel amazing. I heard from Ling. Feels so weird calling Dr. Yang Ling. Well, she insisted. Anyway, she said you went diving. How was it? It's so-so. I see. Then perhaps this will motivate you to dive. Did you name yourself Human? Yep. But it's blended in your head with like 3 other games, yeah. It's a strong name. When you dive, you might come across kelp. They look like large dancing worms on the seabed. Those are kelps. Useful stuff. There are a wide variety of kelps. Each has its own characteristics and benefits. The ones you probably encountered now are the bronze kelp. Looks kind of brownish. The lab can use them to upgrade your seeds and your fodder. It will increase the quality of your crops and animal products. Higher quality means higher prices too. You need to extract the kelp's essence before bringing them to the lab though. And an extractor can extract a kelp's essence. Here is the blueprint for making one. You always thought kelp's plural was kelp? Yep. Out comes the baseball bat to motivate you. To make an essence, you need to place 10 kelp and a glass inside the extractor. Bring 10 kelp essence to the lab, and you can choose which produce to upgrade. How's that? Good luck. Yeah, so you can permanently upgrade the quality of the crops you get, as well as like improve the quality of your animal produce, as well as get automation stuff. Dear human, we're gathering at the lake tomorrow to celebrate the spring. There's a potluck cookout at the festival. Make sure to bring something yummy. Arrive between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. All right, the potluck. Look, Mayor, between me and you, we're not ready. Can we call it off? Can we call it off, Mayor? We should call it off, Mayor. Yeah, so the potluck is pretty similar to the luau from Stardew. It has a whole bunch of mini games that Stardew doesn't, like a whole bunch of mini games that Stardew doesn't. But the big thing of there is the stew, you put something in it. If it's a good something, you get a little friendship with everyone and you get some like points and all that. If it's not good, then you know there's that. Can you put underwear in it though? No. You know, that said, there is clothing that are items. I've never tried to put the clothing in it, but there isn't like where you find the mayor's shorts or something like that. There just isn't a situation of that nature. Okay, so we have not offered the daisy yet. So if we look at our boxes here, this is our box of the crops. So I've got 3 of each of those. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is first, what do I need to... Okay, it's also Kenny's birthday. I'm not gonna worry about birthdays or anything right now. Alright, so I need way more bronze kelp and scrap for that. Okay, so what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna run over here real quick, and we're going to offer up the daisy, just to get that done. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna sell all the rest of the stuff to Sam to get that knocked out, and we'll probably go from there to pursue trying to get some of the other stuff done. Let's see. So errands, you want a carrot? I could realistically do that. Wait, did that say 4 carrots? Wait a second. Oh. That's not how this game used to work. Interesting. Okay. That's new. So the errand we got, normally they'll be like, give me 1 carrot and I'll give you like a little bit of money and a little bit of this reputation. He's willing to give me a boatload more money than the carrots are normally worth, but I gotta give him 4. Which we should already have planted, so we should actually be able to knock that out. But that's something to keep in mind, that me keeping 3 of each crop may not be a good idea. I may need to actually carry more than that. That's fine, whatever. Let's just run along here on our way up, just in the off chance that another cherry drop. Because like I said, cherries are fairly rare. I do see one. And they really only appear for a short window during the spring. So I want to grab those while we can. Nah, it's already scared it off. Right. So pop over here. I'm so used to having our really late game run where I've got all the teleporters and all that stuff. Can you catch the birds? No. Alright, so get the carrot. We are going to want to grab the wood and the pine cones and all that. It's another thing I just need to get on the list. But none of that's particularly surprising. My plan is basically when we go to run over here to drop off the carrot, I'm going to try to also make the trip so I grab the stone and everything else we need. So you can go over there and hopefully knock out 2 of those different things in one go. Oh, and you can adopt... I think now one of the changes are you can have... Who are you? I didn't pack a lot. Thankfully, it's not cold here in spring. Spring really brings out the charm of Coral Island, don't you think? Every corner is bursting with life, and I just love the coffee here. Ah, to die for. Do you, like, actually show up here? No. Alright, so I guess that's one of the tourists. I'm just surprised. I have literally done nothing to help the town, so I was surprised that we'd actually have a tourist already. Alright, so sell all of you. So those need 10 days to grow. We should have plenty of time for that. And we're tapped. Which, yeah, I'm trying to remember, it's 28 days per month, right? Yeah, 28 days per month. Okay. Okay, we probably have a fish I could throw in for what we're doing tomorrow. I fully do not expect to do well in the potluck. Like, it's sure it's one of those things if I looked up a guide, they'd be like, if you grab wasabi, a silver-rated wasabi will do great on your first year. It's easy to acquire. Like, there'll be meta strategies and all that. I don't know what they are, because I don't really care. Most of the time, usually in these games, I'll do is I'll experiment with 1 or 2 things until I find something that gives me a good rating, and I'll just keep that on hand. Okay, so let's go over here. And then we got... Wait, oh, was the... Yeah, okay. Oh, wait, it auto sorts. Oh, you can toggle it to auto sort? That's cool. All right, so we could potentially grab something like the moral or the shiitake. It probably won't give a good outcome. Oh, and it's per box. Okay, that's cool. But yeah, like we could potentially grab one of the fish. I'd probably want to have more than that. The crops, it's all junk. But you know what? I don't really care. So we're going to go ahead and go to this. I'm accepting that we're not going to have a good result for our first potluck. That's fine. That is A-okay. There's a wasabi down here, so we can grab you. And we got a double batch, which is the reason I grabbed that to begin with. Is I'm going to get a lot more mileage out of the potentially getting double. So I'm going to go double, then I'm going to go quality, then I'm going to go for the faster sprint speed. Which is really hard to turn down the faster sprint speed, because having increased mobility is just such a big win. Okay, so we want to push the mine, because if I can get myself the copper bars, we can very quickly start upgrading our tools. And what I'm thinking I'm going to do, order-wise, is I think I'm going to go for the scythe first. And then once I have that going, we will get the pickaxe next. And the reason for that is because with that I'll be able to take the scythe while while the pickaxe upgrades. I'll be able to just, try and rush through and all that. We can potentially also get ahead of what we can produce here, because there's a money cost upgrading our tools. And probably not the first round, but the later tools, the upgrades can get pretty pricey. So we will need to get a source of income that's more reliable. That will happen. There's lots of ways to make money. But for the beginning, I'm more concerned about where am I going to get my resources from before that. Once we start hitting a money bottleneck, then I'll start focusing on a bunch of the other stuff. Yeah, give me that double ore. Yeah, what we'll do is when we start the next in-game day, we're going to take a quick look and go, what do we think is going to be the best for the soup? And I definitely remember, I know, I can't remember what it was. I remember there were literally things that you can just go over to Sam's or whatever and just buy and get a pretty good result. But I don't remember what they are. Like I said, I can't remember what crop I did. Is I had a box for the festivals. We had like one box that it had like, the 5 or 6 items required for the they've got a thing where you put up a display between you and the other farmers. There's like a rivalry between you and the neighboring town. And then they also have like the one here where it's for the potluck, and you get the idea. So that way it's like, oh, it's holiday time, just go to the box, grab the thing, and you're just good. All right. We'll eat the moral. Because I'd really like to push another 5 floors to get to floor 10. I don't think we're going to pull it off, not unless we get lucky here. But that's okay, we're low level. Yeah, so this is the only other thing we have. The good news is the wasabi is actually pretty good from an energy perspective for just food. Like, if it's one thing if we cooked it into something, it'd be way better. But for just grabbing some random forageable and shoving it in your mouth, it's not shabby. We're also, if we get lucky, we might go down here and sometimes you'll just find mushrooms, whatever, in the cave floor. It's pretty unlikely we will succeed here, because with 58 energy to do 2 floors, I'm gonna have to depend a little bit on luck. Or if we get really lucky, it'll just already be the floor caved down. Okay. Now we have a chance. Because now I just need to have RNG be on my side. I got 55 energy to work with. And one more floor. I'm going to check to see if we have a stairway down right away. One difference we have between this and Stardew Valley is when you kill the enemies, they do not have a chance to spawn a way down. At least I don't believe they do. I've never seen it. Alright, and even though it's not going to be the most energy efficient, I'm still grabbing the copper. Come on. Don't do this. Don't do this. Give me a tunnel. Okay, so one good news about this game versus Stardew is we can actually go back in there. If we're quick and we can find something to eat real fast and run back in, we can actually pick up where we left off. It won't reset by hopping to the top. That does do away with the whole reset weirdness that you deal with Stardew, where like, I'm looking for the skeleton, you know, hop down, do I see a skeleton? No. Hop back up, hop back down, do I see a skeleton? No. Hop back up, you get the idea. Stop, stop, give me. Let's try for one more item real fast. There's a plum up here. I know I don't have two of these, so I really don't want to eat that. It's also not good energy. Try for just real fast, see if we can't find anything else real quickly. We're not going to search long because we also don't have time to do it. We'll go down, we'll try for it. If I have to eat this berry thing, we will. But we're not going to have much time. I'm going to have to go and bolt right for it. Alright. So yeah, just to show you real fast. If I pop down here and I hit floor 5. You've already got it cleared out mostly, and then there's this door right here. You get the idea. So it does stop some weird shenanigans. It does reset the next in-game day, just to be clear. But it is nice for when you get to those situations like there where I was, you know, probably any number, like just a couple rock hits away from getting the next floor down. And you get right there, just like, aw, you come up short, and you go and you grab an item, that thing. Shani, hi, do you remember you? I mean, I remember that you've been here before, yeah? Shake this booty. Okay. Cool. Weird choice, but you know that's fine. Come on. Give tunnel. Yes! Alright, so you can grab this. Cool, so we've got our first accessory. So we got a ring of speed. Which... oh, what do we have here? Oh, so it's just more people we've met. Oh, it actually does show up under next extras. So I'm assuming a bunch of these characters we don't recognize are named tourists that show up. That's cool. Because that's, this game was Kickstarter backed. And, when that came to be, where am I looking for my inventory? Why am I struggling on this all of a sudden? Inventory, there we go. Yeah, so you can take the ring, shove it there. So now I have a tool speed up of 30%, so the tools work faster. that mostly ends up being a really big deal for when you're like farming, so you're just like smacking stuff with a tool again and again. What are we doing today? We are playing Coral Island. The 1.1 update dropped yesterday, and this has been one of my favorite games in the last couple years, so the update is a huge update, so we're definitely checking it out. It's been a lot of fun so far. Alright. The downside is we're basically out of energy, so the whole screen is slightly grayed. It's just a way of warning you, being like, hey, you're one or two tool swings away for collapsing. This looks good. Oh, it's excellent. Coral Island is absolutely amazing. One of the big bummers, so the update came out yesterday. It also came out earlier today that the publisher that supported Coral Island, unrelated to anything Coral Island, did apparently lay off, like, the entire Humble Games publisher has been laid off. Supposedly they're not actually closing it, they're restructuring or whatever, but when you lay off everyone, I'm dubious to take that claim. You're tempted to download it whenever you can get it. Oh, you're able to buy it right now. It's on, I think, 20% off or something like that. Greetings, human. Hey, kid. I noticed the elevator to the Earth shaft now goes down to level 10. I'm aware it was your doing. Since you've shown yourself to be capable, here's a task. Defeat 30 monsters, then swing by the guild once the job is completed. Consider this your entrance exam. P.S. The guild is right next to my house. Kira. Cool. Alright, so we've got all that. Our plants are all handled. And it is late. We are tired. We're going to bed. But yeah, no, it's on a pretty good sale right now. But like I said, it's been one of my favorite games for the last couple years that got released. And the big update to do, 20% off, take my money. Exactly. Okay, so we gained a level in combat. I cannot express how much they fixed the combat XP. I cannot express. Before this version, I finished the entire mines, and I had just hit level 3. Just hit level 3. And we haven't finished we did the second segment out of, 5 or 6 segments of the first mine. We're already level 2. So that is way, way, way better. I know I keep saying that, but I cannot express how frustrating that was before. Alright, so we got a skill point, we got some max stamina, we got the decoy. Honestly, I never use the decoys or the traps, really. I've tested them before, and they're fine, they work. But combat in this game isn't particularly hard, and I don't know about the Savannah. That's the new area. The festival is running today. You should consider checking it out. You could consider checking it out. $24. Only definitely gonna get it soon. Yeah. All right, so we got our potatoes. Well, that crop's not growing. I started to push the button, and it was like I already knew in my head that I had messed up, but it was just like there was no taking it back. I had already pushed the button. But even before the pickaxe hit, it was just like, oh crap. It's fine. I'm not salty about it, you're salty about it. Making you addicted to the game. I mean, they're definitely a good game. Alright, so we can pop over here, drop the 3 potatoes in there. These will just sell. So we can sell those. I'll sell one of those potatoes. Let's go to our mastery, because we already got our first combat mastery. So we can do more damage, we can increase our crit chance, or we can have a chance to receive double loot from the enemies. I'm going to go with the double loot to begin with. And then we'll just do base damage. Generally, in most of these games, you'll find I tend to favor grabbing just flat damage first. Because it's kind of one of those things that most of the time, your flat damage is going to outperform, crit chance. Now, certainly when you're playing like action RPGs where you have all these like filling in systems where you can go, okay, well I can increase my crit chance here, here, and here, and increase my crit multiplier there, and there. Like that, you can definitely make a crit build really good. But most of these kinds of games, you can numerically make your DPS better with crit chance, certainly. But I tend to find, in the main reality of things, usually for clearing stuff faster, just getting raw flat damage usually is more reliable and all that. There are exceptions, certainly. And for the moment, I'm just cutting down trees because we have the festival today, so I'm not going to have a full day to work on things. So I'm just trying to burn through my stamina as fast as I can. Basically, put it all to use. Because this will help get us a bunch of the seeds we're missing, the wood we're missing, and all that for dealing with the stuff at the shrine. And it'll also help us, just have these supplies for upgrading and all that. Because like I said, I think pretty early on, I want to get a couple of the aquarium things. Not aquarium. You get where I'm going with this. Alright, we pushed too hard. It's fine. Because we can pop over here. Drop all that off. Oh, actually. There we go. Alright, I think I needed 5 of each of those. Okay, but let's go to the potluck. I've got my potato. Because, I mean, to be fair, when you have, like, a stew kind of soup, you can't go wrong with potato. It's a pretty safe ingredient. Let's see, what made you play this over your time at Sandrock? And there was one other one that's similar to my time at Portia. To be fair, where this says add on it, it's not for Coral Island. I am not being sponsored to play Coral Island. The sponsor is Surfshark, which is a I'm gonna go ahead and eat that so we don't have like the weird slowing debuff. Which is a VPN. Just to be clear, I'm not like all this is my own stance on this game and all that. Alright. But yeah. Like my time at Sandrock and my time at Portia are excellent games. But I would argue that the quality of life for Coral Island like really makes it stand out on its own kind of thing. Start the Cherry Blossom Festival. Okay. It just feels more intuitive? Yeah. It's more intuitive, there's lots more quality of life. I would argue it has way more systems. I would also say that my time at Sandrock and my time at Portia, while fitting in the slice of life genre, are kind of their own thing. They have this whole thing about like mining in the ruins and all that. And I'd actually say to give credit to those games, the combat in my time at Sandrock and my time at Portia is actually decent. Which is something pretty rare for the genre. So we're gonna go ahead and put our item in the potluck. We're gonna put a bronze quality potato. Because, I mean, you look at that. It's got leeks, it's got bread, it's got various types of mushroom and lotus root and all that. Potato goes perfect in there. Now, maybe don't put the whole potato in as one giant thing and, perhaps cut it up a little bit first. But, potato. Oh, yeah, I didn't bring any money with myself, so we're not going to be buying any of the cosmetics or anything like that. I don't really care about that anyways. With that said, let me go ahead, and if we actually pull up the map here... Oh, that's not what I want. Where's the thing? Is it on the map? There's usually a flyer thing you can click here somewhere that I'm blanking on where it is. Am I... Weird. I could have sworn there was like a flyer thing you could push the button for and it would show you it's like, okay, here's where, you know, the sleep, like this competition is, here's where that one is, so you can find your way through all of it. Can I eat this? This must be the kids' table. Yeah, it's just tacos and pizza. Hey man, I'm down to sit at the kids' table. Are you saying hi to everybody? You poor thing, it sounds exhausting. Smells good, right? I gathered dried coconut husk for the grill this morning. We've been grilling with dried coconut husk for generation. Frank's super excited about it. Was that a mod by chance? A mod by chance, in what way? I hope they don't strain themselves doing the snack race. You included, Farmer Human. Okay. I'm not interested in the sack race. I'm here for the potluck. Cool. I mean, I didn't ask, but still cool, I guess. I got some fish. I gave them to Mr. Frank. I hope he can make it like Mr. Jim's smoked salmon. Yeah, no, I just miss what you meant. Mom told me to keep an eye out for beavers while fishing. Do you see any delicious human? I'm gonna always get caught by the honorific. You get to set your honorific, and it's cursed. I was so excited. There's something I haven't had in a long time. Yeah, you get to set your own honorific, so you do like Mr., Mrs., Mix. You can say the honorable, you can see judge or whatever. And we've done stuff, and then someone suggests delicious, which is cursed. You made yours humid? Nah, our honorific is delicious. It's like, excuse me, I need Zoe, I cannot have you talking to me that way. It's not okay. It's adorable, but also, no. You're watching with, closed captioning, and it said delicious humid. Oh yeah, no, it's human. So we're getting that. If you're wondering why we kind of paused here for a second, we just hit an ad break, and I don't want people to miss the dialogue, because obviously we're going to hear a lot of people say stuff. And there is a sack race. It's going to be really, really difficult for us to win the sack race, because unlike other games, like for example, when you go to Stardew Valley, you can get items that I believe you'll keep the movement speed bonuses for the egg hunt, but you really don't need them to win. In this one, your max stamina, and that does play into consideration and stuff like the sack race. Needless to say, it's pretty rough to win when you have like 1/2 your max stamina you can get and all that in the game and whatnot. So that's rough. There's also a pet event, which most people won't even have animals the first time it comes around, which is fine. But then it is a thing that, like, depending on how much your pet likes you, it gives you a better and better chance of winning the event. Which, for the record, winning the cow pet event is pretty rough. Even maxed out, it is a difficult event. Now, granted, they may have tweaked it with this version. There's a very good chance. But that's one of the things I appreciate about it. I think I can't remember if it's spring or summer, they have a tree growing event that you basically go to this area that's been deforested, and you go and you replant part of it, and every year you replant a different part until you finish replanting the whole thing, and then the festival's just basically celebrating your new forest. And so I like that, because it is one of those things in a lot of these games, you have these things that you have your first year, and then you have your second year, and it just loops. And there's no continuation of the story. This one does have some stuff already in it that continues, and they're going to be adding more. The one I'm the most interested in seeing is they're going to make it so that when you get married, in most of these games when you get married, it's like your partner's life ends. All they do now is they follow this pattern and they give you gifts every so often. And that's kind of what their existence becomes. They no longer have motivation or story of their own. They're your partner, and that's their entire story. And what they're planning for this game, for a long run kind of thing, is that you will actually have it where your kids grow up to be teenagers. I think that's where they said they're going to cut it off, is like at the teenagers, as old as they're going to get. But they're also going to make it so that, if you have your character who's like all into the cooking thing and goes to the show and all that sort of stuff, that after they do that competition, they will want to do something else later. I don't know what that'll be, but it'll be interesting to see what like the after the marriage story is. And all that. Okay, so we are back from the ads. We did pause in talking to everyone, so you wouldn't miss anything if you got stuck with ads. I do apologize about the ads. It's just the nature of Twitch these days. The kids aren't even stopping for a break. Looks like I managed to reel them into fishing. What about you? Are you fishing these days? Not particularly. I also saw that word played, and I both respect and do not respect it. It's a very difficult emotion. All right, so we are going to do this. So if we look at the rewards, the primary rewards I don't care about. These are not important to me. But these rewards, on the other hand, of straight up cash and like the community coins or whatever, it was some great dad level wordplay. Yeah. I'm trying to remember if, yeah, no, they're a dad because he is a dad because he has Archie. That's right. Yeah, so ideally we want to do this. So it's the first 4 or first 5 places get it. Ideally, I want this one primarily for these tokens, but I certainly won't complain about that. Like I said, though, that is going to be a difficult go because it does consider your max stamina, and I don't have much yet. Like, I suspect we'll probably get to round 3 and get knocked. Okay, we ran out of stamina, so I gotta wait a minute. Doesn't help, my timing is actually pretty bad right now. I'm not gonna make it the first round, so it's gonna happen. So, this is the worst I've ever done. I don't know if they adjusted this, or I'm just doing bad. It's probably I'm doing bad, because I vaguely remember the last time I did this, I would have mostly just perfect and the occasional good, and I would say I'm mostly in the good with the occasional perfect. Yeah, so we got absolutely floored by the person that I married the last time I played. Yay. Welp. And then the worst thing is... Wait, you can redo it? Okay, I mean, we'll give it one more go, and then that'll be it. We're not gonna sit here and, like, grind it out, because... There we go. I was hitting it too late the last time, mostly. And I know we are falling over. It is just one of those things that there's not really a whole benefit to, like, you still recover your stamina at the same rate. Yeah, we're not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna need way more stamina to do that. Because, like, I could... Oh, wait. I did continue on. Oh, right. It's not top what... Like, you get eliminated earlier later on. Give it a minute. I think I'm playing for like 3rd and 4th place, and I'm in the not winner bracket. Okay. Yeah, so why does it show me like I'm still in this? Why am I still in this? I'm really confused by these brackets. Alright, give it a minute. I waited too long. Yeah, that was it when I didn't get that perfect on that other one. Because I think what's going to happen is we'll be just short of stamina here right at the end. and not be able to finish. Yep, it's fine. Is there less people racing each time? So it's the slowest person misses? So what's happening is it's a bracket system. So we did get third reward. I think that's the best we're gonna get, and the fourth reward. Yeah, so I think what happened is you do your first bracket, it eliminates the first one person goes on, then you eliminate the next bracket, and then it goes to the next one. You get the idea. I think the idea is around that. But that's fine. I'm not gonna fight with it, because you saw I only have like the 400 something stamina. We can get like 800-900 total stamina. So it's rough early on. I think I'll wrap up with some Tumpang. So I think I'll wrap up some of this Tumpang for Dad. Do you think it'll still be good later? I have no idea at all. Anything about Tumpang. Yeah, Mr. Theo is finally singing a good song. Harsh. Everyone's a critic. Listen, human, sometimes getting to know everybody is tiring, but it's worth it. You're part of the community now. I keep changing voices, and it's a real problem. It's chill here. It's comforting. Cool.
Take
Just-
a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Just like our wine, festivals like this are the identity of Coral Island. Don't you agree, human? No rush, human. Festival's about immersion. Immerse yourself. Don't let it ruin your immersion. We're still getting ready for the main event. Maybe you can play some games while you wait. And perhaps you're not the gaming type. Please sit tight. We'll start soon. Games are for kids. Please wait a little longer. We're still preparing for the main event. You should try the mini games. Please wait a little longer. We're still preparing for the main event. Frank is still accepting contributions for the potluck. How about visiting him? You look like you're having fun. It's not all bad being in the open air like this, is it? Alright. Yeah, it's fine by me. I don't crave a durian all that bad. As long as Frank here grills enough apples, we are A-okay. Oh man, I was trying to remember. Someone had taught me the history around the word okay. Like the actual history. There's belief that it came from like a native tribe, and that ends up being there's a similarity, but that's not actually the thing. Oh man, it was something like okay is like a very recent addition to the language, like only the last like 200 years or whatever. And it was just kind of a whole thing that I believe it came out from what I remember, Toon was talking to me about it. It came out of Boston, that it was like...
Thank you, the very last Lardine, for subscribing for 9 months.
Thank you, Lardine, for the tier 1 sub. That's 9 months you've been subbed to the channel, so I really do appreciate that. That's a long time to be supporting, and I really do appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. Yep, and Twitch baby. But yeah, it was a thing that it came out of Boston. It came out of kind of their, like, upper class, whatever. You know, like the, that crab is freaking adorable. Yep. But it came out of the people, like, what do we say, like the upper class? You're talking about like the academic upper class, like the ones who felt like they were just, you know, they were smart and sophisticated kind of upper class kind of thing. So 1830s Boston theory, yeah. Like there's that one, or is that it came from a tribe? But yeah, and it was, I try to remember what the Is okay good to end up being some type of Latin abbreviation? No. So I'm trying to remember. It was like operating normal. No, it was operating. Oh man. It was like operating correctly or something was the phrase you would use for that time. There wasn't like an okay. It wasn't a word yet. But you know, when everything was working fine, you'd say operating correctly. Except it was apparently a big thing at the time to deliberately misspell things. And if you go and look at a lot of stuff that came out of the time from, Yakta is the native theory. There's also a West African theory. Yeah, I hadn't heard about the West African one. But yeah, but it was this whole thing where like they deliberately were misspelling it as like an inside thing. And you'd be like, what? That sounds silly. Except counter argument, we have the word pone, which is the exactly thing. Olakala is also all good in Greek. Yeah. So there's different theories, but like the idea was
Okay, boomers.
Why? What are you even saying with that, Darth? For the record, I try not to like slam people of like different generations or whatever like that. Generalizations can be a bad thing, but I mean they are a bad thing. But it was one of those things that they were deliberately misspelling it, and the way they were misspelling it, you know, the everything is correct or whatever, they changed it to be a K or whatever. Of course, that's a big thing, so they abbreviated it. And then it was one of those things that the abbreviation was, you know, for the age of the telegram, it was like, you know, 2 characters versus typing out operating correctly was huge. So for the telegraph, it was like very efficient. And so it became more commonly used in a whole bunch of stuff. It was just kind of a fascinating thing. And who knows which one's the actual thing, and more than likely it could also be a contributing thing where you had multiple sources that kind of came to be. But it was just kind of fascinating hearing that, versus like half the time you hear about words like, where'd this word come from? Oh, okay. That word came from not so great a place. But this was like, oh yeah, you just had some people who were just kind of being silly and, you know, being like, ha ha ha, we have our own, you know, our own way of writing things to like, you know, be among the same thing. But yeah, are you talking about the origin? Okay, you always found it interesting. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. And it's just kind of one of those things you're just like, all right, that's just a weird way. It was just this random thing that like they did to like have their own inside thing, but it was also very practical as a side effect, which made it stick. But we have our own example like right nowadays. Again, pwn. The word pwn is an accepted word. It is actually in the dictionary, if I recall correctly. And it's the same thing, is it came from the phrase "you got owned," and then you just abbreviated that down to "owned," and then you misspelled it to "pwned," and here we are now, for better or worse. Far less useful than okay in my argument. Good food, good weather, good company. I like to have on my wall where it says "live, love, laugh." People cringe at me when you do that. Pwn is in the dictionary? I believe so. I believe that got it added. There's been a lot, like, lol as a word got added to the dictionary at some point. That's so dated, though. You love how it comes from a typo, though. Total ponage. Yeah. That's what I was trying to remember. There's a lot of stuff, because for those, and you'll have people get really upset when they, you know, stuff like that gets added to the dictionary. It's like, no, but that's how words work. If people use the words and they get consistent and understood, congratulations, a word is born. Which means it belongs in a dictionary. Yeah. Language changes. The only constant in the universe is change. Elite was in the dictionary for a while, then fell out of it. It needs to find how it is, not how it should be. Yes. Right. If people stopped using a word entirely, there would be a good case to get rid of it. Alright. You would have a thing on your wall that says "live, love, laugh." And not even ironically. It's always a pleasure to spend my spring here. Well, part of my spring anyway. Mr. Theo is so good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? The last time I said this would cause me an existential crisis I wasn't prepared to deal with. What do you want to be when you grow up? Well, I'm bigger than you. Give me your lunch money. I'm what? Sorry. I mean, apparently I did some non-specific corporate job and then became a farmer. I feel like I've already, well, I mean, I'm currently beginning to experience my second career. Let me deal with this and we'll see what's next. And this is also exactly when Tomb walked in last time and goes, Raj is hot. Welter is asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling. I know what he's doing. He wants to cut out the middleman and muscle him into my business. Raj is very hot. I mean, it's truth. Truth is truth. I should have brought little Stefan. He would have enjoyed this. Time to absorb the good vibes. Breathe in energy, breathe out stress. Ah. Sing along, human. Come on. You know the next part, right? Yeah, this is human song about human and human things, and oh god, I gotta go. The wind, the song, the food. Action. Let's see. What do you want to be when you grow up is a midlife crisis. And yours is to become a farmer. Or a Twitch streamer. But we normally prefer to talk about the game. I wouldn't even say that's like, very genuinely, like what are you dreamed of being when you grow up? It's not necessarily like I'm like, oh yes, a Twitch streamer, that's what I feel like when I grew up. Kind of fell into this, that it was just streaming for friends, and then people started showing up, and then it's like, my current situation, my current job got real bad real fast when the company went through a bad acquisition, that regardless of the streaming thing, I was still going to cut and run and be like, all right, I'm going to do something else because I'm going to be just miserable. You know, this goes against who I am as a person. And streaming was working out, so it's like, you know what? Let's just see what happens. Why not? Streamer is a big desired job for kids nowadays. Yeah, and I have a lot of people who are older than me who will be like, oh my god, society has fallen. People want to be a Twitch streamer or a YouTube star, and like, here, let me fill you in on the blank. Just take out the exact positions and say, they want to be famous. They want to be famous. And right now, famous for that generation is YouTube and Twitch. They don't watch television like we used to. So TV star doesn't mean anything to them. A lot of them don't watch movies like we used to. So movie star doesn't mean anything. And radio isn't even relevant to them. So radio star doesn't mean anything to them. It's just those type of jobs mooshed and put into the new thing. Let's see, you never want to depend on streaming as a career. It's a kind of idea of making side money. Oh yeah, no, it's rough. People want to be a radio host long before the internet. Good morning, Vietnam. Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing. It's like literally that. When you're little, you want to be a police officer. Then at the time, you had to thought a little bit deeper. You watch a show and police officer getting shot. Well, that's when you're a little kid, you don't really know the implications of half of those things. Like you're like, I want to be a firefighter, and they're like, yeah, you're going to mostly not like you hear about the heroics of firefighters and all that, and that certainly does happen. But most of the time, it's like, are you going in the building? It's not cowardice. It's like, no. That building is structurally sound. If you're going into that building, we're going to start filling out the paperwork to let your next of kin know you didn't make it, because that building's not going to hold up to you knocking down walls. It's done. Like, you can put a ladder up to the wall and maybe save someone, but unfortunately the reality is too little too late kind of things. And like all the grim and awful things that they deal with. Like, I can tell you from being around EMTs, they don't last long. Like, they burn out because it is a miserable job of dealing with nothing but heartbreak again and again and again. And you occasionally get to save people's lives, and that's important and all that. But it wears on your soul that even though it's like, it's not a failure, someone's hurt and you arrive there and they're already well past gone, even though they're not gone yet. But it's just, it's too little too late. You can slap a Band-Aid, but they needed way more than that hours ago. But you got there as fast as you could. It wasn't a failure on your part. And they're just, you just watch people grieve again and again. And yeesh. Sheep says, firefighters are very rarely that sort of interesting frontline stuff anyway. 90% of the job is bad sleep schedule, driving trucks around, and cleaning equipment. Yep. And responding to stuff being like, are you okay, ma'am? Do you need to get in the ambulance? No? Okay. Lots of that stuff. And a whole lot of sitting around and waiting for things to happen, too. Like, it is one of those jobs that there's a whole lot of nothing, then a whole lot of everything all at once. I had a lot of friends who worked as firefighters. I actually worked along with the fire department. When I worked city government, I was in charge of IT for the fire department as one of the departments I dealt with. But yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like people, like when they're kids, they'll be like, I want to do this. And then it's one of those things that after they've been around and they look at that for a while, it's like, I don't really actually want to do that. I really don't want to do that, Dad. It says, you did it for a few years, and it was literally only one of the, only on a hose once. Your two invaluable skills were typing and truck maintenance. If it got busy, I never got outside the station. Yeah, it's just different than what you expect it to be. Is the realm of it. You see the heroics, and then you look at that and go, but really, most firefighters in a retiring career only have maybe one or two, like, true moments that are like, that was a heroic moment. Generally, if you're doing things correctly, you shouldn't have a need for heroism most of the time. And then when everything is happening, it can be very chaotic. You've seen firefighters laying in the grass from exhaustion. It is a hard job. Oh yeah, no, that's you see the firefighters when they're training and all that, like keeping up their stuff, where they're in their full fire outfits doing like 5Ks, and you look at them and go, my god, my dude, it is 96 degrees out here, the humidity is like 80%, and you are in your full firefighter getup, which is like 120 pounds, not counting the air tank. Like, you might as well be running around in plate mail armor, doing a foot race. You're allowed to not have to do that. But still. And half of them end up needing, like, they get to the other end and they need the nurse to, like, give them water and, like, let them sit because they're just stewing in their juices in those suits. Which, again, more power to them. I couldn't do it. And again, this isn't to, like, discredit firefighters or police or whatever. It's just, the jobs are not... They're not that thing that they look to like little kids. Like little kids, like you see just the good. You don't see all of the ugly edges that come with every type of job. Yeah, no, I saw you, Darstrider. I mostly avoided it because, like, you know, it's not a fun topic, but it's not wrong. It's when your cousin started doing the training to be a fighter and eventually stopped because he couldn't do all the working out stuff. Oh, yeah, it's a tough job. But yeah, that's my point. Is like you still have kids nowadays who are like, I want to be a firefighter. And all that. That was your job? Fun times? Yeah. You wanted to be a pig farmer, and after joining the army, having problems cause having the problem caused from the army, now studying to fish hatchery management? Gotcha. Let's say, when you were little, you wanted to be in politics. You're glad you went away from that. Oh, man. That must be in the city? Our guys out in the work constantly working wildlands, firefighting across the country, crazy stuff. So even with that, so I have a family member who deals with emergency services management. So they're not like a firefighter or a police officer or something like that. They're the ones who, and they're not like in charge of this. They're one of many people operating in this. That when you sit there, you go, oh my God, there is this like unprecedented blaze. It's going across like California and Oregon and Utah. Like you've got this massive fire. Okay, of all these fire departments in the area, who can we get here? Where do they need to be deployed? All right, if we put them here, we can save this city over there. If we put them there, we can, you know, give these people more time to evacuate. Like they do those types of drills. Those like really macro. Okay, a hurricane's hit. Who needs to be where and how to minimize the loss of life and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, they do that where they activate, and everyone for literal weeks to months is just non-stop. That they get like their week or two off to recoup to go right back out to it. But the thing is, then you go to the other half of the year, and there's a whole lot of bumpkus happening sometimes. But yeah, it is very hit and miss with those jobs. Like, it is very, you either have a whole lot of nothing to do but like doing maintenance and doing cleanup and doing paperwork and putting stuff on your SharePoint server, because that's still loved by a lot of fire departments. I say loved in sarcasm, they still use it. And you're doing a bunch of administrative and day-to-day just keeping things running, and then, you know, responding when, you know, wellness checks, those kind of things. And then you have one of those kind of things that, on the other end, you have, oh, we've had this really bad dry spell, and there's just fires constantly going off because people don't pay attention. But you also want to be a mad scientist and turn a DeLorean into a time machine. Excellent. You're a SharePoint consultant? I used to be very, very knowledgeable on SharePoint. I haven't used it in 20 years. I don't regret at all not using it in 20 years. It's effective. It's a useful program. I'm not a fan of that program, but it's changed a lot. I hope so, because 20 years ago, it was not a good time. It was, like, to be fair, there wasn't a good time with document management 20 years ago. It was all a bad time. There were just differently bad times. It's 100% dependent on the people knowing how to use it, setting it properly. Agreed. Combat engineer are CBs? Yeah, I don't know half of that. Military, I'm not super knowledgeable. All right, but yeah, it was just one of those things that, like, the whole topic about, you know, people being like, oh, people don't want to be radio stars and TV stars anymore. They want to be YouTubers and VTubers and all that's like, yeah, they just want to be famous, man. Like, people want to be famous. It's a normal thing that people want to do. There's going to be a bunch of people who want to be famous. There's going to be a bunch of people who don't want to be. It's just what qualifies as famous has changed. That's all it is. All right, let's see. I'll bring over some Loda next year. It's this delicious dish with coconut milk. You'll love it. Real life me, not a fan of coconut. Just not a fan of coconut. It's not my jam. I can do with stuff having a little coconut, but when something's like got coconut in its name where you know it's gonna have some coconut, it's just not really my thing. To keep in mind, I don't have much of a sweet tooth. Stuff that is sweet, like I can do a little bit, but like a lot of stuff that's sweet is not my thing. And don't get me wrong, coconut is not super sweet. But yeah, I'm not a big coconut person. More people told me they saw beavers on the lake. Thankfully, Paul brought his camera. If we're lucky, we might get a picture or two. This little lake would not support beavers. Not even close. It's nowhere near adequate. Archie, be careful with the worms. There he goes again. The texture of coconut bothers you? I can see that. That makes sense to me. Hey, come over here, human. Let's dance. Sir, in an alternate lifetime, I was in this other place, this rural valley. I asked every single person if they would willing to dance. We weren't even trying to make it a romantic thing. Literally just dance. And every single one of them turned me down. Some were even like horrifically rude about it. Like this girl, Haley, she was like gross. It was uncalled for. She could have just said no. It's fair. Like, it's totally fine to be like, I'm not into it. I don't want to dance. That's fair. That's kind. That's, reasonable. But she had to be mean. I appreciate you. The songs Theo sang really fit the mood. He's not bad looking. I mean, not a bad singer. You heard nothing. I know where you sleep. The tumpeng is over there, dear. I hope there's enough for everybody. If it's soggy, that's gross. Let's see, pineapple pizza is really good if the pineapple is prepared right. I know a lot of people who like pineapple on pizza. I really like pineapple. I'm not a fan of cooked pineapple. Like, it's not even about it being on pizza. I prefer most of my fruit to not be warm and mushy. There's exceptions to that. But mostly my fruits, my sweetie fruits, I want them not warm or mushy. Today is a rest... Sorry. Her voice I can never get consistent. Today is a rest day for me. What? My baby brother Frank is the guy at the grilling stuff. That is not at all what you said. I am making up words for your mouth. My baby brother Frank is the guy for grilling stuff. A lot like Dad. Cooking is relaxing, but it's more relaxing to sit back, eat, and look at these cherry blossoms. I did say there's way too much food, but I think it's okay once in a while. The food is way too heavy for me. It's nice to see everyone enjoying the festival. I better go tell Charles to calm down with the unsolicited doctor advice. He could ruin the festival for everyone. Alright. Grilled pineapple is actually delicious. I've not had many opportunities for grilled pineapple, to be fair. That is one I would certainly give a go. I can see the appeal. Like, I'm assuming you'd want to have some, like, actual, like, burn lines on it. So you'd have, like, the fruit there, but you have, like, the little ridges that are a little bit crisper. I can see the appeal of that. I know I've had it, but it's been too long to even say anything. You've had it at Brazilian barbecue? It was so good. Yeah, we've got a lot of Brazilian stuff around here in Florida, too. Wow, the potluck looks amazing. But, oh, never mind. I think I spend way too much time at my PC. My eyes feel kind of crusty. I saw Oliver trying to catch a fish in the lake earlier this morning. I think he wanted to contribute to the potluck. So cute. So much good food on the table. Maybe I should calm down the Tumpeg and save some space for them. Hi, Giant. Eva's croissant is getting a lot of compliments. Just for the looks. Maybe I should ask her to add it to the menu. Sure is pretty today. Can't ask for better potluck weather. Mom spent the whole night baking. I'm glad to see you're having a good time today. I love the food here. Everything is delicious. Like me? You may not know this, but my honorific is delicious. I am going to leave before someone starts reporting me to someone else. Hey, human, how's the festival? There's more to come, don't worry. Have some tempeh and don't skip on the veggies. Oh, that's... I thought I could actually have the tempeh. It's fine. All right, we're getting down to the wire on the people. Okay, I think we may have talked to everyone. Let's do our quick. If we run the mouse over anyone, we see the chat box, we know we're not done yet. That is the one downside when you're voicing these characters or you do these festivals. It's like you get the festival and you're almost like, all right, here it goes. It's time to get into the trenches and get those vocal cords ready. We're about to do a whole lot of talking. All right. Yeah, I'm far more partial to the barbecues that are either a bit on the spicy or a bit more vinegary. I know that's not necessarily the most popular thing, but I'm just not a sweet tooth person. All right, it's time for the main event. So, chat, our bronze quality potato. You think that's gonna be a winner, a neutral, or a loss? I'm leaning probably a loss. For me, it'd at least be a neutral. But I'm suspecting the potato as a bronze quality is not gonna be a big win. I'm hoping we'll at least get the neutral result. If you get a negative result, it doesn't hurt you. You just don't get anything for it. It'll be a no, probably. Folks, it's time for our main event. The soup is now ready. Big thanks to all of your contributions. That soup does look ridiculously good, by the way. Ms. Ross, would you do us the honors of tasting it? Of course. Thank you, Mayor Connor. I'm about to elevate the soup to be far more important than a bowl of soup probably really should be. This soup will reflect the unity of this town. It's time to taste what you all together have made.
That's Judge Ross.
And she's gonna be disappointed in our soup, probably. It's okay. I didn't have the stuff to make a better soup. I put a potato in that. A potato looks like that goes in there. I know.
She's too picky.
Clearly the neighbors are the ones who let us down.
Why would they do?
I mean, clearly my ingredient was a good choice.
Oh yeah.
Now that said, literally floating a roll on top of there like a pretzel bun is a little weird.
Those are just bread rolls floating on top of your soup, right?
I mean, don't get me wrong, bread rolls go with soup really well, but literally just floating it on top. Versus that's clearly sliced bread over there.
You're supposed to make a bread bowl, not just sticks bowl.
Yeah.
Bread in your soup.
Yeah, and like I think that's lotus root there.
Yeah.
That looks fine. You've got some type of green here. You got leeks.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what that is supposed to be. At first I was gonna say eggs, but then there's like the dark ones. It could be mushrooms.
There are dark eggs.
Those are cut mushrooms? Oh, these could also be a type of cut mushroom as well. It could be lotus root. Either way, they would work. Either or would be fine.
Maybe dumplings.
Could be dumplings. Those look like carrots or something in the back.
I think your soup looks great.
It's okay. I taste nothing special with this soup. Well, as long as it's edible, everyone can consider it a success.
Edible is the mark.
Imagine showing up at the thing. It's like, let this soup represent your community. It's just okay.
Edible.
It's okay. It could be like, hey, you know what? It's the thought that counts.
No, not it's the thought that counts.
It's just as bad as insulting to your face, but at least there's an attempt to lighten the burden.
That's like saying, bless your heart. I love you.
I love you too. Heading to bed?
Yeah, I'm heading downstairs.
Well,
Stay handsome.
can't stay when I'm not. You sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
Did you eat your stick of cheese?
Yes, I ate the cheese, and then I've got some of the deli meat still.
And then when you ate it, you thought of me? How much I love you?
Oh, that stick of cheese. Yes, yes,
Because I gave you cheese?
yes. Chat, yesterday, out of nowhere, Tomb gave me cheese. It was a sign of the truest love.
Yeah. Mm.
In the scale of romance, there's like getting married, dating, flowers, and then there's cheese. And it's just cheese. Let's be real. These are not on the same scale. Sorry for banging the mic. Alright, so we got a level in farming, which gave us access to our first sprinkler, so we can start automating the watering, which we definitely want to do. So we got a skill point, we got max stamina, we got max health. I don't even care about these other two, like the compost bin we'll use to make fertilizer later, but sprinkler. The catch with the sprinkler is it is not going to be the cheapest thing for us to deal with. Alright, Darth, you sleep well. And hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? Alright. So, the downside of the sprinkler is there be a cost. If we look at, first let's get our skill point. So farming, we can get, there's a chance it'll stay watered. Boo. A chance is not reliable enough. A chance of a better quality crop, so a chance more money, or a chance of double harvest. Double harvest is probably going to be the bigger one for us. But yeah, so if we look at the sprinkler, the catch is I need bronze kelp and I need silver kelp. I physically cannot get silver kelp yet. We're not far from being able to get it, but we're not there yet. Okay, so meanwhile, let's go to you. Greetings, human. I've started a new initiative called Merit Points, a reward system for community involvement. I'd love to explain more in person. Join me at the community center soon. Looking forward to it, Millie. Greetings, human. I'd like to run an idea about our local produce past you. Meet me at the general store when you got time. Alright, so potatoes. I've done that 3 times now. I've gone to water the crops after picking up other stuff and immediately killed a crop with a pickaxe. I keep doing it, and it's 100% my fault. And it keeps happening. And every time I do it, it's costing me just a little bit of money. And it is deeply upsetting. Alright, so this box is the box with produce in it? No, this one. Okay. So I've got those, I've got those. We are going to go and run to town because it's time to re-up our crops. We've got a ton of candy so far. This is going to be a good way for us to really, really push the mines. So let's hit up the community center to learn about the merit point system, which is very, very good. All right. Did you not say hi today? You came across that? You probably did, and I probably forgot because streamer brain. So let's see here. Hello there, human. I'm glad you could make it. R rank goal. We're doing good, chat. We've recently implemented a system in town to make life here a little bit more rewarding. Let me explain. These are called merit points. You can earn them by completing errands posted on the town board, right here in town. But that's not all. Attending festivals, winning mini-games, or main events at them, and even the town's rank increase will also grant you merit points. For example, you, my blossoming butterfly, have already earned, let's see. Human. Ah, there you are. You've earned 40 merit points for attending the Cherry Blossom Festival. We introduced the system to encourage everyone to get more involved with the community. Over there, at the Merit Point exchange counter, you can exchange points you've earned for various items. Trust me, it's worth the effort. So, there you have it, human. I'm looking forward to seeing you earn those merit points. I appreciate that Millie always has, like, every single time it's a different, vaguely, like, nature-themed way of, like, you know, saying hi. She'll be like, you're blossoming butterfly. You know that. So yeah, as you can see, we've got some pretty snazzy things here. You got a bunch of scarecrows. Those are fine. You've got these elixirs that you can only get each one once, but they give you another rank in one of those skills. That gives you an access to a skill point. You've got the wellness fruit that increases your max health, and then you got the stamina fruit that increases your max stamina. So clearly these are the important ones, or these two on the top. Specifically the stamina fruit, but all of them are really good. That said, you can actually get a lot of stuff. If we win festival competitions, we get 100 points for most of them. And what will happen later is as we up our rank, we will start to get stuff in that library. And there's lots of good stuff you get from the library that you used to get from other means, but now they've decided to go through the library, which I think was actually a good move on their part. Wow, that's spicy. Did you see what Bree brought to the cherry blossom? Of course, the best quality cheese and artichokes. Where do you even get artichokes in spring? Clearly she's reading the book Get Into My Swamp. That's the only thing I can assume is happening on there. Alright, so you gotta wait till 9 o'clock till it opens. Look, I want you not by the trash can, so you're not gonna get mad at me when I go rifling through that. Thank you. Okay. And open already. There we go. Human, you become quite the regular. You've been here 3 whole times. Working hard at the farm? Kind of. How did you know? Everything you ship through the shipping bin goes to me. Well, I suppose not everything you ship. Some of them go here to this store. I'm talking about crops and such. I'm struggling with words. Your shipment is always a huge hit with the townfolk. I think we all miss the taste of local produce. Checking the time. Okay. Here, let me show you something. This is our import section. Everything on this side is imported. I have to say, it's very expensive to get them here. The shipping costs, the taxes, that sort of thing. They add up surprisingly fast. I've done my best to keep prices low, but my margins are razor thin. But it's just not enough. Any lower, we'll go under. And this is our local section. It's so empty and really sad to look at. As soon as I receive your crops, I put them all here. They're selling like hotcakes, flying off the shelves, as it were. It wasn't always like this. Back in the day when my folks were in charge, the whole store used to be stocked top to bottom with local produce. It was something to be proud of. But now I have no choice but to sell imported produce only. I'd love to reopen the local produce section, but I need your help to do it. The task is simple. You will need to ship a lot of bronze quality vegetables and fruits. I've jotted down the exact amount in this note. And, of course, I will pay you extra for this effort. I think extra coin on top of your usual crop commission when the whole order is filled, He's like, look, man, I can charge just about as much for your food as I can for the imported stuff. and I get to keep a lot more money. It's great. You should try it out sometime. Those savvy in the business call it price gouging. Not really, that would not be price gouging. But you get the point. Alright. I have a monopolistic grip on this economy. It is a wonderful place to be. What day of the week it is? The 11th? Okay, so we got time for more cauliflower. If I could give you any business recommendation as a local monopoly, it's you really want to be a local monopoly. There is no better feeling than someone being like, I'm not paying this much, and you go, well, buy it someplace else. Oh, right, you can't. I'll see you tomorrow when you give up and you buy it anyways. And you can say I should be ashamed of myself, but I managed to get through the night by sleeping on my giant pile of money. It's amazing what sleeping on a giant pile of money will do for your back. Alright. We're straight up Scrooge McDucking in this place. Okay, water our crops. Back problems, bought a new one. We keep it on the down low, but did you know that biomechanical limbs are already a thing? We're told to keep it on the hush-hush so the normies don't start getting uppity about it. But between you and me, this thing's amazing. Oh, wait, you're not one of us? You didn't hear anything from me. Alright. So with that, we have finished with that part of our effort for the day. And we're going to immediately run right back up here and try to continue getting ourselves some more bronze. Because if I can manage to get enough bronze, we'll be in good shape. Ooh, we got a couple forageables up here. Let's snag those real fast so we're going by. I cannot wait to have a bug net that's more than like a millimeter in range. A lot of forageables. A lot of forageables. Not gonna complain about that. Okay. So, let's push this aside. Yeah, you can see we have a bunch of stuff to offer and donate. I'm waiting till the carrots come up, and then when the carrots come up, we're gonna bring as much as we can to the offering thing. And in donations, like I said, I've been kind of trying to deliberately go out of my way to wait till I get like a decent number of them. Just that way, I don't have to worry about a bunch of problems. And I'm not worried so much about time as stamina. So we are taking the time to like work our way around, fight whatever enemies we see. Deliberately target the ore, all that kind of stuff. It honestly won't be for a while until time becomes my big bottleneck. All right. Plus, I am just enjoying the fact that the combat XP isn't terrible. Like, very genuinely, after stream, what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to open my old save file and just grind up my level 10 combat. So I can get that achievement done in that save file. My inventory is full. I did not think this through. Well, look, you see, game, I kind of want all these things. Honestly, the monster, well, I can't remember how much of that I need. I'll eat you. But yeah, so I'm mostly hoping that each time I come here, we can manage to push that many more floors. If not that, then I can get at least like 3, 4, 5 bars worth. Now, it used to be locked behind level 10 combat, you would get the slime replicator, which is a ridiculously powerful item in that it can actually like just straight up duplicate, you know, artifacts and bars and all that. It just takes a little time. And so they locked it behind the hardest to get skill. My understanding now, and I think they also gave you one for free when you hit A rank or something like that. I believe now though, I think they still give you the freebie at a certain point. But I think they took it a step farther where they also, am I really not gonna get, well, this sucks. Why is this being weird? Alright, so let's grab you. Shift you around. One moment. Okay. Alright, let's check a setting. I think I may have inadvertently turned off, like, the targeting on my stuff. I'm noticing I'm not getting the square showing where I'm going to be hitting, and it's really throwing me off. Let's do a test. So I'm facing this way. Honestly, I can live with that. I was just getting caught off guard. There's a shortcut key of some kind I've accidentally hit that turns it from where I target where the mouse is and where the character faces. And I'm glad that they have that. I just don't know what the shortcut key is, so I don't know how to turn it on or off. I'm hitting random buttons trying things, don't mind me. This is terrible. There we go. That is like some of the worst RNG. Alright, we can grab you. Okay, so now it's back. I don't know what I did to change that. I don't know. There's clearly something I did. If I hit 2 again, no, it's not hitting the button multiple times. Yes, I think that's a new thing at least. I'm not positive it's a new thing, but I think it's a new thing. I'm not against it, because I definitely know there's a bunch of people who were upset about, like, the mouse targeting. That they'd rather it was based on your character's position. So having access to both, I mean, that's what most accessibility is in games in general, is just options. All that candied tree fruit is just getting decimated. All right. I wonder if the bone will still say to be determined. That's what it used to be labeled. I'm not actually worried about collecting that slime and all that right now. If I run out of, or if I end up running out of the tree candy, then we can worry about it. What I'll probably try and do is find something that we can get, like a crop we can grow that's not really about the money, and just get a crop that's like decent stamina use or stamina gain, and go with that. Yeah, just sap. I can live with not having that. We eerily have no music. Okay, cool. So we did manage to get down another floor. So I'm gonna avoid eating any more of the sap or the tree candy. What I will do is that's a copper node. I'm just gonna look real fast for copper, because we definitely don't have enough time or energy to reasonably reach the next floor. It's technically possible if I got lucky and just like back to back to back we got the holes to happen. Alright, let's burn the wasabi. Get those last two. 2 more nodes of copper is definitely worth more to me than a wasabi. Both in the amount of money it's worth, and I actually have a practical use for the copper. Alright, and we are good. So let's get out of here. So we got ourselves another 5 floors. So that's tangible progress. And we're just trying to push that real hard for the moment. So my suspicion... Oh. Yeah, so what's this say? If you want to mine ease, reach the bottom of Earth. Yeah, so when I reach the bottom of the Earth section, we will be able to just teleport straight on down. And as much as I want to catch that spider and everything, I have no energy. It's something like 20 energy or something to catch that. And we're about to hit an ad break. So I'm going to take a quick break during the ad break. We don't have them too often. It's once per hour, but it is what it is. I'm just waiting till it officially tells me the ads have actually started, because I've had plenty of times where it's like ad break, and then you sit there and you sit there and you sit there and you're like, you're gonna actually happen, right? Like this is the thing you're gonna actually do. All right, so grab you, and that's 5 bars in there. Drop all that off. We've got an insect to go in this box right here. Okay. And that's going to take a minute to do anything. All right. And we're basically... There we go. All right, so I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. We're looking for the restroom door. I want to find the restroom door, and I'll make those go to the kitchen.
I haven't tried it yet, so this is strawberries, birthday cake froyo, and almond milk.
What's like the ratios?
A third.
Okay. That's not a liquid. I'm gonna need a spoon. I want to drink it, but that is straight up solid. I will try it, but I'm gonna need equipment. I'm also gonna need to pop the top on this. You saw me go for it though. I went to pour it. I'm like, oh, this isn't moving. Okay. Yeah, we're not doing the Royal Ascent one. You have a 5-inch drill if you need it. It put an entire fireman's outfit in my main bag and immediately extremely overburdened me. I was just like instantly drugged to a halt. I'm like, oh no. What is that? What is that? Hang on. What is that nightmare? Like, the helicopter didn't bring that much. No, I get that's from the trap, but it's the sheer number that's like, what? What?
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. Oh, right. So we should be back. Just figured I wanted to finish my dinner, and it was a really good time to do that. Oh, and let me stop that music real fast. Because the game has its own music, and I do want to check out some of the tracks. I'm starting to feel extremely fatigued. No problem, buddy. Let's go take a nap. Because my hope is we'll have carrots that are ripe tomorrow. We could do our offering stuff. And then that'll start getting us some actual, like, progress. Yay, we earned 40 merit points for attending the Cherry Blossom Festival. And we made no money because I am not selling stuff. I am just hoarding. I am building my dragon's hoard and just lay atop it. And this is my existence. So honestly, if I get that last one out of here. Okay. So let's see here. We can drop you off. I think I need stacks of 5 of those. So we've got plenty of wood. We've got plenty of stone. We probably have enough fiber. I think we needed sap. I don't remember. Wait, actually, we can check these. Yeah, so those will all do stuff. Now, the problem with these, I can't remember if I need 3 or 5, and I'm really feeling like the answer is 5. And I'm gonna be disappointed with the results of that. But that is what it is. So grab you. And you. We got double crop from that. My inventory is full, that's totally fine. For all of these, we could just sell those, honestly. So sell those straight up. And one of the other nice things is, even if I haven't revealed that, don't do this to me. It's not what I want. It's fine. So the reason I'm going, oh, that's not what I want, is one of those I have to offer. One of those is going to deal with, where are you? The town errands, where Paul wants 4 carrots. And the thing I'm not sure about is how that's gonna work, where they're different qualities. I don't know how the game handles that, if it handles it. It very well could be, because they're all different qualities, it won't count. We'll see. Now inventory is full again. We could drop off. No, we'll drop off. Grab that. I don't want to drop off the rock candy. We'll drop, or the seed. We can grab that. Grab the potato. Sell the potato. Hop back over here. Grab back the candy. Because if we don't get this to take credit with Paul, there's a very good chance we will miss out on like 1,000 money. Which it is one of those things that's making me curious if it is actually in my best interest to just absolutely hoard things. More than I even already was. Just because by doing it that way, when we have these daily missions that are like, give me 5 of this, and they're willing to pay me way more than the normal worth for it. Because, do I know the value of these items yet? I don't think I do. We can go to our journal, go to our produce. It doesn't tell me. It's fine. Okay. So we'll start by running up here and turning in all the things at the offering. Because that should give me my initial fast travel. Paul is usually also up on this end of town most days anyways. So I could turn in the offering and then see if there's some way I could turn in the carrots. Like, ideally, I'd be able to turn in like 3 of one and it's like, okay, you've turned in 2/3 of it or whatever. And then I could do the next one. But I could also very much see it not accepting that. Okay. So 1 carrot goes to you. We got sugarcane seeds that I don't have inventory space for. That's lovely. It was 5. So I need 5 of any of those. All right. Hey, Wow Dane, how's it going? You did it. Drink this to receive my blessing. Now you can use my shrines to travel freely between them. All right. Yep, just randomly drinking weird stuff. Goddess's Blessing. Unlocks the ability to teleport using shrines. Okay, so we look at that. We completely unlocked this first one. And we're more than have that. And then the other ones will mostly be different seasons we'll deal with. As much as I'd like to take it... Oh, good. I forgot it did that. So you couldn't actually lose stuff. So now we have all our fish. So you get the idea is we got all these fish we need to bring in. Oh, the koi has to be silver quality. I don't think that used to be that way. Interesting. So there's a couple of the fish it's saying, hey, you have to have this at different qualities. But yeah, so basically you've got insects, you've got fish, and you got ocean critters that we need for the offerings here to progress that. But now you'll notice I've got this active, so I can just teleport right on back to my farm. And so begins us circumventing a lot of the map. So let's drop most of this off. I also realized I do need that wood back. Drop off the sap. How long does the sugarcane take to grow? 5 days and then it starts producing. All right, so we've got that down. So I would like to quickly find a maple seed or like any of the seeds. We're just trying to knock down, get a seed real fast. There's a maple seed. That's precisely what I wanted in one. Cool, because then what we can do is pop over here, drop off the acorn and that. Drop off the sap. We've got our stuff here. We can pop right back up here and finish another segment of this thing and get whatever that reward is. And we get a recycling machine. That's fine by me. Cool. And what that's done is it's opened up the next shrine. So we've got all of our animal stuff, our artisan goods, our fruit trees, and then our monster loot. which I have a bunch of these 3. I don't have those 2 yet. I'm not going to worry about too much until we have all of them. You don't get a reward until you put them all in. But that's fine. So what we could do now is actually, let's check to see if Paul is nearby. Paul's just left their house. So we can run over to Paul and see if they will let me turn in the carrots, how that's going to work. Because I do have 4, they're just not of the same quality. And so I'm not sure mechanically how the game will deal with that, if it will deal with that. Turns out carrying a camera, even at the festival yesterday, wasn't a waste. We got a lot of beaver pictures. Did you see them too, Hugh-Man? I was expecting to see way more frogs and bees this time of year. Still is a bit chilly, so I think some animals are still hibernating. Alright, so. Level with me, game. Am I stuck here? Yeah, it's gonna make it a gift, not a turn-in. Well, that's a bummer. Okay, so what that means is I will need to deal with that. The hope had been that I could turn that in to get that, 1,000 payout. I also realized, I was like, let's go to the blacksmith and do blacksmith things. 11 bucks is not gonna cut it. Blacksmith is definitely not gonna cooperate for us on $11. So what I am gonna go ahead and do is we will run down here. We'll drop all this stuff off. We're gonna go right back into the mines and keep pushing that. I do need to be making money. We also should probably be actually, we got the geodes. Yeah, I don't even have money for anything like that. All right, so grab this, drop all this, grab the garbage back. We're gonna use that. All right, take one of those to sell, one of these to sell, anything that we got over 5 of. Keep all that stuff moving. That's caught stuff. We have nothing to really do there. So for right now, I'm going to drop all those off. I'll probably want to, yeah, it's fine. I'll grab one of the silver carrots. We'll sell that. Just to make it happy for, like, bronze quality or higher. We can make the recycling machine. And drop trash in it. Because it will slowly turn the trash into scrap. We can drop you off. And we can drop the bronze bars off. Yeah, so I've got 5 of those. I'm 1 shy on that, 1 shy on that, and I don't have the other 2 items I wanted. Now you'll notice I don't have the ability to teleport to many of the other places. We can actually get to the diving pier. That surprises me, to be entirely honest. I thought we had to have to get more done in the diving first. So then the catch is, do I keep pushing the mine, knowing I don't really have the money to do anything with it? Do we push the ocean? Well, no. So there's a catch-22. If I push the ocean, we have the opportunity, potentially, to get the better kelp and all that. And that'll allow me get sprinklers and yada yada yada. But it means my tools lag behind. Waited you have, human. Thank you. Slept much I did after ceremony. Go see goddess. I hope you have. Goom goom. Talk now we will. Night of full moon, many, many seasons ago. Giants did find frozen here in cave. Alive they are, but unable I am to free them. Powerful magic cast. Earth, water, and wind are here, but fire not here. Suspicious this is. Investigate I want, farther in each shaft, but strong barrier prevent me, cannot enter. But you freely enter Earthshaft, I have seen. Clues of why giants frozen must be inside. If go into shafts again, help me, you will. To investigate? If find anything I can sense, I will come here. Cool. Alright. The point is, honestly, it doesn't matter which path we take. All of them have their pros and cons. If I push this, I get the materials to potentially upgrade my tools. I just got to get the money to accommodate it. Let's also go ahead and put you back on my bar. We get the points to accommodate it, kind of thing. All of these will level us, you know, which helps out across the board. This is a good way for us to get the geodes and the coffers for gemstones and whatnot. And all that's going to be really important for what we're doing. I feel like that is triggering way more than it's meant to. I'm getting the double ore probably 2/3 of the time I'm doing that. Oh, good. Batwings are the harder one to get, and I got lucky with the double drop. That's actually one of the reasons I grabbed the double. Okay, so that's at least 2 of the monster things we've just finished. So I still need more batwings, and then I need more meat. And we haven't seen any meat because I don't think we've seen enemies that can drop it yet. We probably won't until we get to the next area. Yeah, so we're pushing this hard. Because other things I could push is the fishing, which I certainly will need to push at some point, but that's kind of... I'm not too motivated to worry about the fishing right now, and a big reason I will not be super motivated to that right away is when it comes to the fishing, I'm going to need to get a better fishing pole. It's the same with the bug catching. I really need a better bug net before we're going to be able to get out to the hard stuff. Alright, so there goes the Band of Smiles quest, which is their Adventurers Guild kind of thing. And what I say with these rock things is they can drop almost all the stuff on the monster loot table. And, like, that's their big thing. So it's terrible odds of getting what you're looking for, but odds of all of the things. That said, there isn't nearly as much monster loot as before. That said, supposedly one of the things they did in this update was improve monster loot, but I don't know if that's specifically for the savannah or that includes the regular mine. Oh, it's wood? Honestly, we're making good time. I'm down to see if we can't push our way all the way to 25. Alright. We're probably about due to level up mining again. And combat, for that matter. But all these levels are going to help us to speed things up more and more. They'll make our stamina go farther, both by having more total stamina and by reducing the amount of stamina we use per swing. And then on top of that, we'll get the special abilities they get out of that, which some of them, like, will break extra rocks and all that stuff. Oh, and one thing, just as a pro tip for people trying to catch all the fish, keep in mind there are places like this that, there's water there. Just saying. There's water there. Okay, so we got ourselves a new weapon. Like I said, I'm down to try and push. It's not a farming game, there's no murdering wildlife. Exactly. Look, it's wildlife in a cave. Clearly that makes it okay. Alright. And eventually we'll have to actually care about getting hit by stuff. So far we haven't had a need to. Because we'll start having stuff that hits really hard. There's like a big ogre thing that it hits for realsies. There's another game getting an update soon, which is Roots Apache. That should be any day now as well. Which one of the things I actually stood up that I said I thought was really great about that game is I believe that's the one where they did away with stamina, and they're just like, there's no combat in this game. People are like, what? No combat? It's like, yeah, that's not the point. Like, most combat in these games is usually one of the big negatives. Like, you know, the combat's just not solid. This one's okay. There's definitely ones that do a way better job. Okay, so that actually I want. So let's go ahead and eat the moral, because that's the meat we're after for one of our offering things. So I'm not super worried about it. I still need the bat wings, and it's always the bat wings that are the ones that held me up the most, so I'm glad we got 2 from a drop early on. Alright, one more floor. And then we've hit a second break point. You also get a ability that when you kill enemies, you have a chance to leech a little life. And once you get that, like, you can be pretty aggressive, again, other than like the most dangerous stuff, and not really care too much. Give meat or not. Okay. Come on, give me the way down. There's wasabi. I have nothing else we can eat. Can bang on 1, 2, and we're spent. And I don't have enough time to pop up, grab food, and come back down. So, unfortunately, we're gonna miss that one by one. But we still got 5 floors. So it's a bummer we didn't get that last floor to make it 10 floors, but, you know, it's fine. That's gonna happen. Why are you active? I thought it said to reach the bottom of the earth. I'm totally fine with it either way, but just a little confused. So with that, let's pop over here, grab you. And that's another 5 going in. Now we can drop all that in, put those 2 in. Okay, so the bone no longer has the to be determined tag on it, so that's good news. We're also done with the blunt sword for the time being. So I go ahead and drop the blunt sword into the box, because its services are no longer needed. Or I will maybe not drop it into the box. That's fine, I'll just toss it here for right now. There, again, enough so the next in-game day we can deal with it. Alright, so we've got all that sorted out. So we got enough for 7 more bars. And we gained a level in mining, so that's good. We got some stone patterns, extra stamina, all that good stuff. We did make about 400 bucks on selling crops, as well as a couple of forageables, so that's definitely not anything to be unhappy about. What is this one? Okay, I'm not exactly sure where that was on the map. Yeah, so we're at 15 of those. We do not have a tool selected that'll destroy things. Alright. So what's interesting here is I don't believe I can get lettuce seeds right now. But with the wild seeds, we've been managing to get lettuce anyways. And the real bummer is we're going to miss out on the rewards from that quest. Because like I said, the 900 money for just 4 carrots was looking pretty stellar. But it is what it is. Once you get past, like, the first year and you've been hoarding a lot of these materials, all of that changes where you're just like, okay, I just got this mountain of materials. It's totally fine. I'm also not super worried about the layout of my farm yet, because what will ultimately happen with this layout is once I get the better scarecrows, then it becomes way less of the thing I gotta worry about. I also don't know the exact price for upgrading my tools. I know the cheap tools... Oh. Okay, we give the metal bars at some point. Alright. Well, let's grab the wood, just in case. And let's run over to the blacksmith. Actually, is the blacksmith open on Saturday? Because remember, it's either blacksmith that's closed on Saturday or the lab. Okay, so blacksmith is supposedly opening, and we can check here. So it opens at 9, yeah. Okay, so lab is closed on Saturday, blacksmith is open. So let's run over to the blacksmith real fast, see if we can't see what the cost is for us to upgrade that. The other thing, you know what we can also do? Just in case, so we save ourselves a trip. I can grab all those geodes and coffers I haven't been doing anything with yet. And I've been deliberately not doing anything with them just because I didn't have the money to make it worth my while. Grab you. I can do this. So geodes. Coffers. And we're good. That way, if I can upgrade the tool, great. I don't think I'll have enough. I'm imagining it's probably like 1,500 or something like that. But if I don't, I can break a bunch of those coffers open. And some of them will give me stuff I could potentially sell, and some of them will give me stuff for the museum and such. Alright. Yeah, not even close. I probably could have stopped moving and let it walk towards me and gotten it, but I'm not super worried about a lot of that stuff till we get our upgrades. The good news is I'm pretty close to already having enough bronze for all those upgrades. But do you always feel like the time pressure in this style of game punishes exploration? It'd be fun to see this style of game where time only passes where you're doing something like watering and all that to remove the micro action. So there is one thing you can do here that there is literally, you can go into the game speed and say make it slower, and it makes your days feel really long. Like really, really long. But it is one of those things. Alright, so first, before we do that, how much would it cost me to upgrade my tools the first time? If I wanted to go for the bronze scythe, 1,500 coins. That's literally exactly what I thought it was going to be. Alright, so let's go for the coffers first. Okay, run out of inventory space. But yeah, so it is those things that you can do that. And what does this one say I need to do to unlock it? One will open the Totem of Legend when they catch these buzzing goods. So basically, once I've caught enough bugs, we'll be able to access that one. That's fine. Now, you'd assume the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all of those artifacts and I'm going to beeline over to the museum and put them there. Because that would be what you should probably do. But because I am hell-bent on getting that I shipped everything achievement, what I want to actually do is take the time to verify each and every single one of these that I've gotten. So I can drop you off, pop over here and drop those off, drop that off for now. The bug box was this one. Cool. And with that, let's go ahead and make another terrible box. That'll be for our stuff to be offered later. Alright. We definitely want to save up enough money for the bag upgrade as well. Now, if I really wanted to push the money side of things to fix my financial problems, honestly, one of the best things I could do right now would very likely be to just fish. Because fishing doesn't cost all that much energy. At least, actually, no, I take that back. Isn't it like 20 energy per thing now? They may have adjusted that. I'm not sure. Like, when you catch something, I think it costs you 20 energy in one big go, but it takes a while to catch something, so it's not really that bad from the time consideration. Alright, so we can process you. Cool. Alright. Because if we start getting multiple of those, we can put in the offer. Like, the moment I get more than one of an item, I can just put it in for the offering when it comes to the artifacts. Because then we're just good. But like I said, I do want to get the collecting of them, just so that when it comes to shipping everything, I can literally just have it down to like the day I've got everything, like back up the save, ship one of everything, make sure we get the achievement, and then if not, we can deal with that. That probably won't happen this stream. We'll finish the playthrough long before we get to that phase. Alright, so we can go here. Okay, so the catch is, right now, I'm doing really well on... I'm doing really well on the mine front. We are making a lot of progress down, which is good. But I don't have the money to even build the tools what I'm getting all the parts for. So I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start pushing the diving side of it. And the reason I'm going to do this is if I can get to the point where we're getting the silver kelp as well, then I can start adding sprinklers, and you get where that's going. If I can start getting the sprinklers made, then I can sit there and, you know, put a bunch of sprinklers down, and we can start growing our farm size to increase our throughput and all that, and make money. And that'll help a lot. Because I don't want to just grind fishing right now. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Plus, these things I'm pulling up off the bottom of the ocean, when I start getting like 2 and 3 and 4 of them, that's just another thing I could potentially sell. Alright, so where are you going? So one of the nice things about this is it'll actually highlight red what it's hitting, even before that past reaches there. So it does make it a lot easier to know, like, what do I actually need to work on. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So that's that one done. But there's 2 under this one, so let's try going to the other side. But we'll eventually clear out the entire ocean where all these paths will get cleared up. This is one of the reasons I was trying to push the mine first, is just so I could get the best tool so I don't have to 2 or 3 whack these. Because we can hit them all in one, you can get through areas pretty quick. Whereas what takes 2 or 3 hits, it really does hurt your progress. Especially later on, if we don't upgrade at all, it eventually gets to like 4 or 5 hits. Alright, so don't have the inventory space for the sea salt. I can deal with that later. Sea salt's one of those things I never had a problem keeping. It's everywhere down here, and you don't really need that much of it. There's some, though, I have that I really don't need. 1 unit of wood. Meanwhile, do we have anything I want to consume for the energy? I saw one of them say offered. I mean, we can eat the jackknife clams if we don't end up with spares. All right. So we'll see if that opens up the next area. If it does, I'll drop the anchor at the next location. We'll see if there's anything I can grab for some quick energy. If so, great. If not, we might just, like, I might eat one of the jackknife things to pick up the stuff there. Oh, I would. Yeah, here it is. You should report to Ling before going farther. I don't have the stamina to grab that. But it says activate 5 sites, and I've activated 4. Alright, so let's back up here and see if we open another route that I'm missing. It's also fine, because then I can grab more of these kind of things. Is there anything? Yeah, we'll get rid of the 1 rock. Eat 1 jackknife clam. Just give myself enough stamina to try and get more of the kelp. Because we will need a lot of all of the kelp. Okay, so it looks like we actually got a spot back here I can work. I don't have much stamina to work with, but that's fine. Alright, so drop the anchor. I don't think I want to sit there and try and burn some of this energy for this. We just don't have enough goods, which is totally fine. We got another thing done, 1 more section cleared, and then we'll talk to Ling, and she'll give us more story and whatnot. And that's fine. But we're making progress there. The big thing is that I want to always be making progress somewhere. As long as something is moving forward somewhere on the area, we're still doing good. Alright, and we can go to you, drop that off. Got more kelp. That's regular crops. Okay. So we're also getting to the point that I am going to start having to split this stuff up a bit more. So you go in there. That's fine. That's all the critters. We can drop you in there. I'll grab you out, drop you in. And we can sell these 2 for right now, because they're duplicates of stuff of just a higher quality, so it'll give me a little bit more money. I have an ocean critter in my inventory. there anything here that shouldn't be? And grab you and donate you. You're a duplicate. And grab you and donate you. You're already donated. Grab you and donate you. 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 And I can make another box. And we get much bigger boxes later. Where are you? There you go. Okay. So with this, we're going to go over here. First, I'm going to donate what I have in my inventory. Well, actually, take that back. I'm going to drop you off. And then the rest, I'm going to donate. Let's actually double check. Is there any of these that we're offering or strictly all donate? Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to donate all those to the museum. They're all duplicates. That's fine. And that'll get a little bit of progress here. Which is important. Because I'm definitely, like, not doing the progress I should be doing on this stuff. But that's okay. Alright, so donate items. Boom, 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 boom. And we got ourselves a reward of 3 candied tree seeds. Oh, boy. And unfortunately, it's probably too late for us to go and work more on clearing the ocean stuff in this in-game day. Because even if I run out there and take these, it's getting pretty close to midnight anyways. I'm just going to do a quick little look around here. Yeah, I was going to say, grab some forageables for a little extra cash. Another spot down here when they can show up. I really should... I should be putting more effort into catching the bugs and fish. I'm not bothering because I know I get the computer later. And I already know, like, no matter how hard I try, I'm going to end up missing a bunch. You know, in the spring first year, because it's just me getting the computer the first year is very, very unlikely. I mean, it's just not going to happen. Like, maybe with speedrunning strats, maybe you can. But not doing those, I'm definitely not. The computer's amazing, though, when you get it. Okay, so let's go over here. Drop you off. And then we can grab you. You got 6 of those. And that's the only one we got 6 of. That's fine. Plunk you in here. Now what I was going to do is go to this box that's got the bugs and the fish. So we're going to switch this up to critters. So all of these ones here... Actually, with as many of these as there are in here... Yeah, let's grab the critters. So the sea critters. The common starfish, the sea slug... and that. I'm gonna grab those out. They now have their own dedicated box. And then later on, I want to separate out, like, the fish and whatever. So, like, the fish and the bugs. My hope, though, is we'll get the bigger boxes by then, because we shouldn't be too far off of that. Because once we start getting those bigger boxes, it'll go a long way for us. Sprout, it looks like you're ready for this. This basic sprinkler. Place it in your field, it'll water some of your crops for you. The best part, you can craft as many of these as you need as long as you have the necessary materials. Human, if you have any fresh vegetables, please send them my way, Suki. Okay. So if we look at this, it only does like a little plus area, so it's not very good to begin with. I don't have a good pocket in here that we can take advantage of it. So right now, I'm just going to plunk it right there. It might as well be watering something. But that is those things that we will be able to sit there and start gridding it out where we can use the sprinklers. And it will be a thing that will get better and better sprinklers as time goes on. They get way, way better coverage. That's kind of what I want to lean into, is just trying to get our sprinklers online and some of our automation while we wait for our money to roll in, so we could scale up a lot of the farming without having the issue with the scaling up of your farming that by the time you start your day, you're 2 or 3 hours into the in-game day, and your stamina's mostly gone because you overindulged on the farming side. Because you can see here, I'm already burning about 1/4 of my stamina just watering the crops. Which that'll get better in time. Alright, so with that, we had contracts for this. So how much longer do we have? Aaron for the townies, 4 carrots for Paul. I might still be able to get that done. Give any spring vegetable to Suki. So I should be able to get any spring vegetable to Suki, because we just pop over here. And eventually I'll figure out what my order of operations here. So for right now, I know I planted a bunch of potatoes, so let's grab a potato. And it'll give Suki a potato. And if we look on our map, is that Suki right there? No, that's Alice. So Suki's at the inn itself. Let's run down. Oh, you're not a bug. Cool. And see if we can't find Suki real fast and give Suki the potato. Get that knocked out real fast. There's Suki over there. And so we'll know if we got the quest item. If we put our mouse over, it says give quest item. Complete quest. Thank you. You should take a break from the farm life and stay here for a weekend or something. You can just relax, read a book in your room with the windows open, fall asleep with the calming sound of the waves. We'll give you a local discount. I live literally like one house away, man. I'm gonna be real. I live a singular house away. I don't think I'm going to pay to stay in your room one house away from where I'm already staying. That feels a wee bit horrifically, you know, whatever. Did she not, like, pay me anything or anything like that? So you want me to ship bronze quality fruit? That's fine. You want me to heal the sites? That's fine. We don't have what I need for that. I still have to go to the bottom. I need to do the Band of Smiles. Errands for the townies. Band of Smiles, what are your hours? It doesn't tell me. Let's go see if I can't go to the Band of Smiles real fast to complete that quest off my log. And then we can fast travel down to get one of those last two sites sorted out so that we can... Oh, I didn't see you. So that we can hopefully get that knocked out off our list. Basically just try and knock down the quest list a little bit. I also think what I'll probably do is I'll probably detour over to Sam's and buy more crops. Oh, I got cinematic. I was going for the butterfly. It's fine. Human, we've been expecting you. You did a good job defeating those monsters. Come, let's start your initiation into the guild. And that's why you never bet against Kira, foolish Mark. All right. I'll leave your coins here, Kira. Wasn't expecting Garden Rake here to pull it off. Still, you sure about this, Kira? Garden Rake? Got through more monsters than you did in your first month, Mark, so zip it. Any objections before we start? Another greenhorn. I haven't even acknowledged this Mark boy. And what's this? You got a farmer doing an adventurers? Oh. Do what you want, Kira. It's your branch. Thank you, Geodon. I appreciate it. Mark, bring me the sword. Thank you, big boy. Are you ready, human? Human, do you wish to become a member of this guild? I still don't know what you represent, or anything about that. Why are you asking me to make decisions without giving me basic information? We only have 3 rules you must uphold. First, defend humanity from evils of this world. Second, help those in need if it's in your capability to do so. And last, have a smile on your face as you adventure. Knowing the 3 rules, do you pledge your allegiance to the Band of Smiles? Then I welcome you to the Band of Smiles. You're now one of us. What do you mean? You didn't give me the choice. Why don't I get the option to say no? Fresh meat, the best kind of meat. One day we shall spar, you and I. Preferably in a different chapter, though. Perhaps where Senji and I are from. It's decided. You'll visit us sometime. Delicious human. Fresh meat. It's like, could you not? I mean, my person's just like, why is everyone talking to me like this way? It makes me very uncomfortable, and understandably so. Yoy, got the chit-chat. This sword, put it back above the fireplace. It's a decoration. Alright, so we've got... Don't do this to me. Okay. Alright. So, with the Band of Smiles, unless something's changed, you will get... Oh, what's this? You complete an errand here. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you'll get a thing where it says, Mark is looking for slime goop. Accept. So you actually get a couple days to handle that. But you get the idea. That you can sit there and do quests, and some of the quests will be like, okay, kill 5 of the skeleton whatever they are things. And then you get a quest another day that goes, okay, instead today, go get me a bunch of bat wings. And it's not every day, it's another message board. It is one of those things that maybe or maybe not they've added with this update. If not, I'd like them to add it. It would be really nice to be able to have the board, like, at your house. So that you can just, wake up, there's a new item on the board, do the new thing, go on to the next thing. So how long do I have to do this quest? 2 days, that's fine. I probably already have the goop, but I'm not going to worry about using it right now. Anyways, what we want to do is move on with the diving thing, because what we could do is get this last 2 of the ones up here in this top area sorted, and once I have those, we can go talk to Ling, continue that quest line, and yada yada. Get ourselves closer to being able to do the silver stuff. And also realistically, wait, are we already at 9 AM in the game? We probably are. It's fine. My hope is we'll get through this quickly. Enough that we can run over to Sam's. Because I forgot they said I was going to do that. Because I would like to keep the crops growing. But yeah, remembering what I used to do for this, I found the best luck on finding the things you're looking for by picking up the trash nearby where you see oil. Like, just in the general area, not, like, right on top of it. And I don't know if that's just 100% placebo effect, that I'm seeing patterns that aren't really there. But right there, that kind of supports that argument. You get the idea. And sometimes you get lucky with these, and as it's drawing its path, you'll end up finding the other what. Oh, don't be perfect. Okay, I was about to say, it's like, don't be perfect where, like, just, you know, manage to sneak on between here. But, like, sometimes you'll just get lucky, and while you're clearing one's path, you'll find the other. Okay, so we're not quite done here, because there's 2 of those up there. So then the question is where the other one will be. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be down this way. No, maybe not. Well, it's Sunday, so the blacksmith isn't open, but the lab is. How long is the lab open for, though? Is the lab open for a while, or am I just gonna, like, barely sneak in at the end? It's till 5. Yeah, so I got plenty of time. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is... Oh, it's gonna be right up here. Try and sneak it in real fast. It'll be somewhere up here. There it is. Because if we're quick about this, I can get back up to the lab and to Sam's and knock this out real fast. Come on. You have something small I can eat so I'm not wasting good resources? I mean, I've got a couple flame scallops. We'll eat a flame scallop. Oh, I can't. Okay. That's interesting. Cool. So let's get out of here. Let's try and talk to Ling. Let's try and get by Sam's. I may have pushed my luck too far with this. We'll see. Can I teleport closer? No. I don't really want to use these things. I'm going to focus on trying to just get to Ling's. I say as I'm looking at this going, please go faster. I probably actually could get both of these, but Ling's is way more important. It is pushing my luck. Ah, human, welcome to the lab. I've been expecting you. Of course, I already know everything that happened while you were diving there. You were able to activate the solar orb. Oh, wait, we got an ad break. 1 second, sorry. I'll have to catch people up on what they missed. I do apologize, those ad breaks sneak up on you. So people only miss like 1 sentence from that. Which shouldn't be hard to be just literally that's like, yeah, I already know what's going on. That's fine. It is kind of frustrating the way the ad breaks work, but I understand they can't contextually know what's happening on stream to know when is a good or a bad time, and while you can do them manually, it's really hard to remember to do that. So it is those things that I'd have to depend on them. I can manually if I remember, like if I know I'm just getting out of just getting out of a cinematic, I could play it then. Or it can also be like if I know a cinematic's coming up in 5 minutes, I could deliberately fire it off early. I just have to actually remember to do it, which is always a tricky thing. But yeah, no, I absolutely have always like I've very much enjoyed this game a lot. It's been pretty fantastic and all that. Certainly as a game, like it gives me the same feeling I had when Stardew Valley first came out, where it's like, you know, you just get into the game, you just want to play more. Alright, so I apologize for that with the ad break. You only missed about one sentence of the dialogue here before we realized the ad break was going on. All you missed is that, you know, your character was like, she's like, oh yeah, you know, I knew you were coming. And your character implies that, like, how did you know? And she's like, oh yeah, I've been watching you, like, watching everything unfold from Kibble's point of view. So you missed one sentence, but it wasn't of substance. I was watching everything unfold from Kibble's point of view. I'm glad the ocean has finally found someone worthy. More importantly, I owe you an explanation. Please, follow me into my secret lair, where I can explain things to you. Where to start? Well, many years ago, I planted super corals, just like the one here, all around Coral Island. They've been specifically bred to survive the rising ocean temperature and hostile environments. The room we're in also holds, ancient technology that can remove the stubborn oil-covered roots and heal the sick coral. What you saw in the ocean, how should I put it? At its most basic, we take a little bit of what makes a super coral healthy and share it with the other sick corals so they can get better. By combining human science and a little bit of magic and the ancient technology, the ocean can recover. It's a lot to take in, and I'm sure you still have questions, but that's all I can share for now. The rest you'll need to discover on your own. As promised, the diving suit is yours to keep. But, just one thing before I let you go. I want you to know that though you've been deemed worthy, you aren't the only one out there that is worthy. Hopefully that didn't come across in the wrong way, but I don't want to feel like this is a fate you can't escape. There's nothing worse than that. Thanks again for stopping by, Hugh-Man. I'm not sure what the intent of that scene, like, for that part is, where it's like, you're not the only one. I'm not sure if that's, like, their low-key way of being like, hey, player, like, don't sweat it if you don't want to do this right now. I'm going to try to make it to Sam's, but I think the fact that I skipped it on the way in and that we have the penalty because we're stamped, I might be able to make it. I just have to get to the register before it says 5 p.m. Let me go. Aha! We did make it. Alright, so with that, give Carrot. Carrots seem to be the nice balance of being able to get some decent money. They don't take forever to grow and all that. I could probably, like, to make the most money, honestly, the crops that grow in, like, 4 days end up being really good because you can turn them around real fast so you can scale them up real fast. But in our case, I'm trying to not get myself in a situation where I'm stuck on that. Because people remember the last time I played this. I think already by now I had almost a full screen worth of farm. And just the one sprinkler they give you as a freebie. And it was wake up, take care of crops, eat several of my crops in the process of taking care of my crops, go to bed. And don't get me wrong, it was really good early game money. But it was all we did in the early game, which is not the most entertaining or enjoyable. Versus, I don't remember if it was the last or the run before that. Whichever was the one I didn't do that, where I overwhelmed myself with that. I think it was early game, I went out of my way to try and, like, do the upgrades as fast as I could. And that ended up being a way better experience. I don't really want to use the, use this. First, let's drop off what we can. You're a critter for the sea. So that's a duplicate. So let's grab the regular sea slug. We can drop you off in that box. So let's grab the regular sea slug and drop it off for the donation. That was just a donation one, correct? Yeah. I'm just watching for ones that are offer and donation. I'm going to want to wait till I have both of those so I can, you know, just make sure they're sorted. Generally, priority-wise, I tend to prioritize offers as the highest, then donation second, then sale for third. Because the offering and the donations are blockers so far as progression. Okay. Yeah, so we are starting to get the museum going. So we're doing it a bit slower than I normally would. Very genuinely, by now, I could probably be up to 25 or so things in the museum. I'll take a free cricket. I haven't caught one of those yet. Alright. What I was going to say is I'm going to burn my candied tree here. Because this grass is getting pretty close, and if the grass overtakes the stuff, it will damage it. So I need to push it back. And we got an extra seed. Yeah, pretty soon I will start running into where I can't really do the seeds safely. Because what will happen is we will run to the situation where with the seeds we could potentially get the cauliflower. And I only got a couple more days I can grow cauliflower successfully, because cauliflower takes a long time to grow. It's 10 days. So if I were to plant it and there's less than 10 days left of the season, you could do the math. You could figure out how that works. You just wouldn't get cauliflower, get mostly grown, and then it'd die. Alright. Another day knocked out. We got a couple quests done. Suki likes us slightly more, so that's nice. We got $10 from a daffodil. Heck yeah. Big money. Alright. So I've got some crops to harvest. Sweet. That's enough to turn into the thing with Paul, and I think it's in time. Let's see. Quests. Errands. Yeah. I know that probably doesn't excite a lot of you, but that's $900 to me, and that's good enough. Alright, so we want to go to this box. For right now, we're going to keep all of the cauliflower. I lied. I'm going to sell one of the cauliflower. Here's a gold cauliflower for sale. We're going to keep all the rest of the cauliflower. And the reason I'm doing that is just very genuinely with a lot of this. I mean, there's not a whole lot to say. With the rest of it, we're going to have recipes and all that are going to call for cauliflower and quests that can potentially call for it. And as I mentioned before, I don't have time to grow much more. As I sit here and look, and I think all of that might be cauliflower up there. But just in case I'm wrong, we do want to keep that going. Yeah, so we're going to be pushing the diving for the silver one. This reminds you of Stardew? Yep. It is a slice of life game. So, Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley, you know, Coral Island being one of them, Sun Haven, all the same genre. So they do share a lot of similarities and choices of mechanics and all that. Okay, so we can give that to Paul. So let's go ahead and do that first. And Paul is probably... yeah, they're still in their house for right now. But yeah, no, definitely, it starts, like, especially at the very, very beginning, it feels like, you know, a prettier, like, so far as, like, tropical kind of pretty, you know, Stardew Valley clone or whatever. I don't like using the word, hey, you saw nothing. Complete the errand, yes. Thank you. Maybe I'll plant some cauliflower in our backyard. You better do it now. You don't have much time left this season. But with that, now if we do this, boom. And just like that, we got $900 in our pocket. Now let's go see if we've got more. Oh. See if we got more cherries, because those are very limited in supply right now. Because they only appear right up in this area of the map. Yeah, too slow. Yep, so no cherries today. That's fine. Okay, so with that, that's fine. We've got $900. That's not enough to do much with the blacksmith so far as the tool upgrades go, but is enough that I can pop open these 2 coffers while I'm in the neighborhood. Because once we start getting like duplicate gems and all that kind of stuff, then I don't mind starting to like, you know, I don't mind at that point starting to donate stuff and whatnot. And eventually we'll even get to the point of just straight up selling things. Alright. So with that, we're in good shape. So the choices I have now. Try and walk ahead of it. There we go. Because if you have them walk towards you, it's just faster, so you have less chance of them noticing you. Alright, so we can plant more stuff if we wanted. Alright, so we've got a bunch of that, which was this box. I said those. Oh, that's interesting. These are all saying donate and offered? Oh no. What have they done that all that is donate and offered? Okay. I hate that. Not actually hate that, but it's like, oh man, I'm gonna have to make sure I get extra of those. Which is already what we were planning. I just wasn't planning to get the extra and then have to deal with it for that purpose. Okay. So I don't have a whole lot of time on this. Alright. So, I could buy a bunch more seeds. And that's gonna hurt our energy a lot, but that'll give us more money in the short term. And I probably do need to get my money sorted. I'm gonna regret that. Okay, that's fine. But that is gonna be a thing I regret. The good news is I didn't get stuff that's ridiculously long shelf life. And I'm just kind of going with that and just getting a bunch of carrots and we're gonna make it happen. But yeah, we're gonna keep doing what we've been doing, which is, I'm hoping when we cash out a bunch of these carrots and we make the money, will put me in good set to potentially get some of my tools upgraded. Because right now I don't. Because definitely know I want to at least plant the stuff around that sprinkler. And then when the season changes, I will probably go through and rearrange a bit. Okay. And we can go here and make ourselves another scarecrow. Grab you. Hey, music. You can come back now if you don't mind. Thank you. I appreciate your promptness on that, actually. Just weirdly got quiet and is like, I would like that. It listens so well? Yeah, usually games don't. You'll be like, oh man, it's getting weird and quiet. I really wish we had some music. And you just sit there and you're like, alright, and you just turn off the game music and then turn on your own music just to have it. Oh, it's you, human. Why are you throwing rocks at the sea? You're hurting the fish. Are you playing a game I want to play? So we're trying to be as literal as possible. So we're gonna go, why are you throwing rocks at the sea? Because I want to. This is something we used to do. It's a little contest at the end of our outings. She told me once she appreciated how I didn't hold back. It was refreshing for her. Well, that's enough walking down memory lane. Goodbye, human. Yeah, Jim is a tough one. You should return this photo to Jim. Don't make me return this photo to Jim right now. Is Jim home right now? Okay, let's see if we can't make that happen right this second so I don't have to deal with it. Because until then, it's going to sit in my inventory. Give Jim and wife photo to complete quest. Oh, thank you for returning this to me, human. This picture, it's something I always keep with me. Thank you again, human. If you want to talk, Sonny seems to be in the mood to chat. Me? No, I'm not. Which is honestly fair, but also kind of a mean way of phrasing it. You could have been like, hey, I'm like really busy with work, come on, man. Or it's just like, hey, you know what, like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not feeling like particularly chatty at this moment. Which again is 100% valid. But to be like, hey, go to talk to someone else because I don't want to. It's like, okay, man. You could have phrased that differently. Like, it's valid, but you know, there's certainly something to be said about how you phrase things. Okay, so with this, if we look now, I have cleared all of these up here. And I believe we're going down this direction. And I'm not going to bother trying to clear up all of the trash. It does come back. Plus, I'll probably want to focus on that more when we reach a point that I've got better equipment for this. Alright, I think this means I can go down here now. Yep. So we take the same strategy we did before. Is I'm going to first go down somewhere around there. Okay. And basically, where I see oil, I'm going to start clearing near the oil. It's just the way I've had the most luck doing this. Oh, you're actually alive. You were sitting perfectly still, and I honestly thought it was like, oh, that must just be like a glitched graphic on the background or something. That said, there's a lot of oil everywhere here, so this doesn't give me... There we go. Much narrowed down, I say as I immediately find it. Okay, we have a couple of you, well, one of you on me. I definitely am going to need to, Okay, cool. I'm definitely going to need to get some stuff to improve the... get myself some food for eating. Like, find something I could do where that's fairly cost-effective, which is the big if. Alright, so this area, my inventory is full, and I need that stuff. We'll go ahead and just eat this jackknife clam, because I know I've got more of those back home. Because the kelp is the big thing here. Alright, so we've got some oil up in this corner, and down here in this corner. So it's going to be probably one of those two areas there. Getting blocked by the trash. Okay, so inventory is full for that too. I'll take a little bit of the compost and chuck it. So the question is, I have a feeling that it's not till we hit like town rank C or D that we get the hot springs, but I also don't know. But it would be good to get the hot springs because right now I could potentially be able to go to the hot springs. I wouldn't get much more done. Oh wait, does it cost me energy to knock these coconuts down? Inventory is full, but no. We will ditch the sea salt. So coconuts are usually not available in a particularly long window. They can be both very lucrative and good for a lot of the cooking recipes, just because for almost nothing you can get a ton of them. So that's fine, that actually works out. So we can kind of go to the common areas and just grab some coconuts. Alright, so the common starfish, I'm going to sell the better one. I've got 3 of those. Oh, and we can drop one of you off. We can leave it at that for right now. There's the forageables. Do we have any of those at 6 yet? No, but we are going to switch stuff over not too long and move it around. I actually need to get some of it moved around now. I'm out of space in this box, but that's okay. Because for right now, the way we solve our problems is we could be more efficient and make good choices around this. Or, counter-argument, actually I can make one of those, 2 of those. Or, counter-argument, instead of doing that, I can just make a box and plunk it down in the ground. And plunk it down the... Oh, I can't put it there, that's fine. Look, that's inconvenient that you won't let me put it over there. Right now, I'll put it right here. We could drop those off there. And the sea salt. I am going to take one of these, so if I see a bug that I want to catch, I can snag the bug. But I'm just going to run around and grab coconuts for a little bit. So we're low on time. Because like I said, it's only like 2 or 3 days out of a season that the coconuts are available. So I do want to capitalize on that as much as I can in the short term. Alright. There's just always more. Now, I believe the coconuts, you can't just eat them in this game, because I don't know if the idea is that they're too hard to get into, like just walking around, or what the idea is, but you can't just eat them. You can cook them into stuff, and then those things you could cook them into become, you know, a whole big thing. But that's fine. Alright, so just doing a lap around here. We're getting bugs, we're getting coconuts. All sorts of goodies. Oh, there's something in the grass over there? Guess not. Alright. Cool. Does it still say temporary closed? It does not. Not that's gonna do me any good right now. It's literally like 11 p.m. So I'm almost at the point I need to run back, so I can't take a moment to sit in there. But that's good news for us where if we do push the mines, we can. Like, that's the kind of thing is if you don't want to feel as rushed, you can turn the game speed down to 50%, go into the mines, spend a bunch of time clearing it out, and then pop out, go rest in the, you know, rest for a little bit, and then pop back, and you'll be fine. Alright. So unless I'm ready to start wasting a bunch of my other stuff that I caught. Sorry, wasting a bunch of the things I'm picking up to eat for energy. That's gonna be that. Not seeing any more coconut trees. It does feel like very much if I want the coconuts, I gotta be near the shore, which, sure, makes sense. I was kind of hoping that we'd hit like another area that's got a bunch of the coconut trees I could knock down. I got one more zone down here I didn't really check out. I'm suddenly noticing the time we need to be on our way home. Okay. That's pretty good. We probably got 20-something coconuts. I am going to keep a decent number of those. I remember there are a lot of recipes in this game that call for coconuts. Like, a lot of recipes in this game that call for coconuts. So I'm going to do... I'm going to pop over here. I'm going to drop off 10 in there for the moment. Drop you off. Oh, we're at that point where we really need to start moving stuff around. I'll deal with that in the morning. We don't have time. Drop out those coconuts for a little bit of money. Okay. And I don't think coconuts are super valuable in the game, though. Alright, so we got some merit points for completing thing, and for bug catching, we got our first cooking recipe of bug jerky. Mmm. And then we also got a skill point for bugs and a little bit more stamina. Paul likes us slightly more because we did a rest thing for him. And we actually, you know what? Those coconuts weren't that bad in all things considered. That said, that one gold cauliflower was worth more than the 5 coconuts. But we did get 500. And that's pretty good considering that's only for a handful of things we got really quickly. All right. Now, I do want to save... Oh yeah, here we go. This will probably be a good enough payday. I might be able to get stuff going on. You man, I saw that you completed someone's request in the bulletin board. I'm impressed. Thank you for actively taking part of this community. Mayor Connor. Does that come with compensation? I know they paid me really well, but does the city want to pay me really well? I don't mind double dipping my money. I am all for team double dip. Also, if it could rain, that would be lovely. But yeah, the good news is we're getting close to being able to start making the sprinklers for real. One of the other problems, and I run into this with all these games, is you'll have like, you'll get the materials for making like your smallest sprinkler, and then right after, you'll unlock like the next larger sprinkler, and you'll sit there and go, okay, do I want to take the time to build a bunch of the smallest sprinkler, or do I want to dedicate that time to just getting the next higher sprinkler and not going through the point of making a bunch of sprinklers that I know I'm going to almost immediately retire? And it is always one of those ones, there's a lot of argument to be made around it. So let's go here, drop you off. So canola, we can drop that off. The tulips I've already got two there, so we'll sell the tulips. The carrots, keep a carrot. All right. And so I need to make another box. This is going to be your dedicated bug box. So we've got this box is currently a mix of things between the fish and the bugs, becoming a bug box. Because that's going to be kind of the way this works. It's just little by little. We'll separate things off into their own boxes and all that. Okay, so crickets. I have not donated a cricket. We have two. Wasp. I haven't donated a wasp. We have two. We've already done that. That one I'm going to need multiple because they'll donate on the offering or I donate you. That's also going to need multiple. That's going to need multiple. The pus moth we can go ahead and do. Oh, you're going to need multiple as well for, you know, the offerings and all that. So I've got a handful of moss to drop off, so that's the whole thing. So we're good here. We've got that all collected. We can drop off the moss. We got to keep our eye on the options for like more coconuts because we will have more trees growing coconuts. We can drop all of this off at the museum to progress that farther. Then we're going to go and drop off all of our produce at Sam's. And I'm hoping that'll be enough to get a tool upgrades worth. You gave me potato seeds. That's fine. Oh, hey. Cinematic tab, apparently. I got a weird ghost to me right here. Hey, Scott? I don't mean to alarm you, buddy, but this room is definitely tripping out. So either it's possessed, or someone slipped psychedelics into the air. Whatever's happening here, Scott, it's not on the level. I'm gonna be real with you. There is some weird things happening in this room right now. Okay, that is picking up on stream. Like, you can see this board behind the board. Like, there is a phantom room behind the room. Just don't look directly at it, Scott. Maybe it'll go away. Maybe if we do this... Scott, not to alarm you, but there's another me behind you. We currently have you outflanked. Oh no, but you also have my other me outflanked as well. Human, come take a look at this. Have you seen the demonic presence I've valued in this room? I found an ancient trinket, and it had this whole warning about a curse, and I definitely opened that thing. I'm wigging out, man. You see this? It's a blueprint for a bigger museum. Because nothing makes a museum feel less empty than having the same amount of artifacts, but in a much larger space. The museum we have now is glamorous, amazing, impressive, absolutely something to be envied by most museums in the world. It works, but could you imagine something bigger? Something more extravagant? Not in a population of 20. Imagine this, human. I'll remind you, population of like 20 people. We have one section dedicated to aquatic creatures of the island. Then there's another section that we can look at all of the fossils we've dug up. Oh, and we can have a bigger, better section for the ancient artifacts. You realize I am expecting you to individually find all of these things for me over all this time. Doesn't that sound exciting? That sounds really expensive. Because again, we're trying to be as literal as possible, and that sounds really cool, does not feel literal. That sounds really expensive. And there is precisely our problem. The town just doesn't have the budget to build this museum, let alone continue existing unless we improve our rating to an A, very specifically an A. At least, not yet. So what if we raise the money to build it? By that I mean, we could start a Kickstarter campaign. And I know I mention this every time. For those who are unaware, Coral Island is a Kickstarted game. So this is a nod to what they went through as well. So there is layers to this entire experience. Do you know what Kickstarter is? Let's see. I don't know. Can you explain? Kickstarter is a crowdfunding platform. We put our project online and people help fund it. Let's see, crowdfunding doesn't seem like the best choice to fund the infrastructure of a town of 20. To be fair, I'd also argue, is a museum qualify as infrastructure? And I'm not saying it does or doesn't, because it is definitely gray area, where you can argue that, you know, certainly having an educational building that gives information and, you know, talks about your history and all that, there is certainly merit to the argument that that can be infrastructure, but at the same time, usually when people refer to it as infrastructure, talking food, water, shelter, power, that kind of stuff. I don't disagree with the assessment of maybe trying to run your city on donations perhaps is not the most sound of systems. We put our project online, then people can help fund it. In return, we'll give them something from the project as a token of our appreciation. Great idea, right? Anyway, I'm almost ready to launch this campaign, but there are a few things I need. Like, you know, artifacts, or a museum that isn't empty, or a competent business plan. Or to get the poltergeist out of this room. Based on my research, most successful campaigns are those that already have something significant to show. Something to reassure the backers that they're backing a legit project. If I show them an empty museum in the campaign, people are going to think the project is a scam or something. Now, my dear, hardworking human, this is where you come in. I would like you to completely stock this entire museum with minimal compensation. We're really happy with what you brought into the museum so far. They're all amazing, but it's not enough. I asked Macy to take pictures of the museum yesterday, and it just looked empty. No one is going to help us if all we show them is an empty museum. But if you were to donate more items that I would sell on the sly, I mean, put up for viewing, do you see where I'm going with this? That's right. The museum wouldn't look so empty. We could convince more people to fund our project. Now, while you help us gather those artifacts, I'm going to prepare other materials to upload to the campaign page. I'll scan these blueprints, then I'll ask Millie to write something awesome for our campaign. Oh, and I should get Lily to make the museum website for us. Look at that. It's all coming together. Now go forth, human. Collect more items so we can launch our Kickstarter campaign. Okay. And we were done donating items. And we already collected our rewards. As you can see, there's also a thing for literally completing the entire museum. So instead of being like, what progress do I have? What do I have left? you can look here and go, oh, I'm down to my last few items. Oh, look, I'm missing an artifact. I'm missing a critter. I'm missing a fish. And it won't tell you exactly what you are missing, but it kind of gives you a, at least this is the activity I should be working on to try and solve it. You ask Taco how his day is going. Taco is the cutest smile. It makes you smile. Taco is the bestest boy. But yeah, no, it's just an interesting thing that they definitely approached that with this game as well, that the game was well underway when they started their Kickstarter, which for the record is the way most Kickstarters for video games are handled. They already have things mostly progressing. Did I not have 2 crickets? Did I not move over the crickets? It's okay, whatever. I didn't check. How long do you take to grow? You'll grow, right? Yeah, 5 days. We got plenty of time. But yeah, they're well along the way. I can't remember if literally they had that cinematic, like a mock-up of it or whatever, as part of their Kickstarter campaign. Like, I genuinely don't remember. Okay, so with that, I had actually not expected to get that influx there. Oh, and we also got a skill point for bug catching. So we can lower their awareness, we can have a chance of getting more, or we have a chance of getting double. I think for right now, I'm going to go with the lower the awareness, so I have a better chance of catching them in the first place. And then next we'll go for double. But yeah, there's a lot of love clearly put into this game. Nope, we got another thing for our board. Errands. You would like a lobster. You would like 2 lobster. I guess we're going fishing. You are willing to pay a whole bunch? This game is kind of like enhanced version of Stardew. Yeah, so it definitely still has the basis of like the Stardew Valley kind of thing. So like the comparisons there are usually pretty fair. Ooh, you are real close. So we're not going to spend money right now. What I'm going to try and do is we're going to try and run out to the shore. We're going to try and catch ourselves a lobster. And if we can catch ourselves the 2 lobster and then like a spare or 2 or whatever, I can turn those in to get the payday to upgrade a tool. On top of that, it means I am catching fish and all that. But yeah, so in a lot of ways, this starts with the same formula that the same formula that Stardew Valley goes, and that's pretty typical for any of the slice of life games. Even when you look at Stardew Valley, it kind of takes the model of Harvest Moon and continues to expand on that kind of stuff. And all that kind of thing. So it is one of those things that the game, it definitely started from the same baseline. It did have a lot of plans for difference in its approach, considering like from the beginning they're like, you're gonna have this whole ocean thing. And like certainly there's stuff like the heritage stuff and all that. Your sim is handsome. That's pretty much every character. We'll just water the ocean, it happens. It very much deviates from Stardew Valley, but it is still in the same genre. It still does share a lot of commonality with it. Let's see. So the expanded museum quest line was the $200,000 US Kickstarter stretch goal. Makes sense. That was the thing. Like we had gone Stardew Valley, and for the most part, in the slice of life genre, until recently, it was Stardew Valley, and then not a whole lot came out that actually stuck. You had a bunch of, kind of Stardew Valley-esque games that they all try to be like, it's Stardew Valley, but this. But most of them just didn't have the heart and soul that like Stardew Valley put into them. It's only been like the last couple years we started to really see some that did actually take the time to really see it through. Okay, so we got 1 lobster. I need 2. I don't know why I keep ending up on the watering can. But yeah, so this one got Kickstarter, got very heavily funded. But it's kind of one of those ones that so many of them going to like they go with a pixel art, which is totally fine. But then you actually see it, the animations just aren't as clean. Like, it's got an artistic style, but it's not as strong. Like, I love Sunhaven. I think it's a wonderful game, but its art style, to me, does hold it back. Was I telling that more than half of the game was promised? At 70... Let's see, 70,000? 49... Let's see, 49 CM? That thing's huge? 2 messages truncated, sorry. Yeah. Oh, so the whole game was promised at 70,000? Yeah, because they already had a lot of progress going on that they clearly wanted to get additional funding. Oh, lobster was 49 centimeters? Yeah, it's a big old lobster. I feel like getting my 200 coins, maybe I'm not getting my full value for my 49 centimeter lobster. Whatever you are is just taken away with my line. Okay. And as we level up fishing, we'll get a lot better at this, and as we get a better fishing poles and all that. There's a barracuda. It's wild that only 150 years ago, the biggest consumer lobster was pet food. Oh yeah, no, historically lobsters were seen as like garbage food that like, it was just seen as like a junk. Oh, I got another lobster. Sure. You know, give it to the paws. But yeah, and it's like nowadays lobster is like, no, lobster's money. There's a lot of stuff that's wild when you go back to it. Like, if you go historically and you look at garlic for Italy, garlic was considered poor people food in like ancient Rome and all that, because anyone could kind of grow it themselves if they were motivated. So it's just one of those things, you could have like a little bit of garden by your house or whatever to grow some garlic to spice stuff up. So it's seen as like, you know, poor people seasoning versus, you know, the rich people are all importing their seasonings from like India and all that stuff. So it's just kind of fascinating that like now it's almost, you know, like garlic is just almost directly attached with Italian food, is just like a thing. And once upon a time, it's like, no. So Public Chow Lines lobbied successfully to limit lobster days to 2 per week. It's just very different how perception of all these things changes over time. Like, a lot of the times when you look at, like, stuff that is associated with, wealth, it's pretty much just what is extravagant that others couldn't. So you go back to medieval times, that being, like, grossly overweight was considered, you know, a beauty thing, that you had the privilege to not have to work enough that you could achieve being overweight. Or that being, like, pasty white was considered, like, a very attractive trait, because you had the privilege of not needing to go out in the sun to work. So it was a sign that you were a person of means. Alright, so I would like to catch one more lobster if possible, at least. As if lobster served a military ship, you know they're about to tell bad news. You're not rotating this home. I hadn't heard that, but it would make sense, like, if you knew you were going to be giving bad news, like, anything you can do to dampen that negative from it is always good. It's kind of like one of those things that when suddenly your company is doing a bunch of these like really nice things that it historically didn't do, and you're like, all right, where's the other shoe? Like, you know, did we do something that like really has earned us all this, or is there some bad news coming up the line that we're gonna have to worry about? It's kind of like also when like when you're dealing with like different social networks and there's something that they've been hold out that they have been unwilling to do for a longest time for like whatever reason, or even games, and then suddenly they're like, no, you know, you wanted this, you demanded it, you can have it, and they're like giving you everything. You're like, all right, what's the deal, man? That happens with the Path of Exile community from time to time, that you'll be like, oh, okay, everything's cool. you know, Path of Exile is giving all these quality of life stuff that they were very adamant that they would never do. That it goes against their game design philosophy or whatever. And then suddenly they give it to you and you're like, okay, what's going on? And then you turn around and like the very next day they're like, okay, by the way, we are nerfing the absolute crap out of this mechanic. This mechanic you all love, we have decided it's gotta die. And so that was what they're doing, is they're just giving you something to be like, hey, look, man, we're gonna have to do this thing. And it may be the right call for them, for the record. Like, this isn't even saying it's a bad call. Like, there are mechanics that have been in Path of Exile's history that's like, no, this is the way you make money. You do this. Because this is the way you make money or you grind XP. And it was always super powerful. And they're like, but it's causing us problems. We wanna nip it in the bud. And we know it's gonna be really unpopular when we do it. So we're gonna throw you a bone of something that we've been holding hostage for a while. So that hopefully when we do nip this in the bud, is everything. Okay, so they're already asleep. So that's fine. Do I actually have... It's fine. So we could drop off the Barracuda. We could drop off the Blue Tang. I don't want to drop off the others quite yet. I always want to keep one spare of every single fish and all that, because worst case in that scenario, I can always go back, get the fish pond, and populate them without needing to do the whole thing where, you know, I have to wait for the whole year to go around for season. But see, on the flip side, the Viper said, back in the days, rich people had cars and poor people had horses. Now rich people have horses, poor people have cars. To a certain degree, yeah. It's just one of those things that there is effectively a missing of things. Okay, so we can also drop off the Barracuda. The lobster I'm going to wait. So I actually cannot turn in the lobster yet to Paul, because I need 2 of the same quality. I can't, it won't let me take 2 separate ones and do that. So we'll deal with that. On the flip side, there are actually more horses and related to riding industry globally now than on the other time in history. It's not a dying art. This is true. Alright. So that's the C box, that's the artifacts box, that's that. That's the crops. Fish. And you were the shells, which I think we had over here. Yep. Grab that foraging stuff out. Because this will be a water forageable. Oh, we could probably just sell you. We've got enough of those. There's something else that shouldn't be here. So let's grab out our sea stuff. Drop you in there. Okay, so grab the sea stuff out. We could sell the posters. They're worth nothing. We can make another box for our sea stuff. It's gonna be a big thing when I get the bigger box, or suddenly we're just dropping everything. Cool. Grab one of you, and we can sell that because I've already got a bunch. Alright, Seriously Mage, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. And we go to sleep. So I still need to catch more lobster. Because that'll be some more money for us. Okay, we did get fishing 1, so we got a little bit more stamina, a little bit more health, and we can now make small fish bait. If I remember correctly, the way fish bait works in this game, and I could be wrong, is I want to say if you use small fish bait, you can effectively target small fish. So if you're in an area and like I'm missing this I'm missing this fish, it's a small fish. Use the bait and do that. Cool. We got a rainy day, so I don't have to deal with watering the crops. That's good news for us. I don't know if that means there won't be lobster day, because I don't know what the conditions for lobster. Oh, our sugar cane has been ready to harvest, and I've missed it because I didn't realize that's what it looked like it was ready to harvest. That's fine. What is your deal? Okay. Drop you off. Drop you off here. Alright, so. Nothing else to pick up there. So I don't know... One moment. TikTok's tried to do that thing where it's like, you're inactive, we're gonna disconnect you. It's like, I'm not. Like, I'm trying, like, I'm streaming. I don't talk... Why are you just popping it up again and again? Stop it. It's just a weird thing that TikTok does where it's just like, you're not talking in your chat while you're streaming. You're clearly inactive. We're gonna disconnect you unless you verify you're actually here. Like, dude, why would I act like... I have a microphone. People hear you. That's how this works. That's how all of this works. Why are you expecting your people streaming to be chatting in chat? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Alright, so I'm hoping we can still catch lobster today. I should actually look and see what the conditions are for, catching the lobster. Or not for lobster, I don't think we can actually check that. Because let's go here real fast. What does the quest condition say? So you want more things. I've got 1 day to get 2 lobster. Okay. So that's what I wanted to know, is did I have like 3 or 4 days to do it? Because if I had 3 or 4 days to do it, it's like, okay, we can just, you know, do it when we can. So I'm going to try and catch this lobster today. And ideally, I would like a couple of lobster, like 2 lobster. Because that would give me enough to turn in the quest, and enough to drop off in the museum. And that'd be fine. I do see that we got more coconuts we can grab. I probably should grab those. Like I said, the coconuts are a lot of coconut recipes. They're pretty okay for money. And honestly, the more we get this fishing leveled up, the better we will be on all this stuff. It'll be one of those things that once we get the computer, then we're going to knock a lot of stuff out. The one I need to remember is there is one really rare fish that I believe you can only... That's why I keep accidentally switching to it. I keep going down to my bar and clicking on my bar when I'm trying to do that prompt. But, I want to say there's like one fish that I think you get in the mines. It's like you can only catch it on like spring 18th or 27th or something like that. It's really elaborate, and the game does have places in it where it reveals it. There's like the red arwa or whatever. But it's this big hassle. It's the only fish in the game that's like, no, this is the day you catch it. Or like the couple of days you catch it, or whatever it is. But there is stuff in the game that kind of tell you where it is. Our lionfish, while cool and all that, I would really like to get the lobster. Because at a minimum, if I get one more lobster, as long as it's not silver, we can at least turn in the quest, and then we know we've got one more lobster still, you know, for putting into a fish pond to breed them. Because that may be even what we do is... try to get the fish pond, and if we get through spring and there's a spring fish that I don't have enough of, we start breeding that fish. You get the idea. Alright. Our blue tang. But it's those things that's nice to bounce around between the stuff. Because what we should be able to do is, regardless at the end of the day, we'll probably be able to get the 1500. So that tomorrow, like I said, we'll probably... Actually, no, what we'll probably do is we'll probably upgrade our pickaxe. So I can at least get that going a bit more. Like, it honestly doesn't matter. It's whether it's the scythe, the pickaxe, or the axe, it'll all make progress. I do believe the scythe or the pickaxe are the better choice because those are the mechanics that are more gatekeeping on our progression so far as like getting better tools and all that. There's Barracuda. I want the lobster. Give lobster. There's also certain fish in every single biome you can only catch during certain weather. I believe there's a fish that you can only catch here during the rain. I don't remember what it is. They do have a thing where the lower your fishing level, the less likely you are to catch rare fish. I don't know how strong of an effect it is, if it's like you straight up can't, or like the odds are low, or whatever it is. That is the thing that a lot of these games have done, is that there are certain tough fish that they just don't let you try and catch at a low level, which makes sense, because it would be a not fun experience if you were constantly hooking stuff that's pretty much borderline impossible for you to catch. You would just get frustrated, and then you'd stop playing. Alright. But yeah, so both when we level up, things will go faster because we pull them in faster and they don't get away as fast. So you got a ruby red dragonet. That's another fish we haven't caught yet, till now. But as you can see, even with this, you don't really have to worry about stamina too much when it comes to fishing. You will eventually get low, but usually you have enough stuff to recover your stamina that it's fine if you get there. Even though it does take like a punch of like 20 stamina all at once every single time you reel something in. Alright, got another ruby red. So that's another we could turn into the museum. That's fine. Like, I believe for the rain, I know there's the ossuary has stuff we can only catch during the rain. The river has stuff you can only catch during the rain. Usually there's at least like one freshwater rain fish only, and there's like one saltwater. This might be a lobster. It's either lobster or barracuda. Probably barracuda. I'm wanting it to be a lobster, though. It's another lionfish. That's all the lionfish will also be able to turn in. But yeah, no, I like that they've changed the quest, because it used to be the quests are like, get me one carrot, get me one cabbage, get me one this. And the payouts, you know, for the one item were fine, but even when you get like the higher payout, it just kind of wasn't worth your while other than their early game, just because the nature's like, okay, so I get twice the value of this cabbage. Cool, but if the base value is kind of garbage, twice the value on, you know, value on one cabbage is like running out of your way to get like 35 gold or whatever it is. But being able to turn in where it's like, okay, I want 5 of that I'm going to give you double. It's like, all right, well now I'm getting several hundred gold extra. Stop giving me lionfish. Give lobster. I'm having the feeling that the lobster might be a sunny day only, which the good news is I still would have the next in-game day to go for it. I just don't want to spend like 3-4 days in a row pushing the fishing. Because definitely one of those things, I enjoy the fishing in these games. I don't enjoy doing it for like long hours or anything like that. But as far as watching, I know some people are like really into watching like the Stardew Valley fishing game. But I found a lot more people tend to be like, I'm really done watching you make this little bobber thing go up and down. Like, the game's fun, but from the spectating side, it's a little rough to watch people just fish for long hours. It's just a little bit too repetitive of a cycle. So usually with these games, I will try and mix up. You probably notice, like, I'll do a day or two in the mines, I'll do a day or two doing the ocean, a day or two focused on, like, foraging or fishing or whatever. You know, kind of trying to mix it up that way you're not seeing the same thing, the same thing, the same thing. There are times that the game puts a pressure on you where you're like, oh, here's this thing I need to do. Oh, man, I'm missing that one bug that I really need before the spring's over. That you kind of, you know, lean towards doing that thing, which is fine. but that's all good. Which one are you? You're not acting like the lionfish. There's a blue tang. Well, we still could use another jellyfish, so we could donate that. We also don't know. It could be that we get a moray eel. I can't remember if moray eel is summer or spring. I do remember it's night. There's like night and ocean. You? Oh, I am not moving that. We might just lose this one. Whatever this is, I am not budging it. If we have to, we'll let it go. Yeah, that's a waste of time. That might have been like a moray eel, but with our current fishing pole and level, I was getting the meter all the way to full, like where I was gonna snap on it's not fighting me, and just barely moving it and losing all the ground. You can get to the point that there's fish you cannot catch because you just don't have enough skill for it. It's not even a player skill thing, it's just literally the amount of ground you lose every time it fights versus what you can gain. There is stuff you can't catch with just not enough skills. Now, don't get me wrong, once you get like higher levels and the better fishing pole, there's nothing in the game you cannot catch. Some of it will be a fight, but there's nothing that you physically are incapable of catching. That like you don't ever have to do the thing of like, oh, let me grab my fishing food to boost my skill and my hat of better fishing and my ring of better. You don't have to do anything like that. All right, so we got an octopus. That's new. Probably a blue tang. Yeah, so like I said, the good news is I should be able to sell some of these extra blue tangs and all that. Because we've caught a good couple of them. And that might be enough money to get us to the point of being able to do our tool upgrade. And honestly, I'll probably wish-wash on what tool I'm upgrading until we actually do it. It doesn't matter. As long as it's the pickaxe or the scythe, either way, there's an argument for it. Either way, it's not a bad move. Technically, even the axe wouldn't be a terrible idea. I would argue that the rain pail and the hoe would be a waste. Honestly, in all of these games, I do feel like they need to come up with another purpose for upgrading your hose in these games. Because usually it's just being able to dig up more dirt faster, like more area faster, but that most of the time that ends up being just the beginning of your season. Versus, you know, the watering pail, that only matters until you get sprinklers, and then that becomes a moot point, which is the reason why that's usually a miss as well. I think that's the same one who rocked us before. Yeah. I let that one get away. That's the same one that we abandoned before. Because I'm basically out of time. I'm just going to grab what coconuts I can on the way home. I should have caught that bug, but that's fine. Oh, inventory's full. That's fine. Basically, we're going to have to stop in a minute anyways just because of inventory space. So we're good. As all the critters scatter, many of ones I probably haven't caught yet. Alright, so. First, drop off those. Second, pop over here. Drop that off. We can go to whichever box had my coconuts in it. Which I'm failing to realize which one it is. Alright, so we got the blue tang, the barracuda. Let's just drop all of these fish in here real fast. So we can drop off the 5 coconut. And get back to our fish box. Okay, So with that, I'm comfortable selling the 2 blue tang there, and those, and the barracuda. Actually, I'm fine selling that one too. Yeah, let's honestly just keep the 1 blue tang. That one I need to offer and donate. That one will donate. Let's make sure none of these... So lionfish I need to offer, donate, we're fine though. We can drop all of these in here. And my hope is that this will be enough to push us over to being able to upgrade one of our tools the next in-game day. Because then we could run by the museum and offer and donate the handful of things there. It was more than enough by a good margin. So that's good news. Cool. So we can upgrade either our pickaxe or our scythe. So we'll do that. And then from there, we can do our offerings and all that to the museum. Not to mention I was going to get a bunch of crops from this I hadn't accounted for. Let's not be selected something I can kill my crops with. I do it enough as is. Okay. So I got a bunch of carrots and all that we can sell. I missed one. Which is fine. Those I've already got plenty of stash, so I don't feel like I need to save any. So we can just go to Sam's, drop them off now. So plan is, go to Sam's, drop... Well, actually, first, go to the blacksmith, do our tool upgrade. Pop any geodes and all that kind of stuff we got while we're there. From there, we can go to Sam's, sell whatever produce I don't feel like holding on to. Change of plan. We're going to go to the museum first. We're going to turn in anything that needs to go to the museum and the offering shrine and all that. Get that all squared away. And then after we're done with that, we go to the blacksmith. I keep going back and forth. I think the scythe is the bigger play, because yeah, I think the scythe is the bigger play. We upgrade the scythe for now, or do we do? All right, so that's fine. So sell all that. We've got our coffers. Let's go to our fish box, which is here somewhere. So I need to offer and donate you. Donate you. Not going to worry about the lobster yet. Okay. So pop up here. We got our lionfish dropped off. So that's good news. No, that was a big ol' whiff. Cool, we got more cherries. I know I mentioned a bunch of times, cherries are hard to come by, and I do know there's at least 1 or 2 cooking recipes that use them. So happy to get those sorted early on. And we get here just in time to get you to pop 2 coffers. Oh, I didn't bring my materials. Hold, please. I didn't bring my my bronze bars or my wood. So I'll need to run back down and do that, which is fine. And grab some of these forageables as we go by and drop by the museum on the way by. Okay. Cool. So a couple more contributions to the museum, making progress there. I think I like this approach more than the other one. I was, like, the moment I got something I could offer, I would offer it. The moment I got something I could donate, I donated it. Yeah, so it doesn't work when they're panicked most of the time. So I definitely feel like this one is allowing me a lot more safety. Where in a pinch I could just put down the bug thing and the fish thing and be in good shape. Alright, so this time I need to grab the wood. And go to the forageables, drop you down. I'll drop one of those. Okay, so you two I'll just get out of my inventory right now. I believe I put my insects over here. There we go. Yeah, it's a donate and an offer. That's a donate and an offer. The others I all have one of. And one of these boxes here, there's my bars. Alright, so with that, let's run back to the blacksmith. Get our weapon, or get our stuff upgrading. What that means is I won't be able to dive for like the 1 or 2 days or whatever it is while it's upgrading. That's totally fine. We probably want to try and fish today to finish off that lobster thing. I can potentially turn around and grab some more stuff to plant. Because we still have enough time that I can put down potatoes and carrots and all that. We're at the point, if I put down cauliflower, I may not get it. Because it's 10 days, we got 10 days left, and I don't know exactly when it considers the switch over. So I'm hoping, if I'm not mistaken, that we could check on our stuff here. Yeah, I got 0 days to get that done, so today's the due date. Alright, so process these. Pop and pop. Cool. And we can go to upgrade tools. The scythe. Yep. Okay, I'll be ready in 1 day, so not today. So I don't think we get it tomorrow. I think we get the day after. We'll drop off to Sam's and sell this crap. And then the question is, do I immediately turn around after selling this at Sam's? Do we buy more seeds with the intent of planting more seeds? Knowing that'll push our limits a little bit more? Or do I not do that? So I've got 1,500 and your bag was what? 3,500? Yes. Let's save that 1,500. And the reason I'm going to do that is the moment we get the scythe back, I'll already have the 1,500 to immediately slap down the pickaxe, so that we'll get the 2 important tools knocked all over to excuse me? Alright, well that butterfly decided existence was not on the menu. That's certainly a vibe, I guess. Alright, come on. 1 more lobster is what we need. 2 more lobsters is nice, but 1 more lobster is what we need. It has to be either gold or, like, just nothing. Silver means I have to catch another one. And I doubt we're going to get platinum or iridium or whatever the purple one was. But if we get the lobster, we'll stop fishing immediately, turn in the quest real fast, and then we can worry about other stuff. Couple butterfly species only live for a couple days. Yeah, no, in this game they have a thing where you have like certain stuff shows up. Okay, what quality? It's bronze. Bronze might not work. I didn't think about bronze being a problem because I can't remember. We had one that was a regular, and I think the other was a gold. I don't remember. I don't think it was bronze though. I have to have 2 of the same quality is the problem running into. If we get 2 of the same quality, we're gold. So I'm hoping we'll catch them really fast to be done with this. So that way I can just work on other things. Oh, and I should remember I can probably make the extractor now. Ooh, I almost pushed that too hard. That's a regular one. That's good enough. That's actually perfect. We got our 2 lobster. So we run back to town. I can turn in 1 lobster. I can do the quest with the other 2 lobster, and I still have a lobster to spare should I need another lobster. So we are in a good place with all that. That is pretty much ideally what we want, especially considering we caught back-to-back lobster without anything else. Alright. Which, granted, if we caught other things, that's fine. It'd just be the time constraint. So fish are this box. I'm gonna learn this and then have to change it. Okay, so boom and boom. We will grab that one for donation and those 2 for the quest. We can pop our raw materials and drop you in here. I'm gonna drop the bars in there as well. Oh, and the kelp. Let's see. The canola we can sell. And then the artifacts. So it's interesting that says donated and offered. So that makes me worried. So we're going to try and get 3 of those, because that implies I'm going to need 3 of those. So where is Paul right now? Because Paul's the one who's the problem child here. Right there. Can I get anywhere near Paul? That spot's good. I think it was going to Paul. That was going to Paul, right? Paul asked for that? No, Randy asked for that. Which one is Randy again? Randy, where are you? Why am I blanking on who Randy? Randy's the teacher. So Randy is in class, so we're still at the right place. Not seeing more cherries, which is fine. Oh, I've already ransacked it recently. Okay, so Randy is... Okay, so students have left. Randy's probably right behind them. That's good. I'd rather the quest go to a bunch of different people than, you know, getting the same person again and again. Give quest item. Complete errand. Thank you. There are a couple books here that were donated by the town's library. We made a deal to cycle the books every year. That way the kids get to read new books more often. Alright. So we got that. So with that, we got 690. Also, again, this town has like 5 kids in it. Just pointing out, this is the school for 5 children. I will definitely say they spare no expense on the children's education. And I am here for it. The kids education-wise are being well taken care of. Okay, so we can rush over here. We could drop off the other lobster here. And then what we could do from this is, I just remember we got rid of our scythe for the moment, so that's totally fine. I actually have plenty of money for the moment. So plunk you down in there. Cool. Alright. So we could go to the mine and try and push farther. We're pretty hit on our energy though. We can't do the underwater area at the moment. We've tagged that out. What I can do... Oh, I'm probably too late. Yeah, no, they're already close to the time. Alright, well, that kind of limits my options. Let's go bug catching and foraging. Because we're already late in the day, it's already in the evening hours. So just try and run around, see if we can't get some, like, wasabi. Okay, I did get the cricket. Yeah, see what goodies we can get laying around here. We haven't gone down to the beach that much, and there's a bunch of seashells and all that we can get from here. So let's do that. Because those will be things I'll need for various reasons. We got silver kelp. I did not know you could get silver kelp doing that. It's certainly not going to be a reliable way to get silver kelp. But it is still, in fact, silver kelp. I'm pretty sure this is the last day we can get coconuts, too. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's a widow spider, which is one of the ones we don't have. I'm gonna just get rid of the tulip. I'm gonna try and get that. I remember those are kind of tough to catch. Don't you screw this up, grasshopper. Nah, I tried. We're wait. Yeah, so it's one of those things that once they start panicking like that, you basically can't catch them. I don't know if it's like a mechanic behind it where they like are non-targetable or what, but I've only managed to catch them sometimes right when they dash, even when I have like the giant cone net and I hit dead on. It definitely feels like it's designed so you're like, nah, man, you beefed it. You're out. Don't worry about it. So we can grab those. Those I don't need more of. I don't need more of that. Oh, you should be over here. No, you shouldn't. You should not be over there. That's right. You are in the right place. Because those come from different locations. So for our bugs... Yeah, we could go ahead and sell you. We could sell the wasabi as well. And the kelp was in this box? Okay, so we can also make the kelp extractor thing, I believe. Yep. Then grab you. Oh, and the glass, which I believe we have here. Cool. Honestly, move the kelp over that box. Cool. We're gonna go to the cavern. We're just gonna kill some enemies real fast. I don't expect to like finish the floor, but we can grab a little bit of combat XP. Because just thinking, oh, if I get the last of the meat. Oh, I forgot. We already blew it. There was the Band of Smiles. They had tasked me with getting the slime goop, and I just forgot about it, so time ran out. Luckily, there's like no real consequence or whatever. Monster Essence, we want meat. Because I figured this would be just about enough time for me to, you know, get just a little bit of the loot, a little bit of bronze, and then our time would run out for the day. Now we can teleport directly back home without worrying too much. And we are spent. Cool. Looks like we got time for at least probably one more in-game day before the stream starts to wrap up for the night, but that's no problem. There is a very good chance, very genuinely, I'll probably do more Coral Island tomorrow as well. Tomorrow as well. That is certainly a possibility. I do know we'll also do more Oxygen Not Included in the near future. For No Man's Sky, I'm on the fence just a little bit. And then the reason I'm on the fence a little bit is it's an excellent game. What I'm debating is, do I want to keep pushing the run we've got going now? Or do I want to wait for the expedition? I don't feel like there's a, a specifically correct answer to that. Okay, that's fine. But we'll see. I think Traveler's Rest, with its update, I'm going to basically wait till I finish up with some of these other games, so whether Coral Island gets done, or No Man's Sky gets done, or we're happy with that, Oxygen Not Included. And then once we get to that point, we'll bring in Traveler's Rest. Alright, so gained a level in foraging. Again, more stamina, more other stuff. We got ourselves a little bit of moolah. And I don't believe we'll be able to get our pickaxe today. I believe it's tomorrow we will get that. Or I'm wrong. I can live with being wrong and having my equipment even sooner than I anticipated. That's the good kind of wrong. Alright, so grab you, drop you off here, grab you, and 5 bars. Pick as many of these crops as we can for the moment. Okay, so we grow potatoes or more carrots. We'll be able to get those done before the season's over. Get ourselves a nice little influx of money. We have been growing a lot of carrots. Like, about a third of my... Well, more than a third. Honestly, about 2/3 of my crops right now are carrots. We do have a nice handful of cauliflower, so that's pretty good. I think all these ones with the little pink flowers are potatoes as well. Honestly, we're not doing too shabby. It might be worth my while to just grab a bunch of, like, the lower level stuff. I just don't want to accidentally sit there and queue up a ton of it. And then get stuck, like, again, we're still burning almost a third of our energy every day just dealing with crops. But that's the reason I want to get the diving stuff done. Because the faster I get that sorted, the faster we get to the point where I can wake up, all the sprinklers start running, and we're good. Alright, we got an errand here. You would like a singular daisy. I believe I can accommodate that, Noah. You drive a hard bargain, Noah, but I believe I can get one of my daisies out of a box and give it to you. I know, I don't know why I'm walking in this place right now. Let's go and see what the prices are on this. So we've got shopping. Oh, here's another thing. Say like you really just don't like the diving mechanic. They let you kind of cheat your way around it. You will still need it for the progression, but as far as like setting up your farm and all that. Okay, so yeah, so these are all 5,000. It cost 5 bronze, and it costs 2,000. And this permanently improves the quality of your crops. And now it improves the quality of your crops by the seeds. So if you planted a whole field and then you grab this, the upgrade won't take effect until you get your next batch of seeds. There's also, where is it? Oh, do we not have it available yet? Yeah, if we look here later, there'll be another option on there where it'll be the automation stuff where we can, buy patterns for all sorts of automation stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let's get back over here to the blacksmith, get our scythe back, and turn around and do stuff with that. Oh, I need to... Don't sell the lettuce. I don't have much of that. The cauliflower? Did I have much cauliflower? I feel like I had some cauliflower. Let's not... So I don't need to sell those direct. I can sell those from the box. We're not that hurt up on money right now. I just kind of want to keep stuff upgrading a little bit. So we can retrieve our equipment. Cool, so we have upgraded our scythe. We don't have anything to process. So we will upgrade our pickaxe next. Cool. And honestly, with the money we're making, I should be good the next day. I should be good the next day for upgrading our axe. I think I have enough copper bars or bronze bars or whatever. Bronze bars, that's what it is. I think I have enough bronze bars to upgrade the axe. And that's assuming we don't do anything to get more stuff and all that. So that'll be good news. I need to give the daisy to Noah, and then we're going to go and dive with our newfound scythe and do all that nonsense. So let's see here. So I have plenty of bronze bars for that. That's all I care about. And then meanwhile, one of these boxes here. Keep the lettuce. Keep some of that. The rest of this we can sell. Let's go ahead and sell the bronze cabbage as well. And give me one more of those back. So I could sell all these. Let's check the insect box, whichever one that one was. Yeah, so grab 2 of those, because we can part with those. Grab the cricket, we can part with that. Grab 2 of those, we can part with those for more money. Alright, so we got a bunch of stuff we can sell. I need to grab the daisy. Cool. And where is Noah hanging right this second? Okay, so Noah's at the general store, which is perfect, because I would like to grab some of the various, like, flower seeds and all that, so that I have more than 1 or 2. Because I want to try and keep, like, 5 or so of each crop on stock for right now. Once we start getting to the point where I can start, you know, making stuff into jam and pickling and all that, then we'll switch over instead to, keeping all the stuff and processing it for more money. Alright, complete the errand. Thank you. I think I just caught one of my brother's cats trying to sneak in here. I'll check on the cats later before we go to work. Cool. And with that, we can grab our journal reward. So we got this. We got the essence one. Alright, so we sell the local produce. You want me to free that? We'll go ahead and track this one for now. Alright, so. Grab a handful of these. And these. And these. And let's save the rest. I should be able to make enough money at the end of this in-game day to likely be able to upgrade our axe the next day. We can plunk all these in the ground real fast. We'll miss this butterfly. Yep. That, like I said, once we start getting the better bars and all that, and I think actually, if I remember correctly, for the butterfly net and the bug net, I believe I actually need the kelp essence. Sell the wasabi. Okay. And that should give me enough reserve of all of the different crops for this season, where anything I might need to offer, we're good. Anything we might have a quest, we're probably good. We should be good on most of the recipes. There is a possibility that there'll be something like carrots that I'll need a bunch of. I know when it comes to rice, that later on you get to grow rice, and that's used in a lot of recipes. But that's fine. I fully expect for a lot of that I am going to have to deal with the next year being a whole big thing. Alright, so we're going to pick up right where we left off. Oh, that's something we haven't caught yet, and the urchin's new. And I believe that clam over on the left is new for us. But yeah, so since we upgraded this, we'll one-tap almost all of the trash things. At least for this area. Once we get deeper, then we'll get back to the point where it starts slowing down again, which is when we need to upgrade again. You get the idea. None of it's surprising. It's pretty standard mechanics for all these kind of games. Well, honestly, it's the standard for any type of game that has any type of, like, mining or whatever. You start with stuff that's really easy to grab. Your tools kind of get slowly worse and worse till you upgrade them to the next thing. And then you kind of start the process over. Alright, and that should open up this wall to get to the next batch. We're doing pretty good here. We'll swap that around. Okay, so that I also need to donate or whatever, so we got to keep our eyes on the pom-pom crabs. I'm going to need a couple of those. We'll go ahead and eat this now, because I'm going to need the energy. Oh, there's another pom-pom crab. Now, unlike the other ones, stuff like the pom-pom crabs, the critters down here, I cannot breed to get more kind of thing. I either got sorted or I don't. They've got some oil over here on this edge. Alright, let's try going in this way. And eventually I'll get a dehydrator for these shells and all that. I can't remember if they actually do anything meaningful for the value. But what they will do is they will make it so like the amount of energy I get for eating it, I believe, gets a little bit higher. So it's just kind of one of those things. So that's that one. I'm guessing the other one's down here somewhere. Are you liking the update? I'm really enjoying it. Hey, Ultra, it's good to see you. Can I get a shout out for Ultrasaurus? For those who don't know, Ultra, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of simulation games. Also been playing quite a bit of stuff like Project Zomboid and a bunch of other stuff like that. Definitely good times. Absolutely recommend checking them out. Ultra's one of the channels I end up to the most when I'm able to after stream. Sometimes Ultra wraps up before I do, sometimes after. So some nights I can't catch Ultra up, but, you know, those are bummer nights. But yeah. But no, I've been very much enjoying the update. It has been a huge update. Like, we haven't even hit half the stuff going... Like, we've actually, honestly, we've barely scratched the surface of the new stuff. We've seen some of the quality of life stuff, a couple extra little cinematics, and that's about it. But the patch notes are huge. They've got like a new biome. There's a bunch of new NPCs, a bunch of new people to romance. You can marry fish people now. So for all those who were disappointed when the game came out and you could not marry your fish friends, don't worry. You can marry your fish friends now. So we got plenty of jackknife clams. So let's go ahead and eat those raw, under the ocean, in our scuba gear. It's fine. Grab our underwater mushrooms. Look at the fact that our inventory's full. We can throw away the stone, grab that. I wonder if those things can talk now. There was a brief time... Okay, so we've got this one here. I don't know where this one's going to be because it's kind of got oil everywhere around us. So I can see it being down here or up here. We can eat more of the sea mushrooms. Give ourselves a bit of energy. That is one nice thing about getting lots of progress on this part. Is genuinely you find a lot of stuff that you can eat, and especially as you go farther, if you do get to an area where like, oh man, I'm out of energy, you can just like backtrack to one of the areas you haven't done that dive, and usually just grab a bunch of like random mushrooms and clams and all that, and just kind of start scarfing. There you go. Okay, and that'll open up this whole loop, so I'll have this whole left half of this done. That's the next farther down area, so I believe we'll go up this route. And I can't remember if this one's part of this or part of a different area. Okay, cool. The fact that this is supposedly an oil spill, and you're just like, I don't know what type of oil spill has Cthulhu tentacle root things everywhere. But definitely whatever they're doing is certainly criminal. So could I fast travel to this now? Oh, it's heal the ocean, I understand. Alright, so it looks like this one over here to the right is next. Oh yeah, and here's the really big Cthulhu tentacle monster thing. Uh-huh. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Cthulhu says no. Oh, wait. Okay. We can drop to grab that. I'll drop the scrap. I'm not super happy about dropping scrap. But we got Venus flower basket, whatever that is. Considered a symbol of eternal love. It would make a good wedding gift. Sure. I'm gonna be real, chat. I don't want that as a wedding gift. They'll be like, it's symbolic. And it's like, I still don't want it. Alright, so we're basically tapped. So I'm gonna have the anchor drop down and get out of here. Okay. And with that, it's time for us to get back home. Yeah, so I am going to want to have 3 pom-pom crabs. That way I've got a spare after we go and turn them in for the offering and for the donation at the museum. Alright. So let's see here. We can drop all that off. We've got these shells. That's a creature, not a shell. The urchin we can drop in here. Let's grab glass. So I can take you real fast and make her more of our kelp essence. So we've got some coffers to pop open. So where did I put my sea critters? That's my bugs. That's my sea forageables. Yeah, sea critters. Cool. And I've got 5 stamina, so I'm doing all of absolutely freaking nothing. I will hit those, and if I use one more hit, then we're out of stamina entirely. And we keep getting a little bit slower every time I do that. So we can go ahead real fast. I've got plenty of this stuff, so I can put the trash in the recycler. and keep that going. Later on, we'll get a chest with like a little robotic arm that'll automatically just throw stuff in the box so I don't have to. The arm thing isn't smart. It's not like Factorio where you do like a whole bunch of filters and all that nonsense. It's just, I have things in here. Can it go in a machine next to me? Yes. Okay, I'm shoving it in there. So you don't do like these entire production line things like with Factorio. All you basically do is go, I have fruit. There's the thing that turns the fruit into juice. And then maybe you have aging barrels there, and it goes, okay, and I'll also put them in the aging barrels to make wine. But there's really about that much depth as far as it goes. And so it's really just kind of put your production line stuff next to it and just let it sort itself out. Like, you don't have to worry about the order of operations. Okay, so we gained a level in farming. So we got a bit more stamina, a bit more max health, and we got our mason jar. So now we can start making stuff like jams, preserves. We can pickle things, I believe, as well. So that's good stuff. That'll let me increase the value. We did get enough money so that we should be able to upgrade our axe this day, so that we can get our axe so we can break the bigger logs, and all that'll go well. Now, with that said, it's telling us our pickaxe is ready. So with all that said, unless we have some like big cinematic right now, which we don't, it is getting to be about that time where if I put in another day, we're definitely going to go over our amount. This is probably telling me about the pets thing. No, it's a tree planting. So, that said, the next time we play, what we're going to end up doing is checking out the tree planting festival, which, as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream and all that, that's actually one of the things I feel like really stands out with Coral Island compared to a lot of the other slice of life games. Most slice of life games, they only have like 1 or 2 years worth of in-game story, then the story either just kind of ends and you just play on in like this purgatory where time doesn't advance, or it like ping-pongs back and forth. This one actually goes a number of years, and they are working on expanding it more and more, so even after you get married, it's not like, in most of the games, you hear the entire character's story up until you get married, and then their story ends. So you get married, and then you just become the person that occasionally gives you food, and otherwise, they're just present in your house and don't have a story anymore. So they are doing more to add to that. Everyone knows your life ends when you get married. Can confirm, as married person to married person, can confirm, you know, all ambitions and personality ends at marriage. But they are going to do a thing where you'll get married and there'll be more story to your spouse and all that. And I think that's good. But like the tree planting festival, the idea is there's an area that is logged out, you're regrowing a forest there. And it's a festival that you literally go year for year where you do a section, and then you do the next section, and you do the next section. And you get to watch it slowly come together until you actually do regrow the entire forest over several years, and at the end then you have a festival to celebrate this forest. So that'll be fun and all that good stuff. So in the meantime, what we're gonna go ahead and do is we are gonna be wrapping up stream now, because we did just finish that day out. If I go another day, we're gonna go long, and I got stuff I gotta do tomorrow. So what I am gonna go ahead and do is, for those watching on YouTube and TikTok, the stream will be abruptly ending for you because there's no such thing as raiding over there. For those over here on Twitch, don't forget to hang out. We're gonna go ahead and find someone to raid. In the meantime, if you have enjoyed today's stream and you aren't already following, don't forget to follow and all that good stuff. Oh, it's been good seeing you as well, Ultra. It's always good to have you. So give me 2 seconds to abruptly end the stream on TikTok and YouTube,